Welcome to No Man's Land, where the hearts can take more hits than the 50s housewife, and there's 72 of them awaiting us. This is the story of how I cleared the entirety of Mega Valley from one of the most brutal State of Decay 2 difficulty mods. I hope you enjoy. Now let's meet the three members of the team. You may recognise two from the Red Talon cleaning up the nation team. Welcome Hastings and Stewart. But also Nichols, potentially a dark horse considering he's got a blank 5th skill. Our first mission, as you'd probably expect, is to find a new home, which may be harder than normal as zombie spawns are much greater, and I want to stay quiet seeing as there's also plenty of freaks around. I guess Hastings and Stewart didn't get the memo. Together we eliminate the rest of the horde, and by some miracle don't get swamped by blood ferals, which has got to be said, great success. So I hop the wall into our new home and start eliminating the undead. Thankfully it doesn't seem like there's an increased spawn here at least, so I crush every skull I can and claim the base as our own. I can then immediately start cleaning up the shit and head out to loot some supplies. You can usually find some valuable stuff in the beehives next door, but literally all I find is chemicals. I'm obviously not complaining, chemicals will be needed for the upgraded infirmary I'll be building. It's just funny how I found 3 different chemicals in 3 different beehives. In this little red garage I find a fuel resource, which I split open to pocket that fuel can, which means I can get the starter car up and running. If I could also find a toolkit, I'd be laughing. I also climb the billboard and have a scout about before making my way over to a nearby garage that should have building supplies. And would you look at that? It certainly does. Assuming you count a package of duct tape as building supplies. Which of course you would, why the hell wouldn't you? But the problem is, you see, I start to get greedy. I should have just dropped them at home and start building the infirmary. But I wanted to be efficient and only go home with a boot full of supplies. What a bloody moron. Also, fuck you, Screamer. Not only am I now injured, I've got friends inbound. Oh my god, right, that is quite a lot of them. But good thing I brought Molly's. But in all honesty, that molly throw wasn't my best. Issue. When in doubt, molly the problem. When has setting things on fire ever caused a bigger issue? Never is the answer to that question. Come on, there we go. Look at that, chat. Look at that. That's just what we call professional gamer. That is how we do it. Just a final few to clean up, then we can start searching the creepy garage. Very, very slowly for once. I get my building mats, this time a bundle of carpentry supplies, with oh so many knobs. Oh shit, I didn't realise you could get all the people who haven't left a like on this video into one rucksack. Better sort that out if you haven't done so already. Deciding I've taken enough damage, I head back with a little feral in chase. But not wanting to whip a gun out this close to home, I'm gonna have to use my second greatest weapon, my arse. Ladies and gentlemen, the feral killer strikes again. Ba 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 bam. I drop off my 2 sacks of building materials and start the build of the infirmary. And after waiting a very quick minute for it to build, I give Nichols a rest and take over as Hastings, who agrees to go chat to the scrappers to see what they need. But first, you gotta look after yourselves. Let's go collect some building materials from the warehouse nearby. My main priority right now is getting the infirmary upgraded to level 2, that way we can all start healing passively. I need another sack or 2 of building materials and a couple more chemicals. But first I gotta deal with a considerable amount of dickheads. Who doesn't love the smell of burning bloater guts in the morning? I take out the crowd, simple enough. I then enter the warehouse where I show off why I'm the greatest stealth player of all time. I'm like a fart in an elevator. You suspect I'm there from the smell, but you couldn't catch or see me even if you wanted to. I find a sack of building materials as well as high valuable cigarettes. Oh shit, I just realised how I like prison and the end of the world is. Everyone is after a shiv and are trading cigarettes for currency. I also search the military stash around the back and find an ammo resource as well as a sidearm. So I quickly head back to base to drop off all the loot. I then have a quick check to see my survivors are consuming 6 food a day. Well, that is way too much. Time to enact some rationing. I then head out on foot to do some looting around the local area, keeping things on foot to stay healthy and to lower my diesel bill. If Greta's still about, she'd be well impressed. I find a sack of coffee beans in the house across the street, but weirdly not in the kitchen. Who the hell keeps coffee in the living room? I then pop back to drop off all of my loot, and then we can finally make our way to the scrappers. And I'm just thinking, do you think they're called the scrappers because they're really into recycling or fighting? Let me know what you think in the comment section. Either way, I get to their home, but my loud engine may have attracted the locals. But before they cause a bigger issue, I run in and give them the plague samples they're after. As usual, to say thank you, they give me some fuel supplies, but I'm not done yet. I want to see exactly what they have worth trading. Unfortunately, they're in the middle of a little scrap. I guess we have the answer to the earlier question. It's okay to burn your friends. Oh my god, that's quite a lot of them. Ah, no, get away from me. Once the flames dissipate, I go in and gunslinger some faces off, but it's not enough, so I revert back to type. We're going back on fire. But it doesn't matter what I do, it seems the crowds will just keep growing. I think this is going to become an issue long term. Effectively though, right, all I'm doing right now is helping them farm plague samples, which is exactly what they wanted, right? That is the plus side of using the version 2 mod. You'll never run low on plague samples. Quite a lot of them on that side. Jesus Christ, they just keep coming. Like 14-year-old me after I discovered my penis. Sorry, I was a late bloomer. I'm going in stealthy, and I'm going to take them from the rear. Oh, look at that. That was good. That was good. Unfortunately, they've all stormed through the bay window. I guess I'll just burn your house down for the third time. I eliminate the final Z, then go into trade. Oh, look, they've got a toolkit. I need the toolkit. Other than the toolkit, there's nothing really worth having at the moment. But I'd say fighting all those hordes was worth it just for the one toolkit. At least now I don't have to worry about bursting into flames every time I go around a corner. Then for the first time, I make my way into plague territory, which is basically the entire map in this mod. Surprisingly, I managed to avoid the crowds and safely climb the nearby billboard to do a bit of scouting. And rather surprisingly, there's only 2 arts in this area. But most importantly, there's a barbecue restaurant just outside of plague territory. You can probably work out exactly what we gotta do. Ouch, that's gonna hurt the ankles. I drive over to the restaurant, but we're now situated between 2 hordes. And one of them have partnered up with a feral, who I let hitch a ride. Because now I can do that, and he... Oh, yeah, yes, I can. Oh no, oh no, oh no. And this is why you always wear a seatbelt. Perfectly under control. I have things under control. It is absolutely fine.
Glad that's taken care of.
Yeah, me too. I then turn the restaurant into an outpost, and obviously loot the place. That smoke bomb will definitely come in handy. But a plague heart is now awake and sending wandering hordes towards us. I'm gonna have to defend my outpost. I load up with frags thanks to the warlord boom. Unfortunately, I don't have enough fuel resources to activate my outpost defenses. Well, technically I do, but they're in the back of my car. So we're doing this the old-fashioned way. I start by trying to lob a molly into an exploded bloater, but before I can send it, I gotta dodge a feral attack. I managed to move the feral's armor before dodging another plague zombie, then toss a molly behind me to try and slow the flow of the crowds. And one more barrel roll forward gives me the space I need to give the final headshot to the feral. Right, you fuck off over that way! After dropping my flammable, it's mainly the armored zombies that are left. So we do what we gotta do. We do the 3 B's of battle. Barrel rolls, beatdowns, and blasting. Yes! When in doubt, just obliterate everything that moves. So after I've eliminated the wandering horde's threat, I head back to base to unload the fuel resources I've picked up along my travels. I unload the loot, then activate the mines. Now we have a really good safe space around our outpost. And seeing as Stuart has the demolition skill, these mines will be activated for 3 hours instead of the usual 1.5. Which means we have plenty of time to loot the immediate area for all of its resources. Look at it, look at it, look at it. Isn't it a thing of beauty? And this isn't gamer advice, but always reverse your car into the bay. That way you don't have to worry about reversing out blind. I can then search the tartan mart completely safe, although I don't find any more food resources. Just 9mm rounds apparently. The mine defenses turn out to be a brilliant way to farm plague samples, seeing as the hordes are so large. They often wander in without me even attracting them, which I also do as well because that shit is hilarious, even when I singe an eyebrow. I then spend the rest of the night looting the garden centre, the petrol station, the chemical thing, obviously taking breaks whenever I need to listen to some banging rock music and to enjoy the fireworks. Look at that. Oh shit. This is a fantastic way of farming plague samples. I got so many plague samples from that. That's actually really impressive. I also searched the grocery store across the road and the medical centre next door. And whenever I get into a spot of trouble I simply can't handle with my fists, well, technically my hammer/knife, I just run back to my landmines and let them deal with the problem. Yes, that's what I like to see. Everybody follow me now. After the full night of looting, we've got plenty of resources, and I've even got enough chemicals to upgrade the infirmary to level 2. Now we can recover health massively, and Hastings being knackered, I take over as Stuart, then realise my issue. I've used up all of the bloody building materials. All I need is 1 sack just to prevent the infirmary from breaking down. So firstly I head back to the warehouse we looted earlier and make it our second outpost. Now we are gaining 1 building mat a day. This should be enough to prevent breakdown, but just in case I want 1 additional sack just to be safe. I know of 2 unfinished houses fairly nearby that will have everything I need, but seeing as 1 is heavily infested I decide to go a different route. But don't get it twisted, this is still a very dangerous mission. We're heading towards a Dewey's Hardware deep into plague territory. But in all honesty, I didn't know how deep into plague territory I was going. Oh my lord. There's 5 plague hearts per year? What the shit? Well, this mission just become a lot more dangerous. It's too dark and I'm not well equipped enough to be taking on plague hearts, especially 5 black ones in a row. I make a start by scouting the area from the billboard nearby, and then it's time to get to sneaking. The last thing I want to do is wake up another heart and make our growing infestation problem even bigger. So remaining stealthy is the optimum strat. I enter the hardware store and start searching very slowly. In the first container I find absinthe. In the second I find loads of shit, none of which I need. In the third I find a molly and some seeds, which will definitely come in handy, but is not what I'm looking for. So that leaves my 4th and final container. For fuck's sake. Well, this has been a massive, dangerous waste of time. It's probably for the best to get out of here. So with the sun rising and the stench of failure on our breath, we make our way back to base. Seeing as there's 72 plague hearts, we've got to get cracking and use the most of the daylight as possible. But seeing as this will be my first black heart since the curveball's beta, I'm not sure exactly how best to prepare. I figure I should be safe with enough artillery to overthrow a third world government. If we struggle to take down this heart with everything we're packing, we could be in some serious trouble. And for once, I'm not talking about my driving. Not a great start, is it? And with the car right side up, I make my way over to the first play cart. Knowing things could get very explosive, I make sure to park the car a good distance away, but still close enough that I can climb onto if I need it. I thought this would be a great heart to start with, seeing as there's a convenient platform I can stand on and shoot it through the window. I'm also pretty sure I'm high enough to avoid any bloater clouds. Okay, so let's get shit started with 3350 cal rounds. It takes 2750 cal ammo and over 1 minute 15 seconds, and that's just the first phase. Okay, right, we got a first phase. And seeing as we now have crowds piling through the window to, well, I don't know, defend it or something, I toss my first molly to burn them all up. At the very least, it's very pretty. I then put the last few 50 cal rounds into it, and after re-equipping my Stormbringer, it's time to go for a little run. I headbutt my way through a window, hoping the crowds will follow, and lob a remote grenade before running in to try and hit it. Well, that didn't go to plan. Seeing as the crowds are already getting too much, I dip out and detonate the explosives, and dash back to my car to allow my stamina to regain. And once Stuart has caught her breath, we get ready to go back in. And hopefully this time we can use the explosives to clear more of the crowd. I dip into the corner and start smacking shit just as zombies are piling through the window. And I barrel roll my way through all their legs to try and drop some explosives. Well, that should have at least killed some bloody zombies at least. It certainly did, but I'd say nowhere near enough. And while it's just me and it, I get some power swings into it. Then as the crowds start to reappear, I start rolling about to allow the maximum capacity in the room before I drop a molly. And we're going fire. I then exit the front, closing the door behind me to allow the maximum amount of burnage. In theory, at least. I then burst back through and start whacking the shit out of the playcart. Without a doubt, need a heavy weapon to be dealing with this. The last 3 Zeds enter the room, so I blast them with the rifle, and finally get some good one-on-one time with the playcart. High on a copious amount of caffeine, over the next minute I repeatedly batter the heart and a few more Zeds that have decided to turn up. And that finally completes the second phase. I still have to repeat this process another time, and that would just be 1 out of 72 playcarts. I think I might need a better strategy long term. The cloud is still active and a few Zeds have come through the window, so I drop another frag. But that might have been a mistake as it's attracted another nearby horde. So I run back inside and start hitting it again, in the hope I can get them all in the same room and blow them up with 1 frag. In the end, I throw myself out of the window and toss an explosive behind me. And while that does a decent job of clearing the room, there's still some stragglers outside I've got to handle. I can say for certain the one thing I've learned is it's so much easier to be silent. But with the final zombie taken care of and caffeine still coursing through my veins, I go back inside and start power hitting the bitch, even if I am ankle deep in zombies right now. I repeat the same strat I used for the second phase, but this time only managed to beat the shit out of it for 30 seconds before a screamer turns up. And seeing it's one of those squirty ones, I throw myself out of the window and shoot it from safety. Then it's back to beating the thing with my heavy weapon. But unfortunately that won't be for long, as the screamer and gunshot have attracted more knobheads. As they start to gather, I drop another frag and dip, but that's only enough to clear the first wave. There's plenty more piling through that window. I toss 1 final frag and dip out the front, and thankfully that's enough. Oh, we got it! Holy shit! Not only was that insanely tough, but it also used up a lot of resources. Even without explosives, that was a lot of stamina items. And there's another 71 of these things I've got to eliminate. And the only freak we had spawn was actually a screamer. It's fair to say things are going to get pretty crazy as we increase our standing. I then finish off the last of the knobheads that have gathered, because I want to be able to loot this big bitch. Alright, so nothing to shout about, but free loot is free loot. Assuming you count spending the last 15 minutes the way I have, as cost free. I make my way back to base and unload, then notice a siege site building nearby. A level 1 siege site that turns into a level 2 just as I get there. Great. But that doesn't worry me, 1 firebomb sorts that right out. Get wrecked, you bitch. But hang on a second, level 2 siege sites usually have ferals in, don't they? Yes, they do. I collect the ammo the feral dropped, then head inside the shed to see if there's anything else zombies could have dropped. Oh god, no, just a bloater, Don't worry about the bloater. My lord, that's a lot of zombies. Holy shit. I get in the car to make my escape, but not very far, as I want to see if the enclave next door have any building materials for sale. Yes, I know I have just sort of dragged multiple hordes to your home. Do you think I could... Nope, you don't want to talk to me? But sadly, they're not in the mood for business dealings. You're on your own there, love. You're on your own. But hey, don't look at me like I'm the bad guy. I just mowed down like 30% of the horde that I attracted. I start climbing a billboard nearby just as the bullet benefactor curveball activates, which is really handy considering how much ammo I need to take down playcarts right now. I then come up with the genius plan of collecting building materials for one of these unfinished houses. One of them's infested with juggernauts and ferals, and the other is right next door to the one that's infested with juggernauts and ferals. So overall this is a lose-lose situation, but when needs must, you gotta make sacrifices. And for once I just hope I'm not sacrificing human lives. There's a couple of zombs in the unfinished house, and I'm gonna have to deal with them quieter than silent repellent if I don't want to have to deal with that infestation. On second thoughts, I think it might already be too late. Okay. Oh, Jesus! Oh yeah, I'd say it's definitely too late. I tried to escape, but the bastard tackles me for the second time, and my plague meter just keeps ticking up. I managed to put some distance between me and the smackhead, then Gunslinger can deal with the little prick's armor. But that much unsuppressed gunfire near that infestation is only going to lead to trouble. It looks like I'm going back to sneaking about to try and outsmart them. Or I could just toss a firebomb into the crowd and hope the flames do the work for me. Different strats for different twats. I mean, I don't know what I was thinking, I'll be honest. But that sums up like 85% of all of your plans. Come on, spread! Let the fire spread! That's the way! And that sums up the other 15%. I managed to confuse the rest by running through some gardens and hopping some fences, and I find exactly what I'm after in the first container I search. And I'm almost certain there would be a second in here somewhere, but maybe it's best not to get greedy. Where did he come from? Oh my god, there's another juggernaut! What the fuck? So I sprint back to my car and drive away. Oof. Well, that was quite a dangerous mission, but I do feel that we should be taking on another play cart, which is exactly what I'm gonna do. First, I collect the supply crate the bullet benefactor left, all things I'm sure I can put to good use. Then I head to the ammo shop just around the corner from base and turn it into my third outpost. But at that point, it's time to give Stuart the rest, so I swap to Hastings. And this little blonde bombshell is about to take on 2 black hearts. I grab as much equipment as I suspect I'll need, then make our way over to the scene of battle. The reason I'm trying to claim hearts on this side of the map is because I want the brewery just up the road as my next base. So high on ketamine, I charge into the belly of the beast and start battering the bitch like it's dating Jonathan Majors. And my strat here is just to hit it as many times and as powerfully as possible, but unfortunately I get bit from my blind spot. I'd say that's probably a pretty shit start. So once he's beaten off to completion, I drop a rocket pod and retreat. You get these from the Red Talon Prestige Trader, and one of Hastings or Stuart had them in their inventory when I pulled them out of the legacy pool. And while they won't do a lot of damage to the heart, they'll do a really good job of making sure there's nothing else alive in that barn. And with everything cleared, I run in and start battering it, and this time the phase comes much quicker. It's almost as if the 50 cal is not the way to go on this thing. Have a molly, you prick. In comparison to the first heart, I've been proper stealthy, but even so, hordes have been attracted to our location. It's almost as if the rocket pods I set off were super loud or something. Nah, that can't be right. I tell you what, I'll just drop another to be safe. And with them going off nowhere near the heart, I need to do everything I can to filter the hordes through those explosions for maximum impact. And the best way to do that is with multiple roly-polies. As I come around the backside of the barn, I spot a screamer and take him out. The last thing I want is him calling more mates, especially when we're doing such a good job of being stealthy. I then go in and batter it for another 30 seconds, doing my best to take out all the stragglers that have turned up late. And that's when I spot a bloater charging towards me. But unfortunately, the fucker can't hold his load and blows too soon. Can't relate. I toss a napalm grenade, but the explosion just confirms what I already knew. The cloud was not close enough. I then heavy hit it for another minute until it starts to phase. Oh no, 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 no. Remember, the gas cloud is bigger and can set you on fire if you're not quick enough. But to be honest, I probably should have been more worried about my own actions. When will I ever learn? I continuously fight off the hordes while the gases spew out of the heart, but as more and more approach me, it's clear I can't take them all on in hand-to-hand combat. I am gonna napalm. Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, I'm about to get burst on flames. I managed to avoid burning myself and another bloater burst into flames, but nowhere where they could do any proper damage. That should at least eliminate all the zombies. Well, maybe not quite all of them, but it certainly did a bloody good job. And once they're all dead, I go back in and start hitting it again, very conscious about how close I am to infection. I'm basically a Plague Z sneeze away from becoming very unwell. So as I'm sure you can imagine, the last thing I want to see is another bloody horde coming towards me. So I drop more frags to eliminate the threat, even if that does cover me in zombie guts. Shame that doesn't work like scent block, eh? But they still continue to come, so I drop another frag. Frag it out, frag it out, frag it out. I get warned that a feral's in the area just as the explosion goes off. Great, feral, where's the feral? I stand my ground, keep my cool, and 4 headshots gets the job done. I'm sure there's plenty of people out there who could have got the job done in 3, but there's nothing wrong with a cheeky double tap. I'm grateful to say a final 20 seconds of battering gets the job done. Yes! Jesus! I have plenty of time to loot it and immediately use that first aid kit. That may have sorted out my health problems, but I'm still a fly's dick away from infection. But thankfully I've been collecting play examples like the Pokemon cards, so I head back home and use the infirmary to activate infection therapy. That'll eliminate my partial infection for just 3 play examples. Simply put, that's probably going to be the way I survive this playthrough. As I'm sure you can imagine, at this point I'm starting to run low on supplies. Most worryingly is my lack of stamina items, so I grab my final 5 stims and 2 stacks of grenades and head back out into the field. I climb the billboard across from the base I want and do a little bit of scouting about. The base is still still threatened by 2 hearts, 2 awake and 2 asleep. The 2 awake are south of us, the 2 asleep are north. Well, it would make sense to take on the awake ones to help prevent the spread of infestation. So I head into the fire station to have a little scope about. In all honesty, my hope here was that it was in a place I could block off with my car and I could get a cheap victory. If only I was that lucky. After eliminating the fuse heads inside, I find the heart in the gents' bathroom. And seeing as there's no obvious cheesy strat, just start beating the bloody thing. But it doesn't take very long at all for the crowds to catch up to me. So I drop a frag and roly-poly out of the room, as I'll have more room to fight whatever is left over from the explosion. But while I'm fighting them all off, there's one thing I ever noticed that could be my downfall. A bloater is approaching. I try entering back into the room to get more hits off, but the crowds are simply too much, so I'm gonna have to whip out the gun. The one thing I've noticed about this mod is bullets are better left for the undead, and it's so much more beneficial to attack hearts with a heavy weapon. That's when it happens.
Oh my god. Oh my god, no, no, no! Shit! I can't move! If I move... Wait! Hang on! Oh my god! This is mental! Right, well... Oh my god, it's dead!
No idea how to explain that, we need an action replay.
Oh my god, no, no, no!
I managed to shoot the bloater before it gets too close, but its cloud is blocking my only exit.
I can't move!
At the same time, the plague heart starts phasing, and a second bloater comes around the corner. The fire from the heart ignites the bloater, making room for my escape, and I can roly-poly my way out, surprisingly not in a life-threatening condition.
Right, well... Oh my god, it's dead! It's dead!
If anyone has a better explanation, please let me know in the comment section. The only thing confusing me is why the plague heart started phasing so quickly. Then I get surprised attack by a bitch hiding out in a room.
Oh, you twat!
Simply refusing to die, Hastings throws herself out of the window and over the wall. She can then inject the cure, thank fuck I brought 2. I decide against trying to loot it, seeing how dangerous that room is right now, and instead make our way to the next heart. Sadly, this isn't one of those barns that allow me to use a cheese strat, so after leaving my car a safe distance away from explosive damage, I once again run in and start battering it high on Adderall. Gratefully, this area is much quieter, and I'm able to get the first phase completed in just 30 seconds of heavy hits.
Okay, no.
Then while the heart is phasing, I take on the hordes that are coming completely hand to hand. For once, I'm trying to be quiet to not attract any more trouble.
We're trying to stay silent, so I'm not using guns. I know, it's a new thing I'm trying out.
Although the hordes that are coming seem to be a bit too big to take on with one woman and her metal stick, so it's back to fragging.
I think that really hurt it.
Yeah, probably, mate. Probably.
After looping around, I go back to the smack and roll tactic. Then once the crowds are big enough, I drop a frag. Obviously, mollies would be better, but you gotta use what you got. I then use gunslinger to finish off the rest. Then 20 seconds of repeated heavy hits before I gotta dodge out and take out any knobheads who've been attracted. That strat gets repeated twice before we complete the second phase. With the sun nearly set, I feel slightly rushed, so try going full auto with the Stormbringer. That was arguably a terrible decision. More and more zombies are heading to my location, and Hastings has decided she needs a nap. I do some roly-polies back through the barn, not realising the gas is still active, but also drop a frag behind me to help clear out some of those hordes. But there's still so many about, it's actually kind of ridiculous. I spot a bloater on his way and try to coax him inside, but the only thing I've got that could possibly ignite him is frag grenades, and I'm not even sure if that's possible. The bloater makes its way into the barn as I dodge through all the crowds.
Come on, bloater's gonna pop,
So I drop a frag grenade, but it's nowhere near the bloater. It trips and falls over nowhere near the blast radius, so I'm forced to throw another. It might have done no damage on the play card, but it certainly cleared the barn and allowed me to get back into it. Then finally, after another 50 seconds of battering and dodging stragglers,
come on! You're so teasing! Oh my god.
I can then quickly collect the loot and finally get the bloody hell out of here. Still need to take out another 2 hearts before the base I want is safe, but that shit can wait till daytime. I finally get back home and unload my spoils of war, but something seems off with the community. I speak to Nichols, who tells me he's getting sick, but not with blood plague, a bloody cold. And that is thanks to the under the weather curveball. With a high chance of failing a fast search, something I'm particularly known for, we also get poor firearm handling and a lower efficiency from stimulants. This bug going around already has the potential to cause massive problems to our 3 heroes. Well, it's a bloody good thing 2 of which are members of the Red Talon cleaning up the nation team. Ah, for fuck's sake. Alright, it's fine. Look, it's not ideal. Nichols might not be a gunslinging badass like our lady friends, but he's still more than capable of delivering some medical supplies to sort out this illness. There's a small selection of 3 houses near base I'm yet to search, and one of them likely contains medical supplies. So after the obligatory J-turn, and dealing with a feral that has a thing for my rear end, I enter the nearby garage and find a sack of fuel supplies. Obviously not what I'm after, after right now, but I need plenty of fuel to keep my outpost defenses running strong. And you might notice the horde that's attacking me currently are also crafted from a curveball. This time it's zombie burnout. They might be weak to my melee attacks, but they hit harder as a result, which is easy, I'll just avoid getting hit.
Oh, no, Jesus.
Also a tactical misplay on my behalf, giving Nichols a heavy weapon here, especially when he has the skill swordsplay. After waiting for my stamina to regain while stood on a nearby car, I can then fully deal with our glass cannon fiends, all while not taking a single smidge of damage. Perhaps Nichols is actually our chosen one.
Disgusting. Oh, God. Oh, shit. I managed to avoid the first one.
With another 2 dickheads taken care of, I find ourselves some medical supplies. Thank fuck for that. Just what I need to sort out this illness. So I go back to base and deposit the meds.
I get a couple more. I'll go get a couple more? What do you mean you go get a couple more?
Yeah, so apparently I need a couple more sacks to sort out this illness. Jesus Christ, what kind of illness do these bastards have? Last time I needed this many meds, I'd spent the night with my ex-girlfriend. Never before has the term antibiotic resistance been more applicable. To see if it's a glitch, I try pulling the sack out and putting it back in like I'm Jay from the In-Betweeners, but it unfortunately has no effect on the curveball. So instead I'm like, fuck it, and put out a second sack, because some friends of ours are also seeking medical supplies. And once I've given them the meds, they should become allied and allow me to recruit one of them for free. And seeing as I need an extra 3 people to move into the base I'm after, I would say this is a good use of the meds. Unlike the meds I got after my last visit to my ex-girlfriend, of course. So I make my way over to the scrappers, ignoring the second siege site that has formed. My current siege defense plan is to simply move before it becomes an issue. I rock up to the scrappers place surrounded by 2 hordes, so it's looking like Nichols is gonna have to fight for his life if he wants to help recruit some new blood. Thankfully our boy has a mean swing on him. Well, technically it's the zombie's weakness to melee, but let's not dent the bloke's confidence, is it? With my horde dealt with, I head around the back to see how the lads are getting on. Not well, it seems. So I do what I gotta do in order to help.
Yeah, this is risky. But it worked. Can't say it didn't work. Definitely worked.
But the thing with frag grenades is they tend to be a little loud.
We have, bigger problems now.
I try giving them the supplies, but they're all giving me the silent treatment, so I head back outside where shit is well and truly kicking off. These guys are on the verge of allied status. It's crucial that I keep them all alive if I want to recruit them and move to a base sooner rather than later. But Nichols is also one unfit lad, so I do what anyone would do in this situation. Perform vehicular manslaughter, or zomslaughter to be more precise.
Use the arse of the car. As long as there's no bloaters, I am living life right there.
And living life right now is what I certainly do.
Okay, I think I might have run over my friend.
After a few more rounds of weaponizing my rear end and an unfortunate lunge.
Oh god, yeah, bit. Bad time to crouch there.
We take out the last of the zombs. I make sure to collect all the nearby plague samples, then give the medical supplies to our friend this dickhead. With them now allied, I get to choose who I'd like to recruit. We have Norbert, the cardiovascular god with room to learn new skills. Our mate Mike, who's nearly dead but knows her way around a heavy tool. Could definitely be useful. And last but not least, Rachel, another nearly dead who's a massive fan of cooking up substances, but not much experience elsewhere. But before we make our decision, I buy back the med sack for less than I got for giving it to them, and also those toolkits. I then make the decision to recruit Rachel, which I might regret instantly.
A blood plague victim? No. Give a cure. It's the only cure I've got.
Thankfully, she's happy to ram a random needle a bloke she barely knows just gave her straight into her neck. You know what? I think she's gonna fit right in. I then decide to give her a lift back to base so she doesn't get eviscerated by that siege site. Once we get back, I transfer the med supplies, and it seems we only need one more to sort out this pissing curveball. So it looks like it's time for Nichols to go on a dangerous mission. According to my map, there's a ransacked clinic that should have what I need, but it's a building with a plague cart in. And it's also surrounded by another 4, but I'm sure that won't be an issue, right? I decide to try and play it safe by parking the car across the road from my destination, and that ends up with me doing reverse donuts to try and get a dickhead off my bonnet.
Bad zombie.
And because loud engine attracts dickheads, I've got to do a little bit more of tidy up. I guess I'm gonna have to use one of those toolkits sooner than I expected. Leaving the car behind, I climb the nearby billboard and feast my eyes over a problem we're gonna have to solve at some point. That's 5 plague carts within shitting distance of each other, but that's a problem for future me to worry about. For now, I need a good case of medical supplies. And I really don't get why people keep telling me I gotta be stealthy in this game. It's clearly not good for my health. Arched back and strain on the knees, this shit is a health and safety nightmare. Anyway, I discover the back door to the clinic is locked, and unfortunately I've got to take out a zombie that spotted me, which riles up the dickheads in the clinic. So at this point, my best bet is just to go for it. I briefly consider fighting them, but decide that's a bad play, and instead run out the front to try and lure them all away. And surprisingly, this plan works out flawlessly. Alright, well maybe not flawlessly, but at least I'm not currently being ripped to shreds by a juggernaut. It's called optimism, maybe you should try it once in a while. Anyway, it's time for one of my tactical master plans. Firstly, I toss one of my frag grenades behind me, so that'll lure all the hordes to that location. I then fucking leg it, breaking the line of sight, and put as many obstacles between me and the zombies chasing me. That certainly seems to have worked, seeing as there's nothing chasing me, but oh no, they're just chilling in that bloody clinic. It looks like I'm gonna need a new plan. Oh wait, hang on, no, zombies coming out.
Apparently they're blind.
Okay, great, that's made things surprisingly much easier. Especially as after the mini-map zooms in, you can see all the deads are actually outside. Which means I can perfectly safely search the clinic and pocket myself some medical supplies. And you know what, that looting went so well, I'm actually going to search this restaurant across the road and actually bring home an extra sack of food supplies. Providing that feral doesn't cause me any issues, of course.
Yes, he is. Yes, he is. Yes, he is.
Notice the genius decision to get in the back. That way he assaults my back doors and on my drive. Oh, for fuck's sake, man. This inevitably ends with me getting ripped out by the crackhead, but thankfully I can make my escape before I get fully disemboweled. After taking refuge on the car, I take out the crackhead with a perfect 3-part headshot. I have to very quickly get the fuck out to avoid the oncoming hordes. Well, that was very much squeaky bum time, but gratefully I get back in one piece and deposit the supplies, which gratefully puts an end to that bloody curveball. Then after checking Nichols into the infirmary, I take control of Stuart. And Stuart's mission is simple enough. Chat to some former medical professionals so we can get some reliable bloody healthcare. If only if it was that simple to do in real life, am I right? Bloody political scumbags. So as the sun rises, I make my way to the Bonesaws, who have set up base in the very heart of plague territory. There's literally a plague heart right next door, boys. What the fuck are you doing, like? But as long as I'm quiet and quick, 2 things my missus tells me I'm great at, I should be able to do the quest with no problems whatsoever. Who the fuck are these dickheads? Raiders are attacking. Well, that kinda nullifies my quick and quiet approach. Thankfully, Stuart has zero concerns about spilling human blood. If this game had friendly fire, she'd have taken out 2/3 of the Bonesaws right there and then. And given how ever-present the hordes in this mod are, my unsuppressed Stormbringer certainly draws plenty of unwanted attention. Like, oh so much bloody attention. If only I had a molly on me. I dash outside and try to draw them away, as I can't let them die before I get the influence for fighting off them hostiles. Stuart hits them with a cheeky 1-2 dodge combo, and after much pushing, stabbing and battering, and I suppose the occasional stamp on the face, Stuart pretty much single-handedly clears the horde. She then chats to their leader, Sonny Jim, who's like, "Aye, Soundbud, thanks for saving our bacon and that." They've even sorted me out with a sack of medical supplies. Could have done with them half an hour ago, but better late than never, I suppose. And of course I use my degree in apocalyptic economics to loot the corpses we just made and sell everything back to the Bonesaws, with an increased price thanks to my first positive curveball. Gotta love the finer things in life, am I right? Oh yes, gotta love the finer things, like screwdrivers and broken handguns. I need 1500 influence to claim the brewery base, so I'd say this has certainly come at the right time. Then seeing as we've come all this way and not wanting to waste fuel, I decide to do them a second favour and take out the plague heart next door. But not before I unload that heavy sack of meds. Although to be honest, that's a bit disingenuous of me, as I need to take down this heart to claim the base I'm after, and the fact that they're right next door, I could possibly use them as a distraction. But don't worry, I'm sure they'll be fine. Nothing bad ever happens to NPCs, especially while I'm around. I'm like the NPC messiah, and once I've made the neighbourhood a little bit safer, I head on in and start battering the big bitch. I get 4 or 5 heavy hits on it before the crowds start to show up.
There's a feral coming, and the back door is open.
And the one thing you should never do around ferals is leave your back door open. Those bastards will take advantage.
Oh! Yes! Oh, we killed the feral. I don't know how I managed that.
But at this point, the cat is well and truly out of the bag.
There's a horde on its way.
As they breach through my rear, I realise it's time for a tactical retreat. But not before dropping a frag. I drop a second, which basically deals with the horde. Then I can loop back around and continue my heavy assault, which gratefully completes the first phase.
Oh, nice. No, I'm stuck. No, I'm not. I'm on fire.
And as if that wasn't hard enough.
Oh god. Right, more ferals.
Me and everyone's least favourite crackhead go toe-to-toe, each leaving a significant amount of damage on the other. But ultimately, Stuart is simply built different. I loop back around the second heart, you know, the one I'm not fighting, and get back to the scene of my assault.
Oh my god, why are they upstairs? How are they floating? We got flying zombies. How am I supposed to compete with that, chat?
Against my new adversaries, I keep a stealthy approach. Well, at least I attempt to. Then after a couple of successful face stomps, I head back inside, making sure to shut all 3 doors. They might still be able to smash them down and come through windows, but if I can slow them down by even half a second, I'll bloody take it. I continue battering with a heavy weapon, and it seems, for now at least, zombies are leaving me alone. Albeit I can hear something making noises outside. And being the inquisitive twat I am, I decide to go and investigate.
Oh god.
What ensues is another epic roly-poly battle. He leaves his mark on me, but I obliterate him with my assault rifle.
Gotcha, motherfucker.
And seeing as my unsuppressed gunfire has once again attracted an unhealthy amount of attention, I decide I need a bit of backup. But I simply refuse to pay for it. But not from any sense of morality, I'm just a massive cheapskate.
I'm sorry guys, but I'm assuming they'll be alright.
I quickly dash to the other side of the house so the hordes have to literally go through the Bonesaws to get to me. Don't worry, I'm sure they'll be able to handle it.
Well look, I am kind of helping.
I then sneak around the back of their garden garden and go back to battering the heart, successfully completing the second phase. And this time I don't even set myself on fire. I do a bit of tidy up around the back while I wait for the gases to dissipate. Meanwhile, the bone souls seem to be enjoying themselves.
Bone souls are sort of dealing with the horde next door.
But it seems my Plagueheart assault has only gone and drawn more hordes.
I'm sorry to do this, bone souls.
The thing is, they're handling the previous horde so well, what's an extra 20 zombies on top of that? Okay, 20 zombies and a feral, but the feral wasn't even my fault. He literally came from their side of the fence line, you know, nothing to do with me whatsoever. But look, I'm always happy to help, so how about I take down the feral and we'll call it even.
If I can kill the feral this side, that will lead all the hordes this way, in my head anyway.
But unfortunately, we don't get that far.
Oh, hang on, the bone souls are gone. Oh, bollocks.
Can I get an RIP for the bone souls in the comment section? They fought valiantly and taught us all a valuable lesson. Don't hire doctors to do your fighting for you. But without them as a distraction, we now have a much more serious problem. How the fuck are we gonna deal with these dickheads? I start by heading west further away from the Plagueheart, then blasting the absolute shit out of the feral with my unsuppressed assault rifle.
Now all the zombies know exactly where I am too.
So while the hordes make their way to my location, I decide to quickly search this collapsing shed and find the greatest gift I could find.
Oh, Molly, 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 Molly!
Ba-na-na-na-na-na. With the correct application, this could be the way I deal with all those zombies. I just need to bide my time. So I go back in and assault the heart, although this time much slower as I'm completely out of stamina items. I continue to batter away, but the heart is calling all the hordes nearby. The back door bursts open and I decide this is my time. I toss the molly into the crowd and dodge my way out of the door, only slightly singeing an eyebrow in the process. I regain my stamina on a car nearby, but I'm sad to admit that molly simply wasn't enough. In my desperation, I turned to a tactic I didn't want to do. Full auto, baby!
Don't know why I tried that, but it is what it is.
But the crowds are simply too much and my ammo supplies are simply too little. So it's time to go back to vehicular slaughter, baby. This surprisingly goes very well and I didn't even lose the car in the process. Although it does seem I run down one of the reanimated corpses of the bone souls. May they rest in pieces. And with the majority of the crowds dealt with, I can pretty simply finish off the Plagueheart. I get plenty of time to loot it, then make our way back to base. And if you ever want to see any of the strats I've used so far in this series in more detail, there's a playlist on the channel called Live Streams where you can find all of my VODs. I'll leave it linked in the description for you. I get back and load and remove Stuart's partial infection with infection therapy. Then after a quick stock up of resources, it's time to get back on the road to deal with more Plaguehearts. This is the final one I need to take out before I can claim the brewery. All I'll need then is the 1500 influence and the 2 extra people. If only I had another enclave on the verge of allied status. I park up and loot the nearby military truck before starting my attack. First I pop smoke for cover before starting beating the thing with my drive shaft. Unfortunately I can't quite pull this off as zombies keep getting in the way of my swings.
Trying to fight the heart, not the zombies. This looks cool though.
So the smoke fades before I can do any real damage, then I revert to my usual strat.
Light him up.
I drop the Molotov and the entire room engulfs in flames. Myself included, of course. The fire is probably your best weapon against this many Zeds. It'll spread amongst them and ignoring the shrieks as their skin dissolves from the intense heat of burning petrol. It's actually pretty quiet. Then with Stuart shin deep in burned corpses, we get the smack in the Plagueheart. But with no one in the area to contest her assault, she happily completes the first phase and doesn't even set herself on fire in the process. That's what I'd call finally learning my lesson. It's so great to finally grow as a human being. Alright, yeah, then I just walk straight into the fucking gas. What a moron. And then another feral decides he wants to play a game, but with snacks being my only stamina items, I'm not getting in a roly-poly battle with this prick. Go fuck yourself, you crackhead. Maybe next time you'll evolve to be able to climb up a small ledge. But once again, that gunfight may have attracted 1 or 2 dickheads. Oh, but you should use a suppressor. They're dead quiet and that, innit? Oh, piss off, you bellend. Suppressors do next to fuck all in this difficulty. It's like trying to hide the sounds of your parents shagging next door with a bloody Tickle Me Elmo. And yes, I'm also in a very precarious situation right now. But would you believe me if I said this was all part of my plan? With the right timing, I managed to hit the heart and keep off the hordes, as I'm crammed in a tight space and they continue to pile into the kitchen. And also dodging through the crowds will temporarily stun them.
You know what? I think it's time. Burn, baby, burn.
The plan works almost flawlessly. By the time I re-enter the house around the back, all the corpses have burnt up and there's just a couple of stragglers outside. And with that, I can complete the second phase just as they catch up to me. But by delaying my retreat half a second, that allows the flammable gases to ignite on the zombs, which they do technically pass on to me. But hey, that potentially might save me a molly. Climbing on the car outside, I noticed there's a bloater in that building. And if I could ignite him right next to that heart, that'll save me like 5 minutes of smacking and dodging. So I ready my firebombs and get into position. But unfortunately, the throw comes up agonizingly short. But hopefully I should at least thin out some of that horde. I make my way through the side window and assess the situation. Everyone is now outside and I need to capitalize on this situation. Time to beat some pulsating meat. I assumed the bloater had gone up in flames outside, but I was was mistaken. As he attempts to sneak up on me, I dash out of the kitchen, but it turns out there's another. He snuck through the back while I was focused on the front. Now his load traps me in the bathroom with no window to escape from. But if you trap a dragon, you're likely to get burnt. Holy shit, I need to write a motivational book. And that's just some of the shit that comes out of my mouth while I'm hungover on a Wednesday morning. Imagine what I could come up with when I'm on top of my game. Anyway, that's cleared the room enough so I can start battering the heart again. That is until I need to retreat because of our crackhead problem. A couple of headshots puts him to rest. Then with massive crowds bearing down on my location, Stuart can charge in and show off her impressive palm strength. Oh! Hardest palms in the west, my friend. Or the north, south, or east. I'll be honest, I don't know where Mika Valley's based. I barricade myself in the gun shed out back and very quickly start searching all the containers for valuable items. After finding bullets, a pipe bomb, and an ammo resource, the crowds have started to gather outside my door. Well, that's probably my cue to get the fuck out of here. Thankfully, I've still got my driver's side door to escape relatively safely. I head back to my outpost, which still has 20 minutes of landmine defenses. Then after unloading some of my loot, I use up my final toolkit. Ideally, I need to recruit someone with the mechanics skill. I then head back to base as Hastings has some intel for me. Zombies are starting to mutate. And of all the mutations you could possibly have, this is the last you'd want in this mod. You'll find out exactly which soon enough. But first I promote Hastings as leader and take control of her. She's decided to help out some neighbours with a food issue. And funnily enough, we've actually got plenty of food. Probably from all that rationing I've been doing. Shit, sorry, no, not rationing. Fasting. Yes, we've become healthy. We're fasting. 16-8 and all that, innit? But unfortunately I never get to my destination as the game crashes. Don't crash. You bastard! Usually I'd edit around a game crash for cinematic consistency, but this time the game properly screwed me. Oh, do not say, oh, you bastard! You bastard! The game puts me safely back at home, but the car is in the exact same place as when the game crashed. 400 twatting meters away. But as the lethal zone gods take with one hand, they give with another. Usually the alcoholic enclave is a massive burden, but by saving them then rejecting their first mission, after a while they'll ask if they can join the gang and we'll have enough people to move to the brewery. But first I just need to reclaim my car. Typically my journey takes me past an infestation, but with a single feral, my only real opposition, I deal with it appropriately. And would you look at that? A suppressor for my troubles. And while I'm running past, I decide to deal with the rest of the infestation, which obviously goes well. Oh, you twat. It's also at this point I realise the mutated zombies are gunk zombies. I'm sure you'll agree not an ideal situation to be in. Now I can't realistically fight with melee as I'll take damage. I also don't want to use up too much of my bullet supply, especially as every shot will draw more. Well, it's a good thing you just found that suppressor, innit? Shut up, you twats. I finally get to my car and make my way over to save the stranded alcoholic, which goes well. Oh, Jesus! That is not a good mutation to have with this mod. And I haven't even attempted to save the guy yet. You fucking monsters! What the hell are you on about? There's nobody around you. You must be on about all the demons from the excessive alcohol consumption. I'm trying to save you, woman. Please stay still. Oh god. With the hordes rapidly growing out of control and me not able to take them out with melee, we're stuck between a rock and a shit place. Thankfully that shit place is a Newport, otherwise we'd be really screwed. Fucking just stay still long enough. The fucker just needs to follow me back to my car. Shit. Let me talk to you for Christ's sake. You're gonna die. Oh my god. This person's dead. This person's dead. I only know of one surefire play to get out of this situation, and I'm all out of Molotovs. It's time for more vehicular Zomslaughter, baby. After ploughing through the crowds like a drunken celebrity, I rush back inside to finish the job. But when no igniter bullshit is about to get loud. But as long as I can clear the crowds before more appear, I should be okay. For the love of God, man. Talk to me. Oh, for Christ's sake. Get you now, Matthew. Yes, come on. For the love of God, Matthew. Get in the pissing car. Thankfully, get in the car before the gunk Zeds fully drown either of us. But the escape has sure left its toll on our only vehicle. I need another bloody toolkit. But for now, I'll just settle for dropping off this bloody alcoholic. They tell me they're setting up a still, and I'm like, don't even fucking go there, you silly prick. But hey, at least they're safe. Step 1 of the plan has been completed. As the sun starts to set, it's time for me to go into loot mode. Starting by climbing a cell tower in the southwest portion of the map, I discover there's just a casual 10 hearts surrounding Whitney Field. Jesus Christ, I'm glad I'm not going for that bloody base. I collect plenty of fuel from the fuel tank next door, and a second from the Bronto gas station. But as I've only got 4 slots in the boot, I need to unload my goodies before I can really start my looting plan. I can also help out another enclave with their food problem, which will hopefully gain me more allies and potential recruits. So all I need to do is get back to base. No, shit! Oh my god! Get away. Thankfully I'm carrying 2 cures on me, but I really don't need the additional damage on my car. And inevitably inevitably I've also got to deal with another bloody crackhead. You might also notice I've attached the suppressor. Let's not talk about it. I then make the risky dash to my car. Risky because I've got no driver's side door. But gratefully I make my escape. Although when I get back I make the decision to swap out to Stuart, who's overall in a much better condition. She's also grabbed a sack of food so she can sort out Manuel, which goes well.
You seem alright. I guess you can come in.
I should hope I'm allowed to come in. I'm the one with your bloody food, you bellend. I give them the food, but the bastards remain neutral. So I pinch their building mats and pipe bombs and get the fuck out of there. My plan is to head back to the area I was at earlier, because there's a building that always spawns 2 building mats and a fuel resource. Oh, you fuck off! Where did he come from? Imagine being that kind of sneaky prick. What a bastard. Gratefully it happened in an area where not much was happening, so I can get back in my car and complete the journey. Although a screamer means this is about to get so much more difficult. As the screamer does this thing, zombies pile out of the surrounding buildings in numbers I've never seen before. This just becomes so much more difficult. Have that, you prick. With the gunk mutation over, I can finally get back to fighting hand to hand, but the only stamina items I have are snacks, and that makes fighting hordes like this so much more perilous. Oh my god, oh my god. A molly. Oh, hang on, do I have mollies? I do have mollies. They really do an excellent job of thinning out the hordes, but when I start fighting the stragglers, more and more just appear. And fighting like this is rather difficult, especially when your stamina drains faster than my social battery at a family gathering. I can regain on here. Oh, you bastard! How the fuck did you do that? Pulling me off my caravan! I have never seen that before. Glitch or feature? I'll let you decide in the comment section. I use up my final 2 mollies, but it's simply no use. Oh my god, there's more! There's more! There's more! There's always bloody more! A smarter man will retreat and come back another day, but I am not a smart man. Instead, I charge into the building I need to and stab a screamer in the face. Hordes hot on my tail, I search the container I need to and collect my thirst of free resources. I barely make it out of the store alive, infection meter ticking away all the more. Right now, I just need to drop off these supplies. I lead the hordes around the back of the army store, and I loop back around to the front, depositing my first resource. 1 down, 2 more to go. It seems the hordes are distracted by something. I just need to bide my time and I can slip in unnoticed. That is until I accidentally burst through the locked pharmacy door, and that's gonna draw them all directly to me. In my panicked state, I quickly search a container, finding a shotgun press. Fuck knows why you'd need a shotgun press in a pharmacy. Over here, we just get shitty lollipops. I sneak back around the other side and successfully collect my second sack. On the way out, I also search this abandoned car, collect a smoke bomb and painkillers. I drop off the second sack. Just one more stands between me and my escape. Thinking the hordes are distracted, I make my move, but it turns out I was very much wrong. So I run around the back of the buildings, but this time I climb up the ladder, only to immediately throw myself over the front. We call that a tactical sacrifice. I grab the final sack of resources and get the hell out of there. Although in doing so, the car has taken on even more damage. It's absolutely fine, I'm sure I'll find a toolkit at some point. I get back and unload, then I can start the upgrade of my command center to level 2. Once that's done, I'll be able to claim a 4th outpost. I again use infection therapy to remove Stuart's plague meter, and completely ignoring our growing infestation problem, I make my way back to the alcoholics as they want a hand setting up a still. Phase 2 of my recruitment plan is in motion. I burst through their water station and tell them there's absolutely zero chance in hell that I'll be helping them. Now it's just a waiting game until they beg to join me. I also capitalise on their addiction thanks to the finer things in life curveball that gave me a shit ton of booze. Don't blame me, it's called capitalism. Besides, they got bigger things to worry about. Oh god. Oh no. Oh my god. I do everything I can to try and keep my investments alive and lead the juggernauts away from their home. That's when my ignorance to the infestation problem comes back to bite me on the arse. We've got 10 minutes until we get sieged. Looks like I'm abandoning the alcoholics. Thank fuck the juggernaut gave me a chance to escape. I speed back to hopefully cut off the first wave so my community don't get wiped due to the bad AI. I park the car around the corner from the siege site and go in on foot. This would be my first mistake. I get to the house on my random blasting accidentally hits a screamer, clearing the site. I then rush back to my car so I can cut off another wave, but Stuart is sadly too slow to start the engine and I get pulled out as the car bursts into flames. Okay, fair enough, looks like I'm back on foot. A wave of a screamer, 5 zombies and a bloater has reached my perimeter. That's barely an inconvenience for Stuart, who's packing heat like that quiet kid in an American high school. In fact, she deals with the second wave just as easily. This could be the most anticlimactic siege since Game of Thrones Season 8. After successfully defending the siege, I head back to collect my car, which goes about as well as you'd expect. Shit! Thankfully I can pull it into my parking spot before it detonates. So we get back and chuck Stuart into the infirmary before Hastings once again running off into the unknown to retrieve a new vehicle, doing everything she can to avoid that triple pack of juggernauts. But that right there is nothing. Once our standing's high enough, we'll get 4 packs of those bastards. Hastings dashes across fields like they're nothing. She's a cardiovascular goddess who'd give Mo Farah a run for his money. Avoiding the hordes of 20 plus plague Zeds, she gets to the site of the abandoned pickup 500 meters from home. And gratefully, the one thing thing we have in abundance is fuel. Otherwise, there'd be no chance in hell I'd be moving this thirsty girl. Gratefully, we've now got a moving vehicle, and it's got much better storage than our previous car. Unfortunately though, Bertie the yellow pickup has just got out of an abusive relationship and needs a little TLC to get back on her feet. So my desperate hunt for toolkits takes me back to the fire station, you know the one. And after killing a solitary Zed, we get to searching.
Oh my god, what's the chances of that? That is the first one we've looked at, chat.
We find ourselves several fuel cans and even a second toolkit. I also looted the plague art we destroyed previously, as I didn't have the time the last time we were here. So with Bertie refueled, repaired and her back end stuffed with precious resources, I make our way to the next heart. You know what they say, while the sun is shining we make hay, right? Well, I'll be honest, from a metaphoric stance at least, shit isn't very sunny. It turns out this plague art's on the first floor, so I've got no quick exit if shit goes south, especially if I don't want to roll an ankle. And let's be honest, shit usually goes south quicker than a double booked hooker. Unfortunately, my full frontal assault is interrupted.
Oh my god, Jesus.
So I dash for a quick escape and take refuge on an abandoned car outside. And mercifully, I remove the crackhead from this perilous world. Get wrecked, you bitch. I then hop down to remove a few stragglers before going back to beating strange meat. And much quicker than usual, we complete the first phase, although I do get singed in my escape. I then take refuge in the adjacent bathroom and await the onslaught of the undead. But surprisingly, the hordes don't even notice me cowering away and instead crowd around the play cart. Luckily, I'm armed with just the right equipment to deal with this situation. What? Where the fucking hell are they? Alright, well if I were to take a guess, I'd say they've thrown themselves out of the window like a 1930s stockbroker. So I once again start battering, but as I do, the crowd starts filtering in from downstairs. But I've got to be patient and hold my nerves. I want this entire room bursting from the seams before I drop my explosives. So I dodge and smack anything that comes at me, while also finding time to hit the play cart. Well, that is until my energy drink runs out and I've got to dash before my lungs collapse. But obviously before I do...
Alright, well that should take out a big chunk of the dickheads in there.
And the ones it didn't are quite literally legless and harmless. Excuse the god-awful puns. I get a couple more heavy hits off before the crowd start bursting into the room once again. And once the room is over capacity, I drop my final pipe bomb. Then ankle deep in Plague Zeds, I attempt to complete the second phase. That is until another horde catches up to me, and this one has brought a bloody crackhead. And with no stamina left, I only have one solution. Throw myself out of the bloody window. I guess that now officially makes me a finance bro. I need to start shilling out the shitty cryptocurrency to my impressionable audience. I regain my stamina and take out the drug abuser before attempting to lure the Zeds away from the area.
Hello? Can you see me over here?
With the crowds hopefully chasing me, I then lead them through an abandoned house nearby and loop back around the front where there are a few stragglers left over. I execute the one, but the rest just wander off, which means I'm able to creep back upstairs and, ignoring the limbless on the floor, I'm completely uncontested to complete the second phase, which should at least burn up the worms I've left behind. But while the flames and gases dissipate, it's time for a tactical retreat. I once again have to lead another horde away from the heart. After popping some shots to get their attention, I leg it down the street and lure them into a neighbour's house before I sneak out of the back like a fart you can't trust.
And then we can creep back over to the other house. Look at this. Oh god, there's two right on my ass.
Thankfully, they have the IQ of a retired footballer, so I'm easily able to lose them. Then after sorting out a couple of stragglers, I take out the heart with 2 more swings of my drive shaft. I then take all of the loot, kill another crackhead, and take Bertie back to base, as Hastings probably deserves a break in all fairness. So I swap to Stuart, and seeing as the sun is still shining, it's time to take on another play cart. And I've again chosen to stick to the area around my next base site. But first I've got to know where the bastards are, so put a waypoint onto the billboard. I'm sure this won't go awfully, and I certainly won't get stuck at the top while surrounded by the undead. From my scouting spot I find a casual 6 play carts, but at least one of them is in a barn, and I can use that to my advantage. But we'll get to that in a bit. For now I need to lose the hordes that have trapped me up here. In all fairness, probably not a great position to be in, especially with a crackhead in the area. But thankfully Stuart's a living legend and gets away with literally not even taking a smidge of damage. Okay, well, for the most part at least. I pop off a feral and it drops an assault rifle, and that tells me it must have come from an infestation nearby. But I definitely need to backtrack to collect it. Often those are 50 or 100 round rifles that are fully loaded, and that would do amazingly right now. But first I'm gonna have to do something about this horde. Or I could just say fuck it and run straight past it. The old snatch and grab tactic that's really popular with Minecraft YouTubers. 50 round rifle, nice. I then attempt to lead the horde through a nearby house, which at first glance seemed to go really well.
I think I might be okay. Oh, Jesus Christ.
So I'm forced to loudly deal with the feral, which only draws the hordes back into the open. And instead of coming up with another tactical master plan, I just run straight for the car, which goes about as well as you'd expect. But at least we're not on fire, I suppose. I head a few houses down towards the play cart, and after busting through the window, drop a smoke grenade. That means I can batter the heart and the zombies can't see me. I can't even see me. Unfortunately, the smoke doesn't last long enough for me to complete the first phase, and rather foolishly I refuse to retreat. So what follows is a few mins of me dodging back and forth and timing my swings to hit both the heart and the undead. This tactic works especially well with my back well and truly wedged against a wall. Once I think the room is over capacity, I drop a pipe bomb and dive out of the way, although that doesn't do anything to the hordes. But at least I also didn't lose a limb in the process. Thankfully, one more smack completes the phase, but I get stuck and can't escape in time before everything gets burned. Mercifully, Stuart has built up a tolerance to flames and only takes minimal damage. Unfortunately though, it's not just the hordes I have to deal with while attacking this heart. 4 bloody juggernauts have decided to make their presence known. So I go for an even bigger trek than I normally would. In all honesty, I'm just trying to get them as far away from my car as humanly possible. They can't harm me while I'm attacking the heart, but their tirade against motor vehicles is on par with just stop oil. Thankfully for now, at least they don't seem too interested in what we're doing. That means I can go back into my corner and start heavy swinging against the play card. Unfortunately, the strat isn't too exciting, just stay in one place and time your swings accordingly. And hope the camera angle doesn't screw you too much. Honestly, I'd say this is the best strat I can come up with, providing you've got stamina items to keep you going, of course. I complete the second phase and once again don't dodge out in time to avoid the flames. But I'm blaming the zombie with a thyroid problem blocking my path. I'll have you know there's certainly no skill issues going on here. Thank you very much. In all honesty, those flames did a pretty good job of thinning out the hordes. But they didn't do much to prevent this twat from showing up. So it's time for a close quarters fight to the death with everyone's least favourite crackhead. But you know what? Screw the close quarters shit, I'm doing this in an open field. Time to say Wiedersehen, ya bell end.
Oh shit.
That's fine, nothing a couple of paracetamol can't sort out. Ignoring the horde breathing down my neck, I head back in and start beating the heart again.
Come on, it's just get in, the right timing, and trying to keep the camera in a place that I can see is ideally.
Then we get a bit of bad news. My shaft has turned yellow and any decent physician will tell you that's a problem. Let's just hope it doesn't completely disassemble before we can finish off this heart. So I wedge myself in the corner and just start swinging like a baby that won't stop crying. We get the win with my shafts still in a damaged state, then accidentally pipe bomb myself. I'm guessing Stuart's skull is made of Kevlar, as she took like no damage from that blast. What a woman. At my age I strained myself just sleeping in the wrong position, and she's walking off pipe bomb blasts. I then noticed the undead have started to infest my outposts. In fact, they've taken 2 out of 3, and it seems another horde is about to claim the 3rd. Well, not if I have anything to do with it. Time to activate incendiary minefields, baby. That'll prevent my outpost from being infested, while also providing me with a nice little safe space. Well, that is, at least until the game crashes and completely corrupts the rest of the recording. So I've had to download the next hour and a half from the stream on YouTube, so the quality might not be as high as you're used to. Also, this ugly mug isn't going anywhere.
Oh, fuck off. Get absolutely fucked.
Yeah, so the save state was before I'd taken down the play cart, but at least it was only 1 shot. And I suppose I didn't waste 2 pipe bombs in my escape, so that's pretty decent. I've also set landmines to protect the food outpost, but I've got to clear the other 2 the old-fashioned way. Getting your ears blown out by a screamer before a simple blow to the face ends proceedings. Then repeat that for my ammo outpost. And then it's on to my next mission. And at this point I'd usually zoom into the top right so you could see what that mission is. But thanks to the corrupted footage, you gotta stare at this thing. But basically the alcoholics have decided the still project isn't working out, so have requested to join our group of badasses. Everything is going exactly according to my plan. I chat to their leader Matthew, who's like, any chance you can take us in? And I'm like, fuck I, welcome to the team, son. But things in this mod are very rarely that simple. One of them's a plague victim, and of all the people is their goddamn leader. For fuck's sake, like, there's always one prick who tries to hide the zombie bite. Good thing we're smart bastards and have manufactured a cure. But the fuckers just refuse to stop and take it off me.
Come on. Stay still. I'm trying to keep him alive. Oh, you know what? They're fucked. Run away. Run away.
You might think that's harsh, but I had to in order to guarantee the survival of the group. I only need 2 of them in order to move bases, and if I'd stayed to fight off the hordes to save 1 guy, the rest of them would have potentially got infected from the fight. I'm basically a doctor removing a testicle before the cancer spreads to the important bits, like the shaft. Hoping I'm far enough away he can snap to base, I try checking him into the infirmary, but unfortunately he's away. So unfortunately there's nothing more I can do other than await the inevitable. Poor Matthew. There was literally nothing more I could do. Rest well, my friend. We shall see you on the other side. And if I get a single comment saying, why didn't you just exit the king, but I swear to God I will not be held responsible for my actions. But at least now is finally time to move bases.
Oh, hang on, have I got enough? Oh, I haven't got enough influence, have I?
I suppose that's what I get for spending influence upgrading my outposts at the start of the stream. What a bellend. So it looks like I've got to come up with a plan B. I start by giving a friendly enclave the 3 plague samples thereafter, as if I haven't got hundreds of the bastards. And now that they're allied, I sell them a load of redundant shite. You know, bog roll, generators, crossbows, the like. I then use friendly broadcast to increase our influence gained by 10% for the next 45 minutes. And then you'd probably think I'd go and sort out this massive infestation problem, right? I'm like, nah, fuck that, mate, I'm off to cheat a play cart. You're probably already aware of this trap, but just in case you're not, if you ever get a play cart spawn in a barn like this, just make sure to park your car like so. Then that way no zombies can get you while you're assaulting the play cart. A tactic I'll be using whenever possible, especially considering all the hearts here are black. And seeing as this is the first time I've been one-on-one uninterrupted with a black heart, I decided to do a bit of counting. And it took me 14 full power swings to complete the first phase. So just remember, every time in this playthrough you see me fight one of these things, I'm having to hit the fucking thing over 40 times with a heavy weapon. And that's power swings. That takes an extra second to charge. Even when uncontested, I still find a way to singe an eyebrow. But thankfully, with the power of editing, you get to see things much quicker. I still get plenty of time to loot everything I need, then reverse my way out of the barn, surprisingly not getting attacked by the undead. That's a win that I'll take. I then head back to the landmine protected outpost to drop off my loot, and seeing as we're in walking distance of an infestation, I decide to go check it out. I try getting the quick shot and dash, but whoever installed these doors did a bloody cracking job. I physically gotta open the door to headshot him, but that just releases a feral. And that means we gotta have another roly-poly battle in the car park. Ah!
Wanker! Oh god, oh god.
I obviously get the win, as my days of being terrorised by these quick pricks is long gone. And that feral kill gives me just enough influence I need. I can finally move bases and start building the sanctuary we need in order to survive this long term, as clearing 72 black hearts tends to take a while. But first I head back to base because one of our newbies has some curveball intel. It seems the undead are getting physically weaker. We shall almost certainly find a way to benefit from that soon enough. But for now, let's head to claim a new base and end any threat of a potential siege.
Thankfully there's no squatters I've got to evict, so I'm able to nice and quickly claim it as our new home. So now we get to start building, and the first thing you should always do is build an infirmary and upgrade it to level 2 as soon as possible. Next I'd like to build a couple of hydroponics, but unfortunately lack the utility skill. And the only textbook I've picked up on my travels is gardening. Also, to save on our daily food intake, I enact rationing in our built-in tasting room. I can also use this facility to craft mollies and energy drinks, 2 things we'll need plenty of. I then upgrade the infirmary to level 2 and start the construction of a farm to give us extra food. Then while I wait for construction to complete, I grab a load of my useless valuables and head to a mysterious wandering trader to gain back as much influence as I can. But if I'm being honest with you, the bloke might be a bit tapped in the head, as he set up shop in a little tiny shed right next door to a luxury 4-bed attached. I'm no estate agent, but that doesn't seem like the smart play in my eyes. He has loads of really useful items on him, and I'd really love to run about with a 12-round grenade launcher, but sadly I can't afford any of it. So I just sell him everything I have and loot the shed he's standing in. Then with my construction projects completed, I tear down the keg cooperage for an extra 8 building mats, then replace it with an additional farm. Then as the sun is rising, I take the opportunity to take on another play cart. Thankfully there's not much in the way of foot traffic around here, so I take the opportunity to get a good few swings in before the locals can rock up and disturb my progress. That's when I get bit from behind. Not an ideal situation to be in, especially as the gunshots I use to clear off the dickheads just attract a horde that happens to be wandering past. So I very quickly get overrun while my plague meter continues to climb. Thankfully I'm packing frag grenades and they're very useful for clearing the hordes. I am then able to complete the first phase and even manage to escape before bursting into flames. But that's when another crackhead decides to rock up, and even though I'm able to take him out pretty simply, it's not too long before I drop my guard and get infected. Well, it's a bloody good thing I always carry plenty of plague cure, but it seems today I only packed the one. But that's alright, I'm experienced and decent enough to take down 2 more phases without getting infected a second time. Okay, apparently not. Oh, fuck off, I'm infected again? Right, now I've got to run, because I didn't bring 2 cures. Yes, it is a rookie mistake, I'm aware of that.
So I run back home with my tail tucked between my legs. But it's not all bad news, as we've had another curveball start. I get back and sort out Hastings with a cure, and decide it's probably best to give the girl a rest and swap out to Stuart. And after a quick gather of resources, I check out our map. And ignoring the massive infestation problem, and the siege sites that are forming once again, it looks like we've got 2 overlapping curveballs on the go. Dulled senses and just fed. Well, what What a winning combination that is. Just fed means zombies won't run and will deal less damage, while dulled senses means they can't see or hear as well and will occasionally fall over. We must strike now while the iron is hot. Stuart immediately heads back to the scene of Hastings' infection, and with both those curveballs active, I can pretty simply start dealing with the plague heart. I claim the second phase pretty much uncontested, then run outside while I wait for the gases to dissipate. And as you can see, the undead have as much go in them as a stoned panda. Going off tangent slightly, can we all agree one thing? Pandas are fucking pathetic. Of all the endangered animals we could be saving, why the bloody hell are we trying to save the one that doesn't want to be saved? I think we should make it a rule. If animals don't want to reproduce, just let the fuckers die in peace. We should instead put that funding in saving a proper sick animal like the rhino. That's an animal that won't let you down, plus it's only 365 days a year. Anyway, I continue battering the heart, although progress is slow, as the only stamina items I have left is snacks. Then a crackhead forces me to retreat, but I notice he's got a purple head, so he's affected by a curveball. I'll be honest, I didn't realise freaks could be affected from these kind of things. I'll definitely have to try that out in more detail. Anyway, I go back to battering the heart, that is until another feral decides to make an appearance. I retreat and await its appearance, but it seems slow, clumsy and useless. Well, I've never related to a zombie before, but I suppose there's a first time for everything. Being a clumsy piece of shit, he trips over his own ankles, which puts him in an easy execution position. I'm just grateful to save ammo in all honesty. I can then finally take down the heart and take all of its goodies, but now I've unfortunately got to rush back to base, as I'm once again getting sieged. One of these days I'll learn from my mistakes, but that is not today. I speed back and kick into action, but that's when I realise all the zombies are still slow from that curveball. So if anything, dealing with this siege is actually pretty simple. You know what? I don't think I need to learn from my mistakes. This is actually pretty simple. So I take down the siege in what I can only describe as a very anticlimactic fashion. But I suppose that's a great metaphor for life. Most of us will die well past our best, highly medicated and pissing and shitting ourselves on the daily. All we can really hope for is a peaceful ending as we slip away for a medically induced coma. But with those two positive curveballs still active, we really should be making moves to capitalise on them. So right now is the most opportune moment to take down as many black hearts as possible. The problem being my two heavy hitters, being Hastings and Stuart, are knackered from previous fights, so I'm forced to take control of our third founding member, Nichols. But as I don't know where any of the hearts are in this area, first I've got to do a bit of scouting. And as time is of the essence, I really don't want to be dicking about here.
Oh, God. Well, I want to say things have got off to not a great start there. Ignore that.
Thank fuck for the radio stuck command.
Don't jump on the car. Do not jump on the bonnet. You're a prick, you.
The game teleports me to safety and I immediately crash the car to remove the pest. Looks like we're gonna need another toolkit sooner rather than later. But hey, I climb and scout and shake it all about. But unfortunately I can't do the hokey cokey and turn around, as the stereotype white men can't dance is very much accurate for this knobhead. Anyway, Nichols gets to the location of his first heart and charges in to start his assault high on his own supply. Well, strictly speaking, that's not true. He's no chemist, and in fact I don't remember him making a single contribution to this entire community. But I'm glad that can finally change today, and now a feral has decided to make his appearance. Thankfully the just fed curveball means zombies are more prone to falling over, so I might be able to easily execute the crackhead providing he's not surrounded when he trips over. Also, one of the positive curveballs has come to an end.
Oh no, the slower ones are gone.
Not great, especially as Nichols was already carrying injuries before we left, so maybe it wasn't the smartest play to bring him out, but you know, things tend to work out. I'll be fine.
Just fed has just ended, and that is the one of the ones which I am currently using. Shit.
Well, that certainly didn't help my situation. But my policy is a lot like the US foreign policy. When in doubt, burn the fuck out of everything. I then see the feral trip over his own feet, but by the time I make my move, he's recomposed himself. You clever girl. Did he set that trap itself? Are they evolving? Nah, I doubt it. Nichols probably had a heavy night, seeing as he's basing at the brewery and he's just moving a bit slower than usual. But hey, at least he's managed to execute the crackhead. Although some might say the cost was too great.
Oh, shit. What? No! Did I kill the feral? I certainly fucking hope so.
Oh yeah, you don't need to worry about him unless he's Jesus. But even then, you still got 3 days, so you probably sound like
Nichols is not designed for this kind of fight. That's what I'm figuring.
But at least now the crackhead's dead, we should finally be able to get some solid hits onto the play card. Although I've just taken my final energy drink, and we still haven't even completed the first phase. And I've seen corpses showing more signs of life than he is. A smart man here would run for the hills, but I am neither a smart man, and Nichols is no pussy. He knows he can gain legendary status by just defeating this thing, and that is why he brought plenty of mollies with him.
Corral around, my friend. Corral around.
And that's when my caffeine supply completely runs dry. So you think now would be the time to run? Nah, I dash back inside, dodge a couple of zombies and close the back door. And that was unarguably moronic as I'm completely out of stamina and taking more damage.
This guy is shit! Nichols! What the fuck's your problem, pal?
Ah yes, that's the way. It's obviously the character that shit, not the dickhead controlling him. Imagine complaining an abused child can't run a marathon or like complete his GCSEs or something. He hasn't eaten in 3 days and the fucker's got no shoes like. I complete about 3 hits before Nichols is completely winded, forcing him to limp away clutching at his chest. But as I escape, I manage to close the door behind me, then immediately set it on fire.
That should sort him out.
And it certainly did, well, for the most part at least. But you see, the thing about this mod and Lethal Zone in general, when you remove the head of one zombie, 2 more shall take its place. I also need to stop sprinting everywhere, my guy is literally fucking shattered. I try leading them all away and burning them, but only take more damage in the process. But still, I refuse to retreat. And then I struggle with getting the door closed.
Close the fucking door, son! With you on the other side, for love of God.
And then this happens.
Oh. No! Nichols! Stand up, Nichols! No! We're gonna need RIPs for Nichols in the comment section, please.
We are certainly going to need RIPs for this man in the comment section, but sadly only one person is to blame for his loss. The first true loss of this series. And that is this man right here. At the end of the day, if he spent more time working on his cardio, we wouldn't be in this mess. But RIP bro, you'll very much be missed. So now taking over as Stuart, who is now better than brilliant by the way, we make our way back to find Nichols' body, well, mainly the items in his pocket if we're being honest. And obviously we've got to do so on foot as dead people can't drive their cars back to base. Scientists really need to pull their finger out of their arse.
I got mollies, I got pipe bombs, and I have a dream. It's a bit different to Martin Luther King's speech, that one, isn't it?
When I arrive at the site of Nichols' demise, all the zombies have wandered off. All except one, that is.
Well, there's Nichols. R.I.P. my friend.
Thank you for keeping all your stuff nice and safe. Being the legend she is, Stuart quickly completes the first phase of the heart.
Right, allow the gases to dissipate, ladies and gentlemen. That is the plan, that is the plan. Oh God! Jesus!
Stuart can quickly deal with the feral thanks to his snap aim abilities, something Nichols sadly didn't possess.
Dull senses has also ended. Well, this has gone off fucking terribly, isn't it?
So I toss a molly to burn up the crowds, and head back in where I find out the crowds have grown exponentially. So I wedge myself in the corner and get to singing. Sorry, swinging.
Timing is everything. Timing is everything.
Okay, I guess we can multitask. Once my stamina is unsafely depleted, it's time to dip out. But I make sure to toss a pipe bomb over my shoulder as I do so. Surprisingly, that knocked the entire horde flat on its arse. And even though they're still alive, they just refuse to get up and attack me. This must be what it feels like to be feared. That's when I see a bloater enter the room, but unfortunately I can't edge him close enough to the placard. But I can at least drop a molly to do some crowd control, even if that means I get singed in the process. And that actually worked out really well. That means I can get back in there and finally complete the second phase.
Fucking move!
That obviously draws more hordes, so I gotta run around for 5. But as I've led the hordes away, I'm pretty safe to re-enter and attack until they catch back up. And when I say catch back up, I mean this dickhead. Definitely don't want to fight close quarters, especially with my infection bar the way it is. But in the words of the late great Chester Bennington, in the end, it doesn't even matter.
Shit!
But by now you should always know, we always carry plenty of cures. With the armor completely gone, I pop the crackhead, and then run back inside to beat some more strange meat. And gratefully it's not too much longer before the whole thing falls. I quickly grab the necessities before I get trapped in the kitchen from bloater gas. Obviously not ideal, but at least there's no ferals trying to munch at my ankles. But once that's dissipated, I grab the car and make my way back home, as I think Stuart really deserves a rest. Although before she has a breather, she chats to one of our newbies bootleg, who's like some moonshiners blew themselves up and all the nearby Zeds are now covered in alcohol. That's when I realise there's a red talon wandering trader on the map, and he's only got 6 minutes left on his shift, so I've really got to get a move on. I grab a load of my redundant shite, white noise machines, crossbows, bog rolls, you know the sort of shit, and make my way over to him without even swapping character. But I'm sure that won't come back to bite us in the ass. Or will it? Gratefully he's hiding out at the site of a former plague cart that hasn't been fully looted, so that can provide an extra source of influence. But first I wait for the NPCs to clear the horde that was attracted by my loud engine. I sell all of my shite, and I purchase the ammo and fuel rucksacks as well as his frag grenades. And as great as that is, what I really need is building materials so I can continue building out my base. But most of the building mat sites are on the other side of the river, which is very, very deep into plague territory. So I go back to the site of the 2 unfinished houses. Unfortunately, one of which is still rocking a level 2 infestation. But seeing as there's no juggernauts, I should be able to handle the situation. I start fighting the plague Zeds, but as they get too much, I dip out and climb onto the container nearby. I pop the 2 screamers and that clears the infestation, but it's fair to say I could have handled the situation with a bit more finesse. And I certainly can't loot with the population the way it is, so I need to come up with another dastardly plan. But it seems the game has other plans for me.
Oh, fuck off, not a siege again! You having a laugh? This is the 3rd time I've been sieged. You know what, I might ignore it. What's the worst that could happen?
Who'd have guessed ignoring all of your problems would compound them into a constant source of uncontrollable anxiety with potentially life-changing side effects. I mean, I go and pay a visit to the new neighbours, but it turns out they're a bunch of pricks.
You guys are hogging the supplies, how about you share some? No.
You really don't want to disappoint me like that again.
Alright, Dad. Jesus Christ.
Out of interest, I check what they got for trading, and it just seems that they're a bunch of goths. Nothing but love to the gothic community, but I bet your toilet bowls are shaded darker than your lipstick.
Whew, come on, this way.
Before I leave, I make sure to taunt the level 3 infestation across the road. Best of luck dealing with that Juggernaut and Feral combo. Maybe next time you should try asking nicer. And with the new neighbours fighting off that infestation, all the zombies in the area are focusing on them. That means I can slip back into the unfinished houses and collect the building materials I'm looking for. Across the 2 buildings, I find 3 sacks of building materials as well as a portable generator and a salvage furnace. So I'd say this loot and run has been very, very profitable. But now it's back to the action. It's time to siege. We have a Screamer and a Bloater bringing it up the rear, but one Molotov sorts that out. It also seems someone hasn't been attending our back entrance properly and we've got a bit of a leak. And let's be honest, nobody likes a leaky back door. But at least the first wave has been completely dealt with. But it seems the second wave is so much bigger. Good thing I'm always packed with a shit ton of mollies. Oh, so many mollies.
Boom. That'll sort them out.
In fact, it worked out so well it cleared the entire wave. And now I've just got to clean up the stragglers.
It's over. That's relief.
Oh, really? It's over, is it? It's a bad time to say that, in all honesty, Stuart, love. When you're fighting like 5 of them. All solo, by the way, because nobody else wants to have a go. Right, where's that fucking Screamer? And why is nobody taking him out yet? He's literally in the base, guys. Do you know what I mean?
Thankfully, the siege is technically now over, but with all the noise having alerted literally everything in the vicinity, the fight certainly isn't.
Oh god, they're coming from everywhere. Oh, for Christ's sake.
We even have a wandering horde just casually strolling past, although the symbol definitely painted a bigger issue than the reality presented. And I'm not sure if you can tell, but I start getting a little bit agitated.
Nope, I wanted to insta-kill the zombie, mate, not open the door that's behind me.
I know, the signs are very subtle.
How are you doing, Jay? Yeah, I'm good, mate. I'm good. A bit stressy, like, you know what I mean?
Thankfully, Molly is a great stress remover. Sorry, not Molly, Molotovs. 2 very different things with very different outcomes. But interestingly, both will make you sweat. That incident certainly left its mark. Other than on Shannon, that is. Lazy bitch. So I start checking people into the infirmary like I'm Noah, 2 at a time. Of all the references I could have gone for there, I went with the Bible. Man, this is such a wholesome channel. I also start building a workshop with the building materials I looted. Then clear the siege site that's forming at the local fire station. Because apparently I've learnt my lesson all of a sudden. And then I'm forced to do something I really didn't want to do. Head into the other side of the river on the desperate search for building materials. Which is arguably a daft decision as Stuart needs a nap and the car is smoking like a pregnant mother from Merthyr. Yes, I know I've used that joke before. What can I say? I'm really big on recycling. This area is usually brilliant for collecting building mats. That is when it's not overrun with the undead. Usually I'd weaponize my arse at this point, but given the damage the car has already taken, I figure it's best to leave. Straight into a dead end apparently. But hey, at least I get to show off my world famous reversing skills. Sorry to disappoint you ladies, I'm a taken man. After deciding the area is too dangerous in my current condition, I head south. I decide to try and loot an auto shop for a toolkit, although it is home to a play card. So I'm gonna have to use all of my sneaky cunning to pull this off. I turn the corner and execute the first zombie I see, which explodes in my face. Ah yes, I forgot. The moonshine soaked Zeds. In all honesty, they're the last thing I could be asked to deal with right now.
I can't melee them because I'll get gunked.
And I can't shoot them because I'll entrap the entire population. Really speaking, my only solution is to run away and try to sneak back round. And some might say I pushed my stealth skills to the absolute limit.
Why am I doing this? Are they blind or something?
I decide to fuck off the stealth, and guess what I find in the first container I search?
Yes. Always know your loot spawns, ladies and gentlemen. While they are all dicking about there, I am going to quickly search this place and hopefully end up with a fuel resource as well.
Nah, what's the chances of that? The dude's obviously a cheating hacker, like.
I am just one lucky son of a bitch.
And with that collected, it's time for me to get out of Dodge. I then stop by the water tower and collect some building materials from the utility shed. But sadly, I don't get any more toolkits. So to improve my mood, I climb a tall tower. Let's be honest, who doesn't love any excuse to get high? In the air, that is. Having collected another sack of materials, I feel happy spending the 15 in the locker to upgrade my now completed workshop. I can then head back and finally give Stuart a rest, taking over as our leader Hastings, who crafts a double batch of weak painkillers, then seeing as the sun is fully risen, head out to take on more play cards. The first of which is in this little house, and I got a horde hot on by 6. But Hastings is an absolute beast and knows exactly how to handle this situation, by pulling a ghost through the door apparently. I find the heart in the bedroom and get to battering. Remember, each phase takes 14 full power swings, so we're in for a long fight. And I get 4 in before we get ambushed by a crackhead. I try to take the fight outside, but he refuses to come out like he's a Premier League footballer. So I try to sneak attack him and at least remove his armor.
Oh shit, I pressed B! I pressed B!
But gratefully he doesn't follow up the attack and I manage to dodge out. He comes at me again, but I'm like, have a go at that, you prick. And then I can head back inside and continue the beatdown. Although it's not too long before the crowds catch up to me, so I do what I do best.
Burn, baby burn.
That successfully clears the knobheads and you'll never guess what I do next. Back to bashing 10 sacks. I complete the first phase and surprisingly dip before it burns me alive. But some weird shit is going on with my minimap. I just hope that's a visual glitch and not actual sound waves. But who's to say, that house is looking proper rammed. I jump through the window and wedge myself in the corner and just start timing my swings.
As long as nothing comes from that angle, then I might be alright.
That is until your stamina drains, of course. At that point, it's time to dip and drop a frag grenade. And that's when I get lunged at.
Cool. Oh, you bastard! How? Ow! Honest to fucking God.
Thankfully, I brought 2 plague cures with me, but those lunging pricks do my bloody head in.
This hasn't been a championship performance in all honesty, chat. What can I say? Sometimes you're on your game, sometimes you're not.
I batter until the room hits full capacity, then I drop a molly. With me still in the room. It might not have been the smartest play, but guess what? I'm not the smartest player. That's when I spot a bloater lurking about and decide I've got to weaponize it. I head back into the room where the play card is, and stall proceedings by pushing back zombies while I wait for the bloater to catch up. But while I'm doing this, I get a little message over the radio.
Oh, really? Do you hear that shit? Give me some supplies, or else.
Looks like this heart isn't the only thing that's about to get beaten. As the bloater approaches, I jump out of the window, and while the rest of the Zeds pile out, I wait for the bloater to make its entrance. It appears in the window, and I let fly with the most perfect molly throw of my career, smack dab in the center of the target. It couldn't have been more perfect if it was delivered by the right foot of Trent Alexander-Arnold.
Right, that didn't do anything. That
is without a doubt an issue, as that should have at very least got rid of a phase. I continue battering and fragging, but it still takes another 30 seconds of constant heavy hitting before it completes its phase. And as I narrowly avoid the gas cloud, guess what rocks up? So I lead the thing outside and show it why they call me the Feral Hunter. Good night, you pissing crackhead. As at this point, while surrounded by dozens of the undead, I remember a secret weapon I'm yet to use. A benefit for one of the allied enclaves I've befriended. It's surely gotta be invaluable when I'm surrounded by this many of the undead.
When is the sniper gonna start, like, doing stuff then? You know what I mean? I'm not calling the sniper a liar.
Well, you know what? If you don't, I will. Someone's gotta say something, boys, I'm telling you. Those cheeky bastards have just stolen my 100 influence, and now they're claiming they've completed the job. Are you taking the bloody piss, man? Before it's now completely out of control and my friends ignoring my cries for assistance, even if I paid for it, I gather them into one pile and drop a fuel bomb, which actually worked out pretty decently. And with the crowd control completed, I go back inside and completely finish the play card. After another solid 2 minutes of swinging, may I add. And really speaking, I probably should be heading home right now, but there's another play card just literally around the corner, and if I'm smart about it, I should be able to slow the flow enough to get a fairly quick victory. What a naive fool I was. I head in and start smacking, and literally the first noise I hear is the cry of a blood feral. Not ideal, in fact, I think I'd rather hear literally anything else at the moment. I'm so sorry to tell you this, Mr. Talbot, but I'm afraid it's terminal. With that crackhead dead, I'm actually able to complete the first phase, but there's certainly more than one out there. Unfortunately, I'm too slow to escape this gas radius and get singed, but you probably could have guessed that, let's be honest. I climb onto a shipping container to escape the feral, but in doing so, spot something so much worse.
Oh no. Are you seeing this right now? Oh, Jesus Christ.
Fearing for my car and not wanting to walk back home, I decide to retreat, but not back home. My plan is to take down these beasts with the back of my car, then return and claim victory over the play cart. But as you may have figured out by now, my plans very rarely come off.
Oh no, oh no, oh no. Oh God. No, that is not good. No, that is not good. Why?
I throw myself out of the vehicle, but we still have 4 juggernauts chasing us. Well, it's a good thing I know exactly what to do with them, baby.
I mean, unfortunately, the 4 of them aren't going to get there.
We have a certain enclave nearby demanding ammo supplies, so I think I'm going to deliver some. In the form of a firework I scavenged from a shed earlier. I then tell Barnstormer his mother has cheesy feet, and then I can hop a wall and watch the evisceration in progress.
Well. We're just going to enjoy the view.
As a single juggernaut and a horde beat down the demanding bastards. From the blood-curdling screams to the groans of agony, it really is a sight to behold.
There's one dead.
And it's not much longer until the final member falls.
Oh, yep, she's gone.
That might have been successful, but we are still up Shit's Creek without a paddle. I really need to get a vehicle up and running. Also, a bit of unsolicited advice for you. Don't open the menu while you're being chased by the undead.
Oh, you were kidding me. How did that happen?
By you being a blind moron. I've set my sights on an allied enclave, the one that stole all of my influence earlier. But don't worry, we're not here to continue our bloodlust. I've had a lot of luck purchasing toolkits from these guys in the past, and it seems that luck continues today. And with that, we can rush back to our pickup and get it fixed up before heading back to the previous play card. No quad pack of jugs here though, so that's nice. And the whole slow the flow tactic works out so well, I'm able to pretty simply get the victory. Please ignore my health bar and the fact it's now nighttime. That definitely didn't take me 20 minutes of running around like a headless chicken. Anyway, we head back to base, unload and call it a night. And so far I've taken down a decent chunk of Mega Valley, but today I've recruited some serious cannon fodder. Friends. I brought some friends along for the ride.
What the bloody hell's hell's going on out here?
Meet the Ultimate Numpties. No, that's not an insult, that's their channel name. But by the end of this video, you'll probably agree they're appropriately named. All of their socials are linked in the description. They make YouTube content, TikTok, stream on Twitch. Go show the boys some love, a cracking bunch of lads. But for now, we start with me giving a rousing speech to G up the troops.
This is not going to be easy to you, I'm not going to lie.
Yes, sir.
Quite possibly the toughest challenge of State of Decay, and considering one of you have only played the standard mode for 10 minutes, some of you may die, but that is a sacrifice I am willing to make.
So Jay, can I just rally the troops ever so slightly? Can I make a speech?
Go for it.
Joe takes his place and gives his own version of a rousing speech.
You know what we've been through on Helldivers? What do we fight for, Terry?
Golf titties.
Damn fucking straight we fight for golf titties. Maddie, how many times have you played this game today?
Once.
Alright, good enough. Now listen here,
Yeah.
Jay may have said this is going to be the hardest challenge of probably your life. But we all know the hardest challenge of your lives right now is to get an erection at the age of almost 30. Am I wrong?
I don't struggle with that.
Yeah. You guys don't struggle?
Yeah.
No.
With that, we head out in the middle of the night, but please let me know whose speech was better in the comment section. Was it my willingness for human sacrifice all in the name of half-decent content, or Joe's ramblings about stiffies and titties? I decided it would be best to start off small and easy with a simple fuel delivery mission. What could go wrong with that? Well, it turns out a considerable amount.
I'm scared. This one's trying to talk to me.
Stranger danger.
Together, the four of us do our bits to fight off the hordes of the undead. Well, I'd say the four of us.
Terry, you can think.
He's just stood on the fucking car the entire time.
I give the zombie veterans a sack of fuel, then drop the sickest molly throw you've ever seen.
Oh, I missed.
Bad Molly, bad Molly.
It come up short.
Gratefully, my second attempt was much more successful.
Jay.
Yeah?
Jay. Oh, we're just cheering you on, buddy.
Oh, right. Okay. So you literally just waited. Okay. Yep. No worries.
That's a
Woo!
Now it's time for the biggest baptism of fire since that smoking priest Mr. Water for kerosene. It's time to take on a black plague heart. And it's fair to say things don't go well for anyone involved. And seeing as I'm the one with the heavy weapon, I decide I should be the one fighting the heart while the three boys keep the hordes off me.
So it takes 14 heavy hits like this to get one phase. And we gotta do that 3 times.
Their screams of suffering is almost unlistenable. Then I heard the distinct noise of a combustion engine burst into life.
Are you using my only vehicle right now?
I complete the first phase in record time, then head outside to see the mess.
What the bloody hell's going on out here?
While I'm doing my best to mitigate the disaster, Matty gets annihilated by a blood feral. So I whip out the old assault rifle and get to saving lives. Meanwhile, I notice someone, mentioning no names, has the best seat in the house. The feral turns his attention onto my car, my only car may I add, and while I am able to deal with the feral, things aren't looking good for an escape plan. But that's a problem for the future. And right now I need to hashtag live in the moment. And who'd have thought having 3 pieces of mobile cannon fodder, free friends to help distract the hordes. I almost completely take down the second phase, that is until Matty delivers some devastating news.
Oh yeah, this countdown. Sorry, I didn't see that.
What's your countdown? I got a cure.
24 seconds.
Oh yeah, you're fucked. Yeah, there's not really much point in me trying to fix that, is it?
Matty sadly succumbs to blood plague, something I won't be saying just once in this video. Then a Juggernaut makes his appearance known.
Oh, bollocks.
I leg it to the safety of the pharmacy just as Matty spawns back in.
Right, I'm back, but I probably shouldn't be here.
I get a couple more hits onto the heart while Joe tries to talk Matty onto the roof of a car. But as I go back outside, I realise there's more than one Juggernaut in the vicinity. And as I climb onto the roof to chill with Terry, Matty gets infected once again.
You got a countdown again? Dude, are you trying to hug the fucking things?
I mean, he hit me. I was on top of the car, but he still hit me.
I quickly complete the second phase of the plague heart, then drop a cure for Matty. And then we both get chased away by a big boy. Although unfortunately, Matty's not the only one who's been infected. I now have to give my final cure to Joe. Terry, on the other hand, is still living life. Me, Joe, and Terry are completely safe on the roof of the pharmacy where the plague heart is. Although we are completely surrounded by the undead, meaning it's not feasible to finish off the final phase. Matty has also found sanctuary, although he's in an old petrol station across the road. So it's time for another one of my strategic master plans.
This might seem harsh,
but every great leader has to make a harsh decision from time to time. And I'm also just figuring out now as I'm doing research for this very joke, that every great leader also has a side project of being a massive so I'm gonna make it my side project to be slightly less cunty than my predecessors, which should be quite simple to do, just don't take part in any kind of genocide and I should be good to go. However, you may occasionally have to work on a Sunday, and sacrifice your firstborn son in the name of Scientology. Anyway, enough ramblings about my future as a cruel dictator. Dictator. I get Matty to climb onto this chemical container where he'll be completely safe, and hopefully have him distract the 4 juggernauts. I get him to make as much noise as possible while I head to deal with the final phase of the play card.
Wait, have you still not done the play card yet?
Oh, I'm sorry. I've been a little bit preoccupied, in all honesty.
Matty does his job well as I get back to the play card completely uninterrupted, but it's not all good news.
Oh, shit. We get it sieged.
So we're gonna have to take this final phase pretty quickly. Joe agrees to come and watch my 6 while I beat this hard sack of meat, but while I'm battering away, Matty spawns right behind me. And it really wasn't a good time for that to happen.
Oh god, this feral! Matty, run! Why did you spawn there? Did you die again?
Sadly, we never got to the bottom as to why Matty respawned next to me, so the tale of the teleporting ginger lives on in State of Decay lore. Most would assume the tether system maxed out due to the limited capabilities of this game's multiplayer, but that's not what I believe happened. I see it as Matty teleporting to me, as him taking one for the team, diving in front of a crack-infused bullet, if you will. What a man. Long live Matty. I go back to bashing the heart, but it's actually residual Molotov damage that gets the final kill. But whatever, good night, you sack of shit.
So, basically what we need to do now is run.
Especially as my base is less than 6 minutes away from being sieged. My plan is to grab the pickup and get Joe and Terry to jump on it from the roof, then go pick up Matty. Unfortunately, 2 fat shits didn't like the sound of that plan. And when I say they didn't like that plan, I mean they really didn't like that plan.
You know what? I think we'll abandon the car and just run back to... Oh no! I got plague! Oh shit. That's not good.
Last time I got an infection from 2 guys that size, I had to be on antibiotics for 2 weeks. And unfortunately, I can't just pop to the local pharmacy. 3.5 minutes remaining. Having given both Joe and Matty the only 2 cures I had on me, I've got to make a dash across country to save Stuart. 3 minutes remaining. We've also got 4.5 minutes until our base gets sieged. But in all honesty, that's not the only problem we're facing.
I have... Oh my god, there's a feral. There's a feral. There's a feral.
There's also a stream around here somewhere. Yeah.
Right, we've got the feral.
The first wave of the siege is gathered at the edge of my base. 2 minutes remaining. I make it through my back door and get to my supply locker. And grabbing my final cure, I put an end to my suffering with 1 minute 50 seconds remaining. However, our problems are far from over. We still need to fight off a siege coming from 3 directions. And the only thing I managed to grab out of the supply locker was a single molly. And, well, that's already been used up. So I'm basically just relying on loud ammunition that'll probably just draw in more. I take out a blood feral, then the rest of its wave. But unfortunately, that was not enough to keep Joe alive, which means I've now killed off 2/3 of a YouTube channel in 15 minutes without a sexual misconduct case or without using a racial slur.
This is only the first wave, by the way.
The chaos that ensues is like nothing I've ever witnessed. The undead flood in from all directions. The fight is long, hard, and seems to have the stamina to last the entire night. Something my missus can only dream of.
Just kill everything.
Yeah,
kill everything you can.
Yeah, take that. Yeah.
Terry, switch character. Yeah, switch character.
Right, all we gotta do is clear out the remaining zombies. We done it, we done it.
Oh, you naive fool. Just clear out the zombies. And just when you thought it couldn't get any worse.
Juggernaut incoming.
Oh no.
That was like a bad oh no, right?
Yeah, there's a juggernaut incoming apparently.
That was a we're all gonna die
Oh, I
on
see.
that.
There's a bloater. There's a bloater.
I head outside to pop a bloater, which completes the siege.
Go
I
see.
don't want to brag at all, but I feel like that was all me.
Yeah.
Buddy, I'm proud of you. I'm proud of you.
Thanks, man.
But now it's very much time to get out of here as we have 4 juggernauts approaching my perimeter fence. So I stick a waypoint onto my landmine protected outpost and get to running, seeing as my only working car was left behind at the pharmacy. But if I'm being honest with you, I probably didn't explain the plan very well to the boys.
Terry, do
Should
not
we all
run
be
there.
panicking?
Don't run
I feel like we should be
there.
panicking.
We should panic. We should panic. We should panic. Do not. No, Terry. No. No. Run this way.
Yeah, I'm sorry boys,
Am I
I've sort
dying?
of abandoned you in some ways.
It's okay. Me and Terry have abandonment issues from our parents. It's fine.
Me and Matty get to the safety of my outpost, but Joe and Terry are nowhere to be seen. But it's fine, I'm sure they're not currently being ripped in two by a pack of juggernauts or something. They're probably alright. Anyway, one of my outposts has become infested, so I leave Matty alone in the landmine field and I go to sort that little bugger out. So I rock up at my spot, a bloaty boy blows in my face and I burn everything alive. And with that sorted, I head back to meet up with the boys. And as I get back, it seems that Matty's been doing a bit of sightseeing.
Did you think like my advice wasn't that good, so you decided to take extra precautions by climbing up the tallest thing you could?
No, I like to explore sometimes. That's all it is.
Then once me and Matty have thoroughly tested out the landmine field,
Oh, there's another get feral! Dodge, Matty!
Ah, Jesus.
Oh, Jesus.
I decide to swap characters to Shannon, seeing as she's the least damaged, although she isn't an athletic queen. Then once the four of us have regathered, I call in a car, and we crack on to attack our next player card. But this time it's the middle of the day, so it's going to be so much easier. After parking up strategically, I explain to the boys the plan. It's the same plan as last time, but hopefully on this occasion it goes considerably better. With the boys in position, I move in and start assaulting the heart, and remember their job is just to keep all the hordes off me, with him being the exception apparently. My unathletic queen quickly runs out of stamina and I head outside to take refuge on the car, just as Terry is being chased away by a blood feral. Thankfully he manages to escape the jaws of death and also make it onto the roof of the car. I take out the blood feral, then crack on inside. And the boys are doing a great job of holding off the hordes from the front, but their backdoor guarding needs a little work. And speaking of work, so too does Shannon's cardiovascular. So I head outside to regain my stamina, but unfortunately we get interrupted by another 4-pack of juggernauts.
Oh, now's time to retreat. Now's time to retreat.
Unfortunately, the feral makes the retreat a little harder. I decide to try and lure them away in order to save the vehicle, which goes well.
Shit! No!
I manage to escape the clutches of death and Joe attempts a rescue mission.
Okay, I'm trying to. I'll go. Oh, shit.
Next up is to rescue Terry, but that doesn't go too well as he gets bit.
Reverse. Take him out with the arse. That's it.
And as good as a plan hit and run is, another feral appearing means we've got to abandon Terry for the sake of the group.
Get in!
Oh, God, I think we hit him.
And with 2 juggernauts approaching, we once again got to abandon someone for the second time within 30 seconds.
God, quick. God,
Quick!
what are you doing? Why'd you run past? Matty! Get in! Get the fucking car!
Well, I'm falling through the map.
With Matty now hanging out with Hades, we turn our attention back to Terry, who has contracted blood plague for the first time. And with that going just about as horribly as possible, we're forced to do another retreat back to our landmine field. Although we still have no idea where Matty is. To be honest, I don't even know if he knows where he is. He eventually rejoins the game, and now I feel it's time to head back to base. But there's still 4 juggernauts hanging around the perimeter from earlier this morning, and I'd rather not have a repeat of that siege, so it's time to lure them away with a pickup. Even if Joe did offer to sacrifice himself for the good of the group. And if you're new around here, you won't know this, but I'm perfectly okay with the occasional smidge of human sacrifice given the right time. But seeing as he'd be ripped into almost immediately, then I'd have to use the pickup anyway, it's probably best to save the sacrificial lambs for later. So I lead the juggernauts towards a safe area, then circle back around to enter base from the other side.
I don't know why, but I thought that was a zombie there. I was gonna say kill it.
That's my person.
I take over as Hastings, and seeing as we have the well-oiled machine curveball active, I make a ton of mollies for a much reduced price. We then decide to pay a visit to a wandering trader to see what goodies we can pick up. And I certainly don't risk any of our lives en route.
Whee! How's the breeze back there, Tez?
It's very nice. Very refreshing.
Then as we arrive at one of the potential locations, Joe gets out prematurely and I accidentally back over him with the car. Thankfully, we chose the right spot first time, and I sell Silvio a load of shite. And that's the great thing about wandering traders. They have 2,500 influence, so I can sell them all manner of redundant shite.
Oh, God, Matt, you just closed the door on me.
Sorry. I panicked, okay? I panicked.
Okay.
And as is usually the case in this mod, a simple trip to fulfill our capitalistic needs escalates very quickly. The 4 of us fight hard against the hordes that quickly gather. Well, I say the 4 of us. I've noticed this has started to become a bit of a trend. But don't worry, it's not for long, as we have another horde of juggernauts coming this way. And it seems like they're getting smarter.
Matty, behind you!
They may have flagged Matty, but they've also turned on our getaway vehicle.
Stop it in my car, you pricks! No! That's a brand new one! Oh, honest to God, I've never been more assaulted in my life. This is bad. Oh, shit. Well, the car's on its side, the team's scattered, and I'm carrying a bloody chair in my back pocket. So I'm very heavy right now.
And to make things even worse, a feral's decided to join the fun. Thankfully, I'm able to quickly dispatch him.
It looks like the trader's dead.
Then I realise I'm actually able to flip the vehicle. Just another feature I always forget about.
Oh, green nick is shit.
Well, at the moment he's being used as a chew toy, so I'd say no. Oh my God, there's 5 juggernauts surrounding Matty.
Not wanting Matty to become that petite blonde girl on the sofa, I attempt another rescue plan.
Jump. In. Oh, God.
Don't let me!
Oh, no. I said I'd never leave a man behind.
I pick up Joe and Terry, then immediately get the car stuck in a ditch.
Oh, that was not smart. This is not good.
Joe doesn't believe I can get us out of this situation and uses his survival instincts to escape. Probably the smartest thing any of us have done all video, to be honest.
There we go, we're out. No, we're not.
Except in defeat, I do something I really didn't want to do, using the radio stuck command. Me and Terry teleport to safety in the car, which completely abandons Joe to deal with those hordes.
I believed and it worked out.
I make my way to go and collect him, but this time I'll make sure to avoid any rocky drainage ditches.
Also, don't want to panic anyone. We're getting low on fuel.
But for now, we need to collect Matty, who's being chased across a pond by a juggernaut.
Hey, man.
Get in the car.
Matty.
Get in the car.
Oh shit, I've hit him again.
Thankfully, we picked him up right next to a jetty of sorts that we can loot fuel from. So after a quick top up of fuel, we can then make our way over to another trader. This time a wandering trader. We rock up and quickly dispatch any of the knobheads around us.
That's what we need, boys. Working together like a
Yeah,
like a
we
unit
did
like that.
really
Look at
well
that.
there. I'm then finally able to sell all of my shite to the trader. Then I purchase for myself a 50 cal, an AK, and a Hank-on ammo press. I also take this opportunity to collect as many ammo sacks as possible. I then drop the supplies back off at base, and after pinching a toolkit from one of the boys, we head off to take on more playcards. Starting with a little tactic called If I Can Cheat It, Guess What I'm Gonna Fucking Do. I park up, making sure to block the only entrance to the playcard. Then after struggling to explain to the boys that we're completely safe as long as they follow me,
No zombie can get to us right now.
so we then team up on the big bastard, slicing and dicing as we go.
Yeah, it'll be so much quicker. Look at this. 4 of us. That's 4 boys working together.
But I may have forgot to explain to them what happens when the heart phases.
Now run. Oh god, everyone's on fire.
But unfortunately, the flames are the least of the concerns for one of the team.
I'm sorry, mate. I didn't realise you were that close to death.
But to be fair, I do believe that's the first time he's died in this video, so go in, Terry. We then take down the final 2 phases with no more issues, but unfortunately our exit strategy doesn't go as smoothly.
Oh, bollocks.
The car might have burst into flames, but it's not the end of the world, as I collected a toolkit from the play cart just moments ago. So all we gotta do is deal with this horde nice and quietly, so I have the time to whip out my spanner. Firstly, I tried to lead the hordes around the back of the barn, but while I was dealing with that, Joe had a small interaction with a blood feral. Obviously, I deal with him pretty simply, but those gunshots are just gonna trap more knobheads. I really need to get this car fixed immediately. The car might be fixed, but I can't risk attempting another escape, as if the hordes latch on again, we're seriously screwed. So my plan is to attack the heart next door, which should draw all the zombies to its defense, giving us the time we need to escape. You could say that plan worked out a little too well. I then get to the car and manage to pick up Matty, and at this point you might be wondering where Joe and Terry are. Well, don't worry, they're absolutely fine.
So, boys, I know you're sat on top of the silos, like, loving life and that, but would you like to, like, get the fuck out of here?
I collect the boys, then we head to deal with a siege site, seen as getting sieged every single session. It's starting to get really old, really bloody fast.
So, we need to take care of this orange
I
thing.
know I'm ginger, but come on.
A feral then charges at us from the siege site, and its glitchy attack is extremely effective to say the least. I ditch the car next to the siege site, so hopefully when he explodes, he'll take some of the undead with it. Unfortunately, Matty then dies for what I believe is the 3rd time this video, but taking out this blood feral at least softens the blow a little.
Oh, I just got a grenade launcher.
I then turn my attention to the siege site, blasting one of 2 screamers in the face. I also grab a shotgun and fuel bomb from the playcart husk inside, and immediately use the fuel bomb when a bloater pops in my face. I then take out the final screamer, ending the siege site. I then abandon the boys and run straight back to base, as Hastings isn't exactly in a condition to fight. But don't think bad of me, both Matty and Terry also abandoned Joe, so it looks like we're gonna need another rescue mission. I grab everything I could possibly need, including a toolkit Matty was kind enough to give me, and I head back to try and save Joe. And apparently I created my own theme tune in the process. But gratefully it seems that Joe has actually rescued himself, and it's like, alright, fair enough, you're an independent man who don't need saving, but I needed a damsel in distress story to guarantee me an Oscar. Next time, Joe, don't be so bloody selfish, alright? I then install the handgun ammo press to the workshop and take advantage of the well-oiled machine curveball we have active to craft myself a ton of cheap handgun ammo. I then creep my way back to the pickup and get it repaired, and now finally the squad is in fully working order. Well, from my point of view it is anyway. While I wait for the boys to arm up, I take down another siege site that's formed, then turn the fire truck fueling station around the back into an outpost. I then activate the landmines, which will hopefully help with the sieges, but then Terry delivers some terrifying news.
There's a juggernaut in the base.
What?
A juggy just came through the gate.
Oh, fuck. Okay.
So I rush back with haste, thinking not just the boys, but the entire community is about to be slaughtered by this foul beast. But to be honest, they pretty much sorted the issue before I got there. It's great to see the boys are starting to learn.
He's now one with the game.
We then take a moment to enjoy the little things.
Look at us. Just the boys watching fireworks.
A couple of guys.
Looks like my first time.
Wait, what?
Then with our moment of calmness past, it's time to get back to work. We make our way back to the playground we ran away from earlier in the day, and with the boys acting like walking meat shields, I initiate the assault. And that means with all the undead focused on them, I can very quickly complete the first phase of the playcard. In fact, the second and final phase come just as easy.
Heart is dead, baby.
But that gives me an idea. That was without a doubt the easiest way I've dealt with a black heart. Cheating aside, obviously. So what if I continue to abuse our friendship and use them as further distractions? With that in mind, we head north, as there's 2 plague hearts right next door to each other.
I just realised I did not bring anything.
Back to the base.
Yeah, I've got 1 plague cure and that's it. Any fire? No spit ammo.
Self-proclaimed professional gamer by you, by the way. What an absolute bloody moron. So I head back to base, grab all the shit I need, then head back to the site of the plague hearts. We head in to start our assault and have a little sing-song while we work.
Just a small town.
I was
Lonely world.
The midnight train going
We're
attacking this thing?
Yeah.
Anyway, enough of that, as our rendition was so on point, YouTube systems thought we were abusing copyright laws. And I like my ad revenue too much to share it with millionaire knobheads. Anyway, me and Matty batter the sack and successfully complete the first phase. As I sit in the corner waiting for the gases to dissipate, the boys take care of the zombies. Unfortunately, Matty dies once again while I start the second phase, and that's unfortunately his entire community wiped.
I'm trying to keep him distracted with the taunt. Matt, Terry, can you taunt as well over on your side?
Well, boys, I'm be honest, you're doing a fantastic job because there was absolutely nothing around me.
Hey, it's what we do, dude.
And with that, I complete the second phase of the playcard. And with the boys doing such a good job at distraction, it's not too much longer till I end the entire thing. But what were they doing that was doing such a great job at distraction, I hear you ask? Well, it turns out they were just stood on cars screaming dead wanker at all the zombies. Well, if it seems stupid but works, then guess what? It ain't bloody stupid.
Right, I'm going in, boys.
Even if Stuart is bloody shattered. The first phase comes without me seeing a single zombie, and the second phase isn't too far behind.
Did you kill it?
Well, it's done 2 phases.
Okay.
So, you're good, boys. You're good, honestly, right? I've never had teammates as good as you.
You're just saying that.
I feel like I'm saying that.
Well, to be honest, I don't really get teammates very often. People tend not to like me, in all honesty, so. I know. I don't know what it is. Apparently something about my personality, but whatever.
The boys continue doing an excellent job of standing on the cars and distracting, while I take the final blow of the playcard. So now we just need to escape safely, but seeing as the boys are surrounded by like 50 zombies, that could prove to be an issue. So I drive the car over to them, and the undead really couldn't give a shit about me. Oh fuck. Sorry, just had a flashback to my childhood for a second. But don't worry boys, I have a plan to save you, or burn you alive. But they're one of the same.
Once you get a gap, run for it, boys.
They get in the car just in the nick of time to avoid a blood feral. We then circle around the block to collect Matty, who has just created an entire community to rejoin us. But as we're being chased by a horde and ferals, we decide to leave him to the tether system.
So maybe it's a right idea to completely abandon him.
Once we get far enough away, he snaps to our vehicle. But to be honest, I think they've done enough damage, so I kick them out. Then it's back to Hastings, but we have a few issues like triple bloater pack is wandering past my base while I have the high toxicity bloater curveball active. Luckily, I've created a shit ton of mollies in my tasting room. You gotta love the versatility of this facility. Before the apocalypse, that would have been used by rich tourists visiting the region looking to sample the finest wine or whiskey Meaga Valley has to offer. These days, it's used by me, pouring petroleum into glass bottles to burn the undead, and occasionally the living, but usually my friends. And this encounter certainly left its mark on the team. With the exception of Rachel, lazy bitch. And learning from my previous mistake, I've decided to start by clearing out this siege site, moving on to these infestations before finally starting our assault on these 2 playcards.
Oh my god, there's 4 juggernauts right there. Oh my god, no, there's 5 juggernauts right there.
So I get in my car and start the engine just as 3 of the fuckers start charging me. But thanks to my world-class reversing skills, I managed to escape with no issue. I'm sure we'll never be hearing from those juggernauts ever again. I can clear out the siege site with no issue, simply headshotting the screamer. But just as I'm trying to make my escape, I then get jumped by a 4-pack of blood ferals. Yes, 4 of the bastards trying to munch on my thick cheeks. Thankfully, I've got enough paracetamol and caffeine to keep me going, but that plague bar's creeped up very quickly.
No! You gotta close the door with you on the other side of it, you prick.
Then with the 4 ferals hot on my tail, I run back to the passenger side of my vehicle and get in.
That might be the smartest thing I've ever done in my life.
I can then make my escape before the ferals rip me out or destroy the vehicle.
Holy shit, I thought that might have been the end then.
I then decide to ignore my earlier plan of tackling the infestations and just crack on straight to the playcards. Although admittedly I should have parked my car more strategically. That is some very dark smoke, and almost certainly not enough fuel to get home. But before we can even think about escaping, we've got a victory to claim. That is is until the inevitable happens.
Oh no, my shaft is yellow. It's not a shaft, it's fine. I don't know what you'd call it, but
After dodging my way around the room for 5, I drop out and drop a terrible molly.
yep, that's it. Okay, Hastings is on fire.
Although in all honesty, that molly throw wasn't as bad as I first thought, as it's done a fantastic job of clearing the undead.
Did I just hear feral? Yes, I did.
And it turns out that feral is actually a bit of a knobhead.
Okay, I am almost infected.
And not wanting to waste my final energy drink, I retreat to the car and kill the crackhead from there, before charging back into the belly of the beast, and it seems Hastings is really enjoying herself.
Yeah, I know you do, you psycho.
My torch then glitches out, giving the zombies a chance for a dirty blow. A dirty blow where afterwards I have to inject myself with special medicine? Can't relate. Anyway, Hastings escapes with her life, but only a third of her eyebrows. But what makes things even worse is we're now completely out of stamina items, and I haven't even made a dent in this play cart. So I go another round of battering strangers' sacks before dipping out as my stamina gets too low, but don't worry, before I do I drop yet another Molotov. I then retreat to safety to allow my stamina to regain, and I start to come up with the foundations of a groundbreaking new plan. With another heart being so close to this one and there being a ridiculous amount of zombies surrounding me, I decide to run to the other heart thanks to Hastings' impressive cardiovascular. This should help spread out the undead and hopefully result in me getting infected less often. So I run in and get 4 full power heavy hits on it before the undead catch up to me, just another 10 to go before I complete the phase. Unfortunately, a feral has also followed me, so I lead it outside to appropriately deal with it. Being a speedy gal, we can temporarily lose the pursuers before getting several more hits in, although to save time these weren't full power hits. The undead then catch me, so I set them on fire before retreating.
Come on, spread the flames, baby. That was a terrible molly, chat. That was terrible molly. It's so uncharacteristically unlike me to waste Molotovs.
Another crackhead fancy sipping my spinal fluid, so I once again lead it outside, but the hordes from the previous heart have finally caught up to me. We then have a little back and forth before I down the bastard, but it turns out he wasn't alone and brought his 2 older brothers.
I need something to climb onto. Can they climb onto the crate? I don't know. We're about to find out.
But to be honest, that's only if we get there.
Oh shit, this is not good, chat. Yep, this is not good. This is not good. This is not good.
Hastings manages to scramble away from the now 3 blood ferals with next to fuck all health remaining.
Please say they can't climb up onto these. Please say they can't.
For now, it seems we're safe, although still low on health, and I've just taken my last painkiller. Thankfully, the one thing I do have in abundance is ammunition. Although it turns out that single feral, which turned into a double, which turned into a triple, is now a 4-pack. And I thought inflation in real life was bad enough. I can then hop down and make a break for it. And I decide now's probably the time to retreat. No stamina items, no healables, no plague cure, also pretty much no fuel, but unbelievably I have just enough to get me back home.
Yeah, look at that, chat. That couldn't have been more perfectly timed if I wanted to.
With Hastings back home, I decide she's earned a rest, but Rachel disagrees.
Sure, any of this is working out the way we hoped.
Alright, love, fucking don't be a prick, is it? I can then swap to Stuart, who's in a considerably better condition. We can then head out in the middle of the night to do some looting, and I've only got 2 things on my mind: toolkits and building materials. But first I gotta deal with another quad pack of crackheads. And thankfully I've still got landmine set on my most recent outpost. But even so, things definitely could have gone smoother.
Oh, I'm on fire! Shit in hell!
My looting quest then takes me to a nearby barn, and once Stuart has showed off her very impressive fighting skills, she finds precisely fuck all. So I try move into the fuel pumps next door, but have to fight off another horde of purple-eyed bastards. These zombies have terrible eyesight, but cracking hearing. Not great when you're a loud lass like we are. I'm rewarded for my efforts with some alcohol and a couple of jerry cans.
Oh, bloody Nora. There's another horde. Look at the size of that fucker.
So it's time to get out of here before they cause an even bigger nuisance. But on my way to raid someone's shed, I notice a neutral enclave and decide to see if they have anything worth buying.
Even though they hate me because I didn't get a cure, you know, maybe one of their people might have died or something.
God, what a bunch of drama queens, isn't it? Unfortunately, they don't have any toolkits, but they do have 3 sacks of building materials. Well, I'll be taking them off your hands, thank you very much. Then leaving the heavily damaged car behind, I run to the earlier mentioned shed and find more building materials, a molly and some fireworks.
You never know. You never know when a firework could come in handy. Now we head back to that enclave. I got snacks. I got 8 snacks. Jesus Christ. What a hungry girl.
We then kinda lead a horde back to the neutrals, and I take a breather on my pickup.
Can you stop shooting my car? If this car blows up and I'm trapped here, I'm threatening this enclave and murdering them all. Every single one of them.
While they deal with the problem I caused, I set sights onto my next destination. Then it's time to leave. I guess I'll see you later, boys. Although I do arrive rather loud at my next destination. What can I say? I've got no regard for fence maintenance. So I get into a little fight before deciding that burning them alive is definitely the more efficient way. But sadly, there are some things you can't burn alive. Motherfucking crackheads. With that gunshot being loud, we gotta move quick. So I quickly grab the sack of building materials from the shed and get the hell out. But in that process, I may have caused a smidge too much damage to my pickup. Ah, fuck it. I'm sure driving a car that's partially on fire won't cause any issues. I then head back and unload all of my spoils, then start upgrading our command center to level 3. That additional outpost will certainly help towards my master plan. I also noticed we're getting low on food, so I enact rationing to sort out that issue. Yes, we're gonna take a hit on the morale, but you know, it is what it is. I then take over as bootleg and head out to do some more looting. Extremely bloody carefully, may I add. Starting where we were at previously with the ultimate numpties.
What the bloody hell's going on out here?
So after dealing with a few locals, I loot the dead heart and collect some meds from the pharmacy. I then chat to the zombie veterans and they're like, you need to go and meet the new guys in town. What a bunch of dorks. They're called the Selective Scavengers and they've set up camp well into plague territory. The house hunters are also looking for assistance, but who gives a fuck about them? And rather surprisingly, I make the treacherous trip across town without blowing up my pickup. I introduce myself to their leader Heather and she seems lovely, although they do seem weirdly proud of the sacks of mysterious meat they're selling. And it's like, boys, for the love of God, stay humble, will you? We've all ate at McDonald's. We then decide to stretch our legs for a bit and climb a nearby cell tower, and after a quick scout about, I find some firecrackers and decide it would be really funny to prank our new friends. I can then get out of there giggling at how hilarious I am. Unfortunately, one of our outposts have become infested, so I've got to sort that out. But on the way past, I decide to push my luck and try to loot the auto shop in the nearby town. I find a toolkit no problems, but unfortunately don't get the chance to repair the pickup. I then get caught slipping while browsing the menus.
Oh god, not ideal.
No, that most definitely isn't ideal.
Oh man!
The car then detonates, but the explosion gratefully doesn't attract a nearby horde. So I can quickly repair it, then head to my infested outpost, which goes well.
Oh Jesus Christ!
A Molly clears the infestation, but I'm not best pleased.
Fucking hell, come on, that is some bullshit there.
Well, I think it's probably time to head back to base. But first I decide to pay a visit to my friends, and I'm glad I did as they had a toolkit for sale. They also wanted a hand moving base, and I'm like, yeah, alright, I'll see what I can do. But for now I drift back to base and unload my goodies, before taking over as Hastings, who's chilling in the brewery. And Hastings has some retribution to earn. She was made to look like a proper mug by those two plague arts and all their feral friends. It's time for some revenge. But first she decides to clear out a new base for the snack scavengers, which she does by simply not even entering the building. What can I say, it's a special ability when you can clear a room without even entering it. But now I do have to deal with an unfortunate crackhead, which of course I do, but at what cost? Shit. And seeing as I'm here, I also decide to take out a siege site. Let's be honest, the last thing I want right now is my base being overrun with the undead and everybody dying horrifically. And with that, it's time to head back to the play cards. And you'll be glad to know this time I brought my strategic cap and I'll be parking appropriately. But it's fair to say we don't get off to a great start.
Oh no, Jesus Christ!
So I set everything on fire as I escape, then get jumped by another crackhead. I suppose that's the joys of fighting a play cart that's right next to an infestation. But I'll always take that loot, thank you very much, my friend. Then unfortunately a bloater pops in my face and everything goes horribly.
Oh my god, no!
That bite just reduces my play count down even more. But gratefully we managed to escape. That is until Hastings collapses.
No! No! Not like this! No! Hastings! Get the fuck up!
If anyone tells you button bashing doesn't work, they're lying to you, because I hit that button harder than an MMA fighter hits their misses.
Oh my god. What the absolute shit? What the fuck was that?
Well, I think the comment section will probably describe it as a skill issue, but let's face it, we all know the truth. The zombies are just dirty, cheating stream snipers. The hordes as well as another crackhead push me further and further away from the play cart. So once I've dealt with Susan the meth head, I adjust tactics and attack the second heart. Thankfully, I get a bit more time than I was expecting and actually complete the first phase.
Now back to the other one, and we're gonna do that repeatedly until it's dead. Oh, there's a juggy boy. He better not touch my car, I swear to God. I've only just repaired it.
Thankfully, for now at least, he's not interested in my vehicle. He's just banging on the front door like his missus has kicked him out. So I go back to heavy hitting, but once again get caught short.
Oh, you twat.
But rather surprisingly, the hordes take a little while to catch me, so I do plenty of damage, but don't quite complete the phase before I have to drop out.
Yeah, probably. Oh God, was that a bloater? It was! How did that bloater not pop? I have no idea.
I then pop a crackhead from distance before having to run from two juggernauts. But at least juggernauts can't enter the building, so I run back in and start battering. But at least I would if I didn't get interrupted by yet another crackhead. I can again deal with it before having to do more damage to the heart, but I get overwhelmed pretty quickly and have to retreat back to the other. But on the short 100-meter trek, guess what? I've got to deal with another crackhead. Honestly, I think I might have faced less ferals when I completed the entire game when all of the zombies were blood ferals. And that was actually a really good video, I really enjoyed it, go check check it out if you haven't done so already. I go back into the warehouse and get a good 4 or 5 heavy hits in before the hordes catch up to me. Then I make the mistake of setting fire to my escape route. Ah well, it doesn't matter, the eyebrows hadn't grown back from the last time Hastings had burned herself. With the hordes out of control, I decide to retreat back, and I still don't get a chance to phase this plague heart, but it's gotta be getting close. As the room gets overpopulated, I drop a molly and dip, and decide now's a good time to go and attack the other heart. First I've gotta clear the room, but I don't get much time with the heart as I'm interrupted once again by a motherfucking blood feral. I lead it into the open before dropping it, but as I'm dealing with a screamer, disaster strikes. Don't think so. Oh no! So I use up my final cure, but when I inevitably get bit again, it's time for a tactical retreat as I'm completely out of healables. And also dying out of my arse. So we get back to base, take a medit kit, and sort out our infection with infection therapy before stocking up with resources and getting back out there. And this time I park up even more strategically. I then run in and kill the heart with 3 more heavy swings, which means I've missed both times when this heart has phased. You wouldn't believe this is actually my full-time job. What a bloody moron. Time to get back to the other heart. And providing I've counted correctly, this should have 2 phases remaining. I get a few more heavy swings in before having to fight off a plague feral, which results in Hastings being thrown around like a ragdoll, and it's like, Christ's sake, but at least buy me dinner first. It's fair to say I then go a bit mental, blasting with my rifle, dropping multiple mollies before having to tactically throw myself out of the window. I lead the hordes to the billboard and climb on up, before throwing myself off and charging back in. And after many more hits, we finally complete the second phase. Just one more phase remaining, so I try to lure them all away from the plague heart, which works pretty well for the most part, but unfortunately there's always a few dickheads loitering about. Well, it's a good thing Hastings has the quickest fingers in the apocalypse. I guess that's what happens when you've been single for such a long time. I trade blows, set everything on fire, but eventually the heart falls. And with that we can head back after a successful day. 2 more black hearts are down, bringing our total up to 19 out of the 72. We have a pickup full of loot from the hearts, and now we can relax and enjoy the victory. If only that were true. Once back, we swap to Stuart, and I'm just glad we had time to grab some resources. Because what comes next will send shivers down your spine. She goes to investigate some noise coming around back, and she's horrified by what she discovers.
Juggernaut's in the base, ladies and gentlemen. Juggernaut's in the base.
But there's not just one Juggernaut, there's a horde of them. Thinking on my feet, I grab a 50 cal from the supply locker. It might only have 3 bullets, but it's better than nothing. And while working as a team, we can quickly deal with the first Juggernaut, but there are at least 3 more bashing through our back doors. I put my 2 remaining rounds into another jug from across the base, before switching to my second surprise, the motherfucking grenade launcher, baby. But unfortunately, that was the only round I had, which is a shame, as a second horde led by a crackhead is also penetrating our perimeter. So I grab my final 8 mollies and get to burning.
I know what you're gonna say. Oh, they don't do anything. Oh god, there's no ammo in that. Right, that's not good. Get the jugs, get the jugs. The jugs are the major thing right now.
Thankfully, the majority of the team are packing heavy weaponry and can make the big boys drop a knee. And that's when I make our first horrifying discovery.
Oh no, someone's dead. It didn't pop up, but someone is dead. I can see it on the thing. Who is dead?
Shannon is the first to go, but sadly not the last. Rachel has also contracted blood plague, but that's not where the bad news stops.
No! Not Hastings as well!
Hastings had been a vital member of the team. Maneuvering between her and Stuart was the only reason we've made it this far. She survived an entire map of blood ferals, but couldn't survive no man's land. Rest well, Queen. You most definitely deserve it. I wish I could say this is where the bloodshed stops, but it's only just beginning. Rachel has now succumbed to her infection, leaving just Stuart and Bootleg to carry on. But being so close to blood plague, there's only one thing Stuart can do, and that's abandon her remaining ally, making her way to the fire station, which thankfully still has landmines active. And unfortunately, Bootleg was never seen again, but I'm assuming he made for a tasty treat for a Juggernaut. And with the undead still festering in her home, the best way Stuart has to deal with them is to lure them all to the outpost and let the landmines deal with them. But with them cleared, she is now one lonely girl. The community is all but finished and her mission is in tatters. Although perhaps not all hope is lost. With an excessive amount of prestige, she pleads with her Red Talon overlords for their assistance. Their reply is cold, calculated, but unexpected. She's told she has a single hour, and for every single black heart she takes down, she will be granted 1 new recruit. Clock's ticking, Stuart. Better get to it. Once we've picked out a suitable location to get to it, I slap on a medikit and use infection therapy to remove any semblance of infection. I use the tasting room to craft as many mollies as I can, and use the infirmary to craft myself a bulk of plague cure. And once we and our car are fully loaded with everything we could possibly need, we set off on what could very well be our final ever mission into no man's land. And we are fully stocked and loaded. We have mollies for the hordes, bullets for the freaks, cure for the inevitable infection, coffee for the inevitable fatigue. All we're missing mission is a partridge in a fucking pear tree. There can be no excuses. We have sacrificed our long-term security to ensure that we have every chance that this mission will be a success. And seeing as there are no hordes wandering through our battle zone, I start off in silence, sneaking through the medical center and eliminating any threats before we make a start. And just as I start off our assault, we have just under 58 minutes left. It takes 14 full power heavy swings to complete the first phase, and I get 7 in before the hordes can even get close to me. But here's the second caveat. I'm currently relying on snacks to refill my stamina, as I've only got 2 stimulants and 0 energy drinks. So I'm going to need to take down a heart and use its loot to keep my lungs going strong. Rather predictably, the hordes get too much, so I don't complete the first phase, and the molly I dropped barely touched the sides. So I attempt to lead the hordes far away from the medical center before charging back around the front. Stim 1 is active, ladies and gentlemen. Stim 1 is active. So I turn my attention to the heart next door, however the camera angle screws me.
I can't see anything. Oh god. No, that's not good. That's not good.
Thankfully I can escape and drop a molly over my shoulder. But I'd say that's not a great start, as we're already a third of the way to infected, and I'm wasting time when my stimulant is active. Gratefully I can charge back into the medical center and do some wild swinging that won't put my marriage at risk. And with the correct timing, I complete the first phase while also keeping the undead from munching on Stuart's ovaries. I can then hop through the window and drop a sick roly-poly on our first crackhead of the day. I obliterate him with my sidearm shotgun, then run into the supermarket to get a few more hits on that heart before dipping out and dropping a volley, which definitely didn't singe anybody's eyebrows. Then, completely ignoring the fact massive hordes are storming towards the medical center, I still charge in and attempt a few hits, which goes probably about as well as you'd expect.
I'm sacrificing health here to try and clear all of the zombies.
And surprisingly, this actually gives me the room I needed to get another 7 heavy hits on the heart, although as always is the case, I get greedy. Shit. And in all the chaos, I've used up my second stimulant, so our stamina is completely collapsed. So I climb onto an abandoned car and come up with a new plan.
Recover health. Find Feral. Murderize said Feral. There he is.
I then charge back into the supermarket, but it doesn't take long until disaster strikes.
Okay. Oh, shit in hell. Right, we got our first plague.
So time for a sit rep. We have 52 minutes remaining, we've used all our stimulants, we have 4 cures left, and I've set myself on fire a record-breaking amount of times. Even for me. So I do another round of dodging and smacking before roly-polying out without even setting myself on fire. Finally, we're making progress. Although admittedly that progress is slow, as without a reliable way to refill my stamina bar, I'm forced to retreat back to the car more times than I care to admit. With 51 minutes on the clock, I take the second phase of the supermarket heart. Then with 49 left, I move on to the still sleeping heart inside the ice cream shop. But before I get a chance to wake it, I first gotta deal with a crackhead. And now with the back door swung wide open and a bunch of strangers pile driving their way through, that reminds me, how is your mother doing, by the way? So I head next door and start assaulting that one instead, and we've got a horde at the front door being held off with glass, and hordes at the back being held off with a single door. And with that thought, I start to develop my strategy. But first, I think the madness is starting to get to me.
Run, run, run as fast as you can. You can't catch me because I'm the ginger bearded man. Ha 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 ha. Where are you, feral scum? That's not a feral. I just shot the wrong thing. I do apologise.
And moving swiftly on before I compare myself to American law enforcement. I head back into the supermarket and get several hits in before the undead catch up to me. And seeing as I've used up all of my paracetamol, I've got to be extra careful about managing my health. And this is where my strategy takes even more evolution. There's nothing I can do about the amount of zombies. If I kill one more will spawn in its place. It's all about giving me as much time as possible to be alone with the plague hearts. One way I'm doing this is by taking the less direct route into buildings, so when the hordes follow me, they only have one entrance to attack from. My 5.7 female demographic will be able to relate. Lads, it's all about slowing the flow. Anyway, this heart completes its second phase thanks to residual molly damage with 47 minutes remaining.
I don't really want to be killing that many zombies, because I think by having this many zombies spawn, it should help prevent freaks from spawning. Maybe. We're going to find out one way or another.
My next move is to head back to the row of shops, making sure to make my entrance through the back of the building so the undead are forced to come through a single entrance. Doing that means I'm able to almost complete the first phase by the time they burst through the back door. But I always like to make things harder than they need to be.
Nope, you gotta close this door. You gotta close doors when you're on the other side of them. You should know this by now.
With all the Zeds now filtering through Dewey's hardware, I loop around the back and complete its first phase. And as is the case, I get a bit too greedy and stay a smidge longer than I needed.
Yep, not ideal, not ideal.
You'd think I'd have learnt my lesson considering I'm all out to healables. Well, Actually, not quite. At this point, I'd completely forgotten I got a medikit in the back of the pickup. But anyway, once again, I get multiple heavy hits onto the heart, almost completing its first phase, proving once and for all the backdoor strat works. I climb onto a car out the front and blast my shotty to draw them all to this side, then rush back to the pickup to grab the medikit. Lovely stuff. But as I move back into the supermarket, Stuart starts to get sleepy. Well, there's no time for sleep, love. We've got 42 minutes to save the community, and so far we haven't taken down a single heart. Snort some espresso and get to bloody work.
Again, this is strategic, right? I want to make as much noise as possible. Draw all the hordes from there over to here, and then I can run back and forth.
And after that, I loop around the backside of the medical centre, sporadically firing the shotgun to draw them away from the row of shops. And most importantly, after that big loop, all the Zeds are behind me. Except for this crackhead, of course. But fuck him, he's weak to buckshot. Fighting that feral admittedly put me off course a smidge, as I was aiming for the hardware store. But even so, things worked out pretty well as I complete the first phase of the Sud City Laundry. I'm then granted with 20 seconds of alone time with the play cart in the supermarket, before escaping and finishing off our first heart in the medical centre. And it only took me the best part of 20 minutes. But my timer right now is not important. What matters is the end result. Abraham Lincoln once famously tweeted, "If you give me 3 hours to cut down that bastard tree, I'll spend the first hour and a half sharpening the axe I'll be twatting it with." And let me tell you right now, my axe is sharp enough to cut through the densest material known to man. The skull of an Andrew Tate stan.
We have 37 minutes left. The sun has started to rise.
After luring all the hordes away, it's time to collect my reward. Sadly though, for stamina items, I'm only rewarded with snacks, which is a bit like asking for a happy ending at a massage parlour and then putting on a Disney film. I then sneak back to Sud City Laundry and get a few more hits in before the hordes catch up to me.
We got this, ladies and gentlemen. I'm telling you right now for a bloody fact.
The fatigue is starting to catch up to me, so I try taking a coffee from the pickup.
Oh, you won't even take a coffee. You won't take an espresso. What's the bloody point of you, Stuart, love?
Apparently, she's really concerned about her daily caffeine intake all of a sudden, even though previously she's been popping stimulants like the Skittles. I get a few hits in the ice cream shop before it's time to melt Ben and Jerry. But the problem I'm dealing with right now is the hordes aren't all grouped together, they're more in a follow the leader type pattern, and that's starting to make progress really difficult as they're always really close to any heart I'm targeting. I need a new plan. 33 minutes remaining. Well, I say a new plan, it's kinda like when Disney release a new movie. More of the same shite, just with a different label. But hey, you gotta do what you gotta do to get the results you need. For Disney, it's trying to gain an extra billion with second-rate shite. For me, it's herding massive hordes of the undead. We are not the same. Anyway, I get another 20 seconds along with a play cart, which doesn't quite phase it, but it's gotta be getting close. Although I'm more concerned with how fast my stamina is draining. I need to take down another heart and hopefully get some decent stamina items. So I turn my attention to the supermarket, but get drawn into a fight with a crackhead, so I don't get as much time as I'd like beating the meat. But at least those unsuppressed gunshots have maneuvered the hordes for me. I complete the next phase of the supermarket with 29 minutes left, then the Sun City Laundry less than a minute later. But fatigue is starting to become a really big issue. I'd really need this espresso to run out so I can take the next one. I can then get an unbelievable 30 seconds alone in the supermarket and complete a full 15 power swings, which should have been enough to finish it off, so somewhere along the lines my maths just hasn't worked out at all. I then deal with another feral before heading inside the medical centre and breaking open the food sack for some snacks. Certainly not the best thing, but when needs must, you wallow in shit. After a few more roly-polies, I take down a crackhead.
There you go. Good night, sweet blood feral.
Then Stuart complains about the state of the infestation.
This many infestations puts us at serious risk.
Oh, love, you don't need to worry about infestations. Of all the things to worry about.
I give a few more hits in Dewey's Hardware before moving into the ice cream shop, where we complete the phase at the perfect time.
Yes, yes, yes! That phase is gonna set them all on fire. This was a tactical masterstroke on my behalf.
I then finally get enough time in the supermarket to kill the play cart, and for all of my effort I'm granted with more piss and snacks. But hey, at least I got a medikit and shells for my shotgun, so time for another sit rep. We have 23 minutes remaining with 2 play carts taken care of. We are shattered and almost completely infected. On paper it looks like we're in a really bad way, but we've been putting in the groundwork. We can take on the next 3 with ease, and instantaneously we are rewarded for our efforts with another phase in Dewey's Hardware.
We got 2, which means the run will go on providing Stuart survives. He just needs to survive another 23 minutes. Hopefully take out, you know what, I have a thing. I think we might take out another 2, you know.
And this is where my strategy takes another evolution. Something that would have made things so much easier like 35 minutes ago. Blasting the legs off the undead with my high-powered rifle.
Oh man, I love high-powered weapons.
This will mean most of the zombies will be slower and unable to open doors, while also not allowing any more to spawn if we've hit the max the game can. Unfortunately, there's nothing I can do about the freaks I spawn.
Oh god, no!
So we are infected for the second time on this mission, and to be honest, I'm just surprised it hasn't been more. Gratefully, I managed to avoid any more feral attacks and heal with a plague cure.
This is why we brought multiple cures.
I downed the crackhead, then take enough limbs to be qualified to work for the Saudi government. And to make things even more interesting, a Juggernaut has joined the party.
Right, there's the Juggy boy. Do not touch my car, you fat bastard. I'm sorry if any fat bastards are offended. Other weight classes are available.
But Juggernauts can't get inside buildings, so that's another heart ticked off our list. And we still have 19 minutes remaining. Unfortunately, I've used all but one bullet on the undead kneecaps, but it's alright, I brought some spares. Then it's back to removing legs like I designed roller coasters for Alton Towers. I almost finished the Sud City Laundry before the undead burst in, just short of the final blow. And unfortunately, my shaft has now turned yellow. And as previously discussed, nobody's shaft should be that shit. I then loot the heart in the hardware store, praying for some bloody stimulants, but no. All we get is more piss and snacks. But I'm sure I'll put those fuel bombs to good use. Like immediately next door in the ice cream shop. And while the flames do their thing, is back to Sud City Laundry.
Hi mate, don't mind. I'm just gonna close this door. Nice one.
And just one more swing claims that placard. And surely this time I'll get some stimulant. No, still bloody snacks. If only I was sponsored by Fridge Raiders, this would be an excellent segue. And with that, we've taken down 4 black placards and only have one last phase on one more. And still we have 14 minutes remaining. But if you think that last phase is going to be easy, think again. 3 more Juggernauts have joined the party, taking our big boy count up to 4. And it's going to be a lot harder to move the hordes about when there's only 1 placard remaining.
I'm not necessarily trying to kill them, by the way. I'm just trying to draw them far away from where I need them.
And you know what will add an extra layer of difficulty? A triple pack of crackheads. All while having no stamina. The abundance of quavers I've collected from placards gives me enough energy to at least escape for now.
I might need to climb onto something here. Something that a Juggernaut can't reach, at least.
You can tell things are starting to get desperate when I sound like I'm straining to push out a turd.
Whoo! This is squeaky bum time.
I desperately tried to lose them by double hopping over walls, and that gives me enough time to fire off 2 headshots. But that hasn't even taken down the armor, so I decide to climb up the nearest ladder for safety. But that might have been a terrible idea, as I'm now completely trapped up here. I've got no way of healing, and my fatigue is still rapidly declining. We have taken down 4 of the 5 hearts I had aimed for, so that's an extra 4 rare talons we can recruit to the community. But that means absolutely nothing if we can't escape this rooftop. 12 minutes remaining. Thankfully, I do still have plenty of ammo, so take the next few minutes slowly chipping away at the Feral's head armor before slinging myself off the other side of the roof. And with boots well and truly firmly on the ground, I take care of what I hope to be the final crackhead.
I've just come into the wrong building. It's a bad idea, that, to be honest, in all honesty, chat. Do not come into the wrong building.
The better advice would be not to come into the wrong anything. But at least I managed to break open a fuel resack to get 2 mollies. Not that I've used up the last of my ignition sources, but you can never have too much, I guess. Speaking of fire, I dropped some more in the ice cream shop. And for once, I don't mean my lyrical abilities. Then it's back to trimming more toenails just a little bit too close, which goes well.
Don't touch the car. Don't touch the car. Shit, I've just drawn him right towards the car. Do not take it out on my car, you fat fucks.
I then realised my espresso's been run out for about 5 minutes, so have a cup of coffee. I'm then completely left alone in the ice cream shop for another 30 seconds, but unfortunately don't quite get the win. But I know the bastard's gotta be getting close, so I decide to leg it, in the loosest possible sense of the word, back to the supermarket, where I hang out for 5 before heading back towards the heart, but the building is slightly over capacity, and that's a fire risk. A Juggernaut then chases me down as my stamina is empty and I'm inches away from blood plague. His feet echoing through my nightmares as he gets closer, and I can feel him breathing down my neck. Whoa, talk about being a speedy girl. See, chat, that's just who I am. I've just... Oh, for fuck's sake.
That's fine. We got another three cures.
Well, now it's technically 2. I then charge back into the ice cream shop with 6 minutes remaining. Juggernaut trying to glitch through the door, but even that won't stop me now.
Yes! We've done it! That's 5 hearts, chat. That's 5 hearts. I just, like, you know what? I'll take 5. I will take 5. I just need to get out here now. Get out. I think if I get out here with my heart held high, I'll be alright.
I even get plenty of time to loot the thing. And it's a good thing I got a toolkit out of it, as it looks like the Juggernauts have been playing with my pickup. And it doesn't look like they're done with the toy just yet.
Nope. 6 minutes remaining. I just took down 5 hearts in 54 minutes, chat. I can't take that anymore, there's no point.
And with Stuart's victory in the record books, there's only one thing remaining to do: cash in our rewards. First up, please welcome Jeffrey Dow to the organisation. He's a logistical lad, which is handy as we aren't exactly logical, which is proven right away when I try to reverse over a crackhead and he instantly one-shots my car. Don't worry, Jeffrey, everything's under control. Wait, what are you doing? Get back here. It seems Jeffrey isn't a team player. Well, it's a good thing I am. On second thought, that single blood feral has turned into 5. I instantly get dropped and and lose large chunks of my health, as well as become a whisker away from blood plague. Alright, so it looks like it's every woman for themselves. I'll see you later, Jeffrey. I'm sure you'll be alright, but... Ah, for fuck's sake, not again!
Get to the car, get to the car. Screw the other guy, screw the other guy.
I climb onto my detonated car and jab myself with a cure, but unfortunately I wasn't the only one infected. I am very sorry, Mr. Dow. Is there any chance Red Talon have a money back guarantee if the person you just purchased doesn't make it back home? Unfortunately, I seem to have misplaced the receipt, so decide the best bet is to abandon him and head to the safety of my nearby outpost that still has landmines active. But I still tried to save him, even if that results in a feral hanging from my throat, then exploding on top of me.
Come on, Dow. Make it you, son. Make it you.
Another crackhead can't decide between the two of us and results in him blowing up, which sets fire to Dow, which quickly spreads onto me.
Back up. Get up, get up, get up, get up, get up. Aid, blood plague, victim, give cure. Oh my...
Genuinely, how did I... Well, talk about a warm welcome. It's fair to say I don't think we need to test Dow any further. He's definitely qualified to be a member of the team. Thankfully, Dow being logistics means he came prepared with 3 toolkits. Although it's night time by the time I do eventually get back to the car. We then make our way to collect our second new member of the team. Please welcome Abrams the Gut Packer. And thankfully, we don't have any problems getting him home. In fact, we don't have any problems getting anyone else home. Shit, maybe Dow's just cursed. So please welcome our new recruits. Stuart has shifted allegiances from capitalist pig to law enforcement. Enforcement being the key word there. She's also done a bit of a rebrand. Introducing Rose. She's a hacking machine, Virgil Guards and Skip Bootcamp. Gotta love a bad girl. Then there's Abrams, a gut packing veteran who also enjoys cooking a Sunday roast. Then there's Rotsack, but don't worry, I've been reliably informed, it's not. He's big on infrastructure and also a diehard veteran. We've also got Farsight, a former leader who's big on fixing shit. And last but certainly not least is Dow, survivor of ferals and landmines. He's massively into running and has massive OCD. And here they are in all their glory. You're cleaning up the nation team, starting with Abrams, who admires our very limited resources after Stuart's final stand. I craft 9 mollies with my workshop, then convert food to fuel using the built-in craft still, as weirdly food is something we have in abundance. I also use plenty of that food resource to craft a ton of energy drinks to keep our legs going strong. Then we head out on Abrams' first mission to meet up with a wandering spare parts trader. That way I can collect a load of toolkits from the guy, but mainly so I can sell him my homemade whiskey. I also pick up a signal antenna as I'm still yet to find one, and that'll give us an additional outpost once I've installed it to the command center. But unfortunately, before I get a chance to pick up the toolkits, we get to see exactly what makes No Man's Land such a pain in the arse: the amount of the undead trying to feast upon me. Combine that with a curveball that makes zombie curing so much more sensitive, and we're in for a pretty rough time. I try a quick trade and run technique, but that doesn't work, as Callie's only interested in defending herself against the onslaught of the undead. What a terrible capitalist. You should at all times be willing to sacrifice your firstborn for a 2.5% increase in profit spread over the quarter. Right now you can probably see how quickly shit has escalated, so I tried to hide out in a nearby shed, finding a boombox I immediately put down, as well as a firework which I put down in the house next door. The plan here was to use sound to distract them as they have increased cheering and slip back to the trader and escape before a single zombie has figured out they've been bamboozled. And that plan would have worked out great if it hadn't have been for the screamer, which risked the entire plan, so with no stamina I tried to take it out quickly, but the firework runs out and the fight just attracts the horde straight towards me.
I didn't even kill the bloody screamer. I am now jumping through the window of a house that I've just set a firework off in. This is not off to a good start.
You could say that again, you've still got no bloody stamina.
And now there's a feral.
Not wanting to waste a stimulant, I climb onto the nearest car, pop the crackhead, then leg it as fast as I can back towards the trader. Unfortunately, I only get 2 toolkits before the hordes interrupt our negotiations, so that's enough for me, I'm out of here. I make sure to drop off the supplies at my food outpost, while also refilling my health and starting the installation of that signal antenna to the command station. I then head to my ammo outpost as it's currently infested with the undead, but don't worry, I have a plan on how to prevent this from happening. I've just got to set some groundwork first. Then seeing as I've already scavenged every place outside of plague territory, I'm gonna have to go and clear out the plague cart just as the sun is starting to set. My chosen target is the old mill as it's isolated and hopefully will cause us less problems. But how wrong could I be? If this is the first time you're seeing this mod, all the hearts are black and have 1200 health as opposed to the regular lethal zone's 100, which basically turns this into a massive slug slugfest, especially when combined with increased zombie spawns, which are only made worse by the earlier mentioned super sensitive hearing curveball. And it certainly doesn't help that I'm being stingier than Starbucks when it comes to my caffeine supply. But the one thing I'm never stingy on is fire, and will drop a burning incendiary at the earliest inconvenience. Not only does that cause passive damage to the heart, but it also helps burn up all the undead surrounding it so I can go back to hitting the thing with my heavy weapon. Although it takes almost my entire molly supply before I can take on the play cart alone. Then finally, with no interruptions, I can complete the first phase, and it reveals its other gimmick, a much larger gas cloud that will set you on fire. And just as our first crackhead of the evening decides to make an appearance. As I stand safely on this container, the heart calls all the nearby Zeds to its defense, so I hop down and attempt to lure them far, far away. But that drains my stamina quicker than expected, and I'm forced to use another energy drink. But at least by taking out the crackhead with unsuppressed gunfire, that should draw every remaining zombie out of the old mill. That works out and grants me an incredible 15 seconds alone with the heart before the hordes catch up to me and I'm forced into dropping my final molly. I'm able to get a few more hits in before the hordes overwhelm me, and once again I try to lure them all away with unsuppressed gunfire. But during the fight I've used up all of my pain meds, so head into the nearby public toilets to collect a single bottle of painkillers. For fuck's sake. But hey, I suppose it's better than what I'd usually get from a public bathroom. There's nothing else around here that I can run to sort of lure them away. But surprisingly I do manage to confuse them in this outdoor picnic spot. And this time that grants me 10 seconds alone with the heart before another crackhead decides to join the fun. But unfortunately I've used up all of my caffeine supply and my stamina is straight up non-existent.
I'm out of stamina!
And just like that, the thing I usually get from a public bathroom. A nasty infection. Thankfully I have the cures to sort it out, but without any other ways of healing or any way of refilling my stamina, we're fighting a losing battle and I decide to retreat. Physically injured, but not as much as my pride. Gratefully all that running about means I can upgrade my cardio skill. Then we get a curveball that should help with our lack of resources. An influx of meds. An influx of meds means zombies will drop, well, meds. The community should also supply us with a steady stream of medical supplies, as well as us having a higher chance to find stimulants. Exactly what we need, as the energy drinks we've been consuming so far only keep us up and active for as long as a Viagra you'd buy in Aldi. So once I'm healed, I make sure to head to that area immediately. Although typically it's an area I've already heavily scavenged. The first container I search I get a pipe bomb, and in the second I get a much needed sack of building materials. Much needed, as I plan on making a few home improvements to make our base impenetrable. After dropping off the rucksack, I've got to get moving as the hordes have grown exponentially. I lead them directly towards an enclave across the road and even managed to purchase 4 energy drinks, a toolkit and 3 pipe bombs. But now my influence is lower than Dr. Disrespect's viewership, or failing that, the age of people he chooses to converse with inappropriately. While the enclave deals with the horde, I sort out a single Z that gives me a bottle of weak painkillers. But unfortunately I'm not able to get any more meds before the horde shift their focus onto me. So I set my search a bit further ahead into this rundown shack, but only find a single bandage, chemicals and another pipe bomb. But at least I can get another 2 bottles of weak painkillers from a zombie I downed. But other than that, this whole excursion was a bit of a letdown. Maybe I should have focused on killing more of the undead. Although on my way back to base I drop by a nearby enclave and trade them for their building and medical supplies once I've traded them for the chemicals I found earlier. And seeing as I'm here, I also decide to deal with a siege site that's building. Don't want a repeat of previous mistakes. We can then get back to base and load our supplies, but before I get the chance to give Abrams a rest, another juggernaut has breached my back door. And according to the map, he has 3 mates that are likely very hungry, so I'm not messing around. It's time for an immediate retreat, because if I get far enough away, the fighting will simply not be happening. I actually head to my building material outpost, as it's quieter than the food outpost I drove past to get here. And seeing as we're completely alone, I can safely swap Abrahams to Jeffrey Dow. And Dow's first job is to clean up the mess Abrams made by taking down the black heart he started earlier, although I may have made a mistake in my loadout. Oh, I didn't even bring a heavy weapon. We're gonna have to go back. I know you might be thinking that seems like a waste of fuel. Why not just take it on with the blunt weapon you had equipped? Well, the black hearts are so strong that would be a bit like trying to overthrow a tyrannical dictator by calling him mean names on Twitter. So I head back to my food outpost and equip myself a Canobo? Cannibal? Big heavy stick that looks like it's been inserted into a skinny ass Dalek. Either way, it's the weapon I own with the biggest impact, a bit like Divock Origi off the bench. Sorry, just reminiscing. By the time we get back to the old mill, the sun has fully risen, and on this occasion I decide to block off one of the many entrances with my car. Not the perfect strategy, but it should do well with slowing the flow of the hordes to give me as much time as possible one-on-one with the placard. I get a couple of hits in before dropping a pipe bomb, then I have to deal with a screamer as they do my bloody head in. And now a crackhead has joined the party, but I can use him to my advantage by using unsuppressed gunfire to draw the hordes outside, then looping around to the other side of the mill where there's only one entrance that just so happens to be blocked by my pickup. That does give me a substantial amount of time alone with the strange sack, although admittedly I still can't quite complete a second phase before the undead catch up to me. But when I climb up onto a container to catch my breath, I notice a bloater sneaking into play, and by using myself as live bait to lure it into position, it pops directly next to the plague heart, and I can drop a molly which ignites the cloud and instantly ends the heart, even though there is still at least 1.5 phases remaining. Gotta love bloaters. We got the heart! Yes, it's dead! Fucking get in there, son! I even managed to grab myself some half-decent loot before getting the bloody hell out of dodge. So battered and bruised, but ultimately successful, I head back to base. But what about the Juggernaut that had reached my rear? And his 3 mates that could cause a community wipe? Well, it seems like they just buggered off. I'll take that, I'll take that. Giving Dow a rest, we swap to our leader Stuart, and she's not impressed with the progress the newbies have made so far. 1 black heart in over an hour? What kind of noobs has she brought into the community? Well, it's time to show these bastards exactly how the cleaning up the nation team handle adversity. After picking out a spot of 4 hearts right next to each other, she collects all the supplies she might need and makes her way over there. And this is where we get to try out one of Arvid's strategies. By equipping a bladed weapon with Stuart, who has a maxed out fighting skill, she gets access to the leg sweep attack that removes the leg of the zombies. And this basically makes them about as deadly as a slippery surface. Now don't get me wrong, this certainly isn't the quickest way of taking down plaguehearts, especially with the increased zombie spawns of No Man's Land. But by repeating this over and over again, and over again and again, look, the game can only spawn so many zombies. And the aforementioned crawlers being unable to open doors, so after sealing both entrances of the Jolly Collie Tavern, I can get back to beating with my heavy weapon back equipped. And even though it takes bloody ages, we are eventually able to take down the first phase, although it does take 30 seconds and 13 full power heavy swings. But my main concerns with this strat in this mod, does the game spawn more zombies in between phases? And what about the freaks? Well, on this occasion we get no freak spawn, and so few plague zombies it's hardly worth mentioning. The second phase takes over twice as long, with 28 full power swings and over a minute of constant battering, but that could just be me being reluctant on using up another energy drink. In between phases, no new threats make an appearance, so with another 21 full power swings to get the job done, 1 down, just 3 more to go. I start beating the heart in the coffee shop before a feral joins the party, so I take it outside to properly deal with the beast. Do me a favour and send Hades my regards. Those gunshots did attract a few plague Zeds, but I simply once again remove the legs like I'm a surgeon working on a diabetic. I then complete the first phase of the next plague cart, just as an infesting horde move into the building next door. And to make things even worse, another infestation has moved in down the street, and the levels of the undead have just exploded. I deal with a crackhead, 2 bloaters, and a couple of screamy boys, but there's still the matter of the insanely large hordes that have made their way to the area. But I've committed to this strategy, I've got to see it through. So head down and on with the job. I remove more limbs than Jeffrey Dahmer on crack. It takes ages, but we eventually get to a point where everyone is more legless than a Weatherspoons on a Tuesday morning. But with that, we can concentrate on the job at hand, beating strange meat in a public bathroom until it explodes in climax. While it phases, I complete the first phases of the other 2 plague hearts. I then kill a crackhead, remove a limb or 3, before taking down the coffee shop heart, and not too long later, the others fall as well. Well, I say not much long later, it takes like 15 minutes, but we have like next to no threats appear, and nobody wants to see another 2-minute sped up clip of me repeatedly beating something. So we can head back to base with our trunk full of tasty plagueheart loot and call it a successful day. We still need to maximise our base defences and train up our newbies, but don't worry, I have a plan for that. But first we need to make some home improvements. So far we have a lounge being upgraded to level 2, a hydroponics, a level 1 farm, a level 2 infirmary, level 2 workshop, as well as the built-in facilities being a tasting room and 2 craft stills, which I'm currently using to turn my food into fuel. Molotovs can't craft themselves, ourselves, you know. I want to make some significant changes that allow us to not only survive No Man's Land, but thrive within it as we take strides in eradicating all 72 black plague hearts. But in order to do that, I'm going to need considerably more building materials. However, the majority of the map outside of Plague Territory has already been heavily scavenged, so I'm going to have to get creative in order to get the loot we need. So I take over as Abrams, as he's the closest community member we have to becoming a hero, and his hero bonus is something that's going to be very useful indeed. Kitchen Patrol grants 150 plus infection resistance, which will help out massively to cut down my plague cure bill. I tend to pick up more infections than an 1800s cowboy. So in order to get myself some building materials, I'm going to have to take down some plague hearts and pray they gift me with some building sacks, and failing that I hope to free up enough of Plague Zone in order to claim a few more building material outposts that'll grant me a daily resource. The first plague heart I'm targeting just so happens to be right next to a level 2 infestation, so before I even start I get to use the Apocalypse's greatest weapon to eradicate the local crackhead population, my arse. I also managed to take out 2 screamers without leaving the car, although I still somehow get partial infection. I guess I should have turned on the air recirculate button within the pickup. Now the infestation has been dealt with, I'm thinking the smart play is to leave the area in order for the hordes to disperse, so I make my way to the other plague heart nearby, which just so happens to be pretty near a hostile enclave. I'm pretty sure I'll figure out a way to use them to my advantage. After parking up, I pop some Adderall and throw myself through the front window, and after failing to remove the residents quickly and effectively, I resort to plan B. With residual damage being done to the heart, as well as fire spreading amongst the hordes, I'm hoping to get granted with some alone time with the plague heart, which works out brilliantly until a crackhead decides to ruin the fun. So I lead it outside for a little dance and eliminate it without even needing an aerial advantage. I can then go back to beating the heart while the hordes surround me, but unfortunately my stim has now run out, so I swap to snacks in order to keep my lungs working strong. Then once the undead have reached maximum capacity, it's time to drop our second molly. That grants me some time with the heart, although there's still a threat present, and I'm still trying to manage my stimulants like an ADHD patient without medical insurance. Praise be the NHS, am I right, lads? Unfortunately, this does mean my stamina is pretty much non-existent as I take on a plague feral outside, crouching to hopefully regain as much lung capacity as quickly as possible, but sadly it's not enough. Come on, you bastard. Shit! Nope. And at this point I've realised I've forgotten to pack Plague Cure. Literally the one thing I always rely on heavily. Looks like we're gonna need our A game to get out of here in one piece, and keeping Abrams alive should be our top priority. And with the hordes as large as they currently are, I think it's time to utilise the hostile enclave. I'm not gonna kill the hostiles because they are useful, currently. Although I do make sure to down one, although he is admittedly still breathing, this will send a message to his mates, as well as being rather loud, so it'll help with attracting the hordes away from the plague heart. Although maybe that message wasn't scary enough, as I'm now dodging headshots like I'm a presidential nominee. Luckily they have enough problems on their plate and don't bother following me far, so I can get some alone time with the plague heart, and I almost immediately complete the first phase, which isn't great timing as now the heart is going to call all those knobheads I've just led away. And I've also got to deal with a feral, and like the Catholic Church's view on condoms, I don't believe in suppressors. Unless we're talking about a way to suppress those negative thoughts inside my head, in which case, pass me the Stella Boys. Unfortunately, a bloater then sneaks up on me while the comment section is calling me a cheat for looking after my lung capacity. Right, B. Oh god, oh god, oh god. So I try leading the hordes back towards the hostiles, which grants me a few more swings onto the plague heart before another crackhead makes his presence known. But now I've had a blood enough, so after popping my final stimulant, I gunslinger the bitch out of existence. And while that is extremely loud, with my stamina being refilled thanks to my recreational drug problem, I am able to get several more hits onto the heart while the hordes head towards me. Then once the capacity is set to burst, I drop a molly and spam dodge my way through the flames, and typically I've got nowhere to run to as a bloater or three have popped themselves right next to my pickup, and just as my stim completely runs out. Fucking typical. I attempt to make my way back inside, but with stamina no longer regenerating at the rate it was, I only manage one hit on the heart before retreating as I drop my final fuel bomb. Now with only bullets left in my pockets, it's time to use my vehicle to my advantage, using the horn to drag the hordes back towards the hostiles. And what makes things even better is I can't be shot inside a vehicle, so with the exception of managing my petrol, this is a pretty resource light strategy. And who doesn't love watching a horde of the undead rip through your enemies with impunity? Is that how many juggernauts is that surrounding them? Oh my god. Oh wait, what? How am I currently infected? What the I'm gonna have to watch the replay for that one. I have no idea what happened there, but that's fine. We'll head back.
heal up, and go again.
Well, let's take a look back at the game tape. As you can see, we quite clearly hit nothing while also getting infected. So unfortunately, I can only draw one conclusion. Big Apocalypse has put out a hit on me. Instead of going back to base, I head to an outpost, craft some bulk plague cure, and use one bottle of it immediately. I then decide to renew the incendiary landmines at my food outpost, seen as is in a good central location. And once my health has been sorted out with my last first aid kit, I decide on another strategy to max out Abraham's community standard. Time to take down the infestations that have been building up. Although this could be much more deadly than assaulting the plague arts, 3 screamers, a juggernaut, 2 ferals, but at least the bloater's emo as fuck. I've also decided to do this without my usual loadout, so I've got no way to refill my stamina, and that means when I spot a feral, I've got to run to the high ground to prevent my intestines from being on the outside. Although a juggernaut threatens that safety, so I've got to make a move. Gratefully, the incendiary landmines are just in running distance, providing my cardio lacking arse can outrun the couple of crackheads, of course. With my lung capacity lower than my future career opportunities, I drop a pipe bomb and spray my load over the crackheads to hopefully slow them down, which works out great as I get to the safety of my landmines, which saves my arse, and not for the first time. And seeing as those ferals were from infestations, they drop some ammo for me, and collecting those rams certainly goes well. But hey, who isn't willing to singe an eyebrow for 12 rounds of assault rifle ammo? So once I've regained my breath, it's time for another attempt at getting rid of that infestation. And you'll be glad to know, I didn't learn my lesson and proceeded to take it on with literally no stamina items. And somehow with no stamina, I actually managed to eliminate the 3 screamers without being turned into plague grub. Abraham's is now about halfway to hero status, so we continue our infestation culling. Although admittedly this time I'm slightly more prepared. Seeing as I only had 5 food resources remaining, I enact rationing and put 2 of those resources into crafting energy drinks. Not that they're needed right now, as once again the Apocalypse's greatest weapon comes in clutch. The last time a rear end was used this effectively, a princess died in a French tunnel. On to the next infestation, which I instantly regret thanks to 2 ferals. And to make things worse,
why you not throw yourself out the window, you daft bastard?
I get trapped in a screamer's spew and the first feral takes a swing as my infection bar ticks up. I don't know how, but I get out of the assault and throw myself out of the window, but 2 ferals have become 3 and the relentless attack on me doesn't give me a chance to down an energy drink.
Yeah, we're in trouble here, we're in trouble here.
Then disaster as I attempt to jump over the wall.
Oh my god, no!
I get over the wall with 1 HP remaining, less than 4 minutes until blood plague fully infects my body.
Get some fucking pills in you butt, get some fucking painkillers in you.
I should have taken refuge on the first abandoned car, but tunnel vision sends me towards my own vehicle.
No, not today, sir, not today. Not to- No! No! Abrams!
With their job done, the ferals leave as Abrams joins the army of the undead. Just another soldier I'll have to slay in order to conquer Mega Valley. I probably don't need to explain why that was such a bad death. No 150 plus infection resistance. You also had a gut pack in 5th skill, which not only reduced our food consumption by 30%, but it also gave us knowledge of cooking and nutrition. And now we only have 3 food remaining total because we used 2 to craft 5 energy drinks, which are now in the back pockets of a member of the Plague Zed army. I'm really struggling to think of a more monumental fuck up that I've caused in this game. He also had 3 cures on him, and I've only got 8 meds left total, but technically only 4 when I use half of them to craft 2 more plague cures. And after grabbing a toolkit from the supply locker, we fix up the Miagra and head off as Stuart to help out the snack scavengers. They're being attacked by raiders, and seeing as I was voted 2013's quickest finger by a Butlins over 40s ladies night, I quickly dispatched the baddies. Although I'm pretty certain they didn't need help with the final hostile, but hey, there's no such thing as overkill. I then wait out the onslaught of the undead in the upstairs bathroom while the peeps I saved dispatch them with ease. Don't get me wrong, a single moddy would have been enough to sort this entire problem out instantly, but I really couldn't spare the fuel to craft them. But once the undead are, well, fully dead, they give me a sack of food supplies and I sell them all the dead guy stuff, then I purchase a sack of building materials from them. And ignoring the 4 juggernauts wandering past outside, I head home to unload. Stuart can then head off on foot to recover the car Abraham's left behind when he, well, died suddenly. But now my craft still has successfully converted food to fuel, so at least I'm able to bring mollies on this dangerous journey. In general, this trip is pretty risky, mainly due to the amounts of the undead, but providing I can avoid any ferals, the journey should be pretty non-eventful. And to be fair, I've only got to deal with 1 en route, which does unfortunately give a Plague Zed an opportunity to get a free hit in, but shaking it off, I get within 60 meters of the car and take refuge on top of an abandoned bus. Unfortunately, I can't see Abraham's body wandering about, so I pop off a shot to draw everyone towards me, but at least I'm safe on top of this bus. And slowly I manage to take out the screamers one by one as they come out the back door of the infestation. I can then leg it to the pickup and make a getaway with no issues. Although on my way back to the plague art we failed at earlier, I realised there are more more plague carts I haven't spotted. The first in this navy store and the second in this farmhouse. Not a great discovery when I'm trying to eliminate the entirety of this side of the river, and my job was literally just doubled. But hey, it looks like the hostile enclave was eliminated by those juggernauts, so that's a good thing. Rather foolishly, I underestimate the amount of zombies that would be in this building, so things have to get rather hot. But that's a great temporary solution that allows me to get a few more hits in, but with snacks being my most reliable way of recovering my stamina, progress is really slow. The best strat I can come up with is getting the horde's attention and leading them down this rock face, so at least they aren't surrounding the play cart. Although it is fair to say I do get a little bit frustrated, as every time I get back near the play cart... Fucking feral again! If I see another fucking crackhead, I swear to God, I'm certainly not going to do anything inappropriate. Just a disclaimer. The feral disappears due to mysterious circumstances, and it only takes another 5 minutes of bashing the hearts and dodging hordes before I eventually complete the second phase. And you might be thinking, why haven't you used the earlier strat of dismembering legs of the zombies so they can't get through the doors? Well, that takes up a lot of stamina, and with no stamina items, I thought they would be too risky. And also, I forgot to bring a sword with me. There is that. After one more attempt of beating the sack of meat, I think fuck this and go for a drive to lure the fuckers away. But that doesn't exactly go to plan, as the car pretty quickly bursts into flames, but I know there's a repair kit in the back, so it's not the end of the world. However, that feral is certainly not helping. I put it down as my car behind me detonates, and now I've got two options: sneak back to the car to repair it stealthily, or go balls to the wall and take down the plague cart with nothing more than my heavy weapon and 2 plague cures. You can probably figure out which option I went with, but that was probably a pretty daft decision, especially seeing as all the hordes are now coming back towards me as I'm attacking the plague cart, and Stuart has suddenly become a bit sleepy. So I decided to go on a lovely unsuppressed walk to once again lure the fuckers far away from the plague cart. But that turned out to be a monumentally terrible idea.
I'd better get ready to dodge that feral.
Oh, Jesus Christ!
That's 4 plague ferals ready to turn me into a hashtag, and my options are non-existent. I head back through the barn to assess the structure, but sadly it's not one with a ladder leading to the attic. Luckily, Stuart is a very cardiovascular lady, but all this dodging is having a negative effect on her ability to breathe. With no pills to pop or powders to inhale, the only option is to get to high ground, my destroyed car being the only potential respite.
Just get to the car. If you get tackled, you're dead. If you get tackled, you are dead.
Gratefully, Stuart can make it to safety, but this just goes to show we really need to make a base that can support all of our needs. We can take out the ferals, then not too long later, the plague cart. Then once I've completed another lap to lure away the hordes, I can then sneak back to the pickup and repair it with a toolkit I kept in the back. Then with some pretty tasty loot from the plague cart, we can head back to base to allow Stuart to rest up, where we take over as Rose, who is a hacker. And Rose is tasked with eliminating 2 siege sites that have built up due to our lax nature in regards of keeping plague carts asleep. The first can be handled by sniping a screamer from distance, but the second turns out to be a slightly bigger concern. Sure, I can take out the screamer with no problem, but after the bloater popped, it left behind a first aid kit that I very much want. But because of the unsuppressed gunfire, I've got to bitch it onto a car outside while the bloater gas subsides. And while I'm waiting, I realise the snack scavengers who I saved earlier provide me with a sniper support radio command. And as it only costs 100 influence, I ask them to watch my back, and just as a familiar face makes a reappearance.
That's my guy!
I take him out, however I'm not able to recover his supplies as his body dissolves into the ground. So it looks like I'm gonna have to just settle for that first aid kit. I collect it with unusual circumstances, then run back home with the sniper watching my back. And that's when we get probably the best curveball in the game at probably the worst time imaginable. A well-oiled machine makes things super cheap to craft, however I haven't got the resources to make the most of it. So instead I head off with a slightly adjusted plan on how to make our base unstoppable. And you might be wondering why I'm heading in the Niagara with its reduced boot size. Well, that's because I'm completely out of fuel cans and the pickup is running on fumes. Anyway, Rose meets up with a prestige trader, a fellow Red Talon she used to know back in the day. With her shit ton of prestige, she picks up the officers' quarters, the bunk room, the watchtower, the workshop, and the Clio support transmitter, as well as many explosives she can stuff in her pockets once the boot is full. Or trunk, if you're American. With that, we can head back to base and start the construction. Firstly, I stick the Red Talon watchtower in the small slot outside, costing 5 of my 10 building materials. I then destroy the level 2 workshop that refunds us 23 building materials and replace it with a Red Talon workshop costing us 5 materials. That leaves me just 12 building materials short before I can upgrade the lounge to level 3 and train all of our skills at the same time to max out our community without putting them at risk. Finally, I installed the Clio support transmitter to the storage facility, which I can use to supply us with an extra sniper support, although the 9 out of 10 times that I install all this, I tend to completely forget about it. Then seeing as we have 2 outpost slots available and I'm really low on meds, I head out to claim a medical outpost. Although on the way I do pay a visit to the devoted defenders and sell them some generic shit that I had spare, but sadly they aren't exactly influential. So once I claim the medical center next door and upgrade it to level 2, I realise we have a wandering materials trader on the map, but only for another 16 minutes. So I make that my top priority and rush over there as quickly as possible, and thankfully they're seriously stacked with the building supplies I need, although we get a negative curveball spawn literally while I'm in the menu, and the cost increased from 175 to 245 influence. What the actual fuck? Outlaws passing through my town has cost me a bloody fortune. Sadly, with the trader on a timer, I'm forced to purchase the 5 sacks at the inflated price, then head back to start construction on the level 3 lounge. It's gonna take 48 minutes, but in 48 minutes I'll be able to start training our community without putting them in danger. And with the well-oiled machine curveball, we're now earning 14 food a day, although who knows how long that curveball will last. Then before I deal with these outlaws, I've got to deal with another siege site, and I'm glad I did, as once the landmines have taken out 4 ferals that were attracted by my gunshot, I realise I'm in an area I haven't looted and find 2 fuel cans, which is great as I can go back to driving the pickup with its much larger boot space. Well, it turns out the outlaws have set up base at an earlier victory of Stuart's. You know, the time we took down 5 play carts in 54 minutes. But before I get to that, I notice a supply drop on top of a nearby billboard filled with luxury treats, with a high trade value, but sadly they don't stack, so I can only manage to collect 3 of them before I store them in the pickup. Then it's on to avenge my wallet. All 6 of these outlaws must die for increasing my building budget. I can't tell if I'm the US government or the mob. But why risk my life on a 6v1? Instead I stick a boombox at their back door and climb the ladder on top of their roof. I'm just glad this guy didn't take the easy kill. Whereas I on the other hand will always take an easy victory over hard work. Then while I'm waiting for the undead to do my dirty work below, I sit on top of the building with a rifle camping the ladder, popping 3 headshots in a row, without even needing the scope of my rifle. But hey, I suppose it's better to see it and not need it than need it and not see it. One of the baddies was nice enough to die at the top of the building so I could loot his corpse. Unfortunately, however, that does mean I missed his friend climbing up the ladder and shanking me. But refusing to lose any other member of the Cleaning Up the Nation team, I simply refused to die and pop the 2 outlaws that climbed the ladder. That is some dirty, sneaky tactics. You can say that again, but what kind of person would stab someone else while they had their hands in a dead guy's pockets? Shame on these outlaws. The hordes below me deal with the remaining hostiles, so I jump off the other side of the building and make my way back to base with a moral dilemma. Are we the baddies? Why are they the outlaws? They're just passing through a town trying to scavenge resources they need to survive. Oh wait, it's because Stuart wears a police outfit. We are the law, bitch. With Rose recovering from her stab wounds and a nasty rolled ankle, it's time for Stuart to take command, and this time she's brought her sword. Our target is the Navy store we drove past earlier. I know we've got some stims from the previous play card. I can go back to removing legs like I'm a West African warlord. Then with everyone crawling in the dirt, I can swap back to the heavy weapon and take out the play cart without any real threat. Don't get me wrong, it still takes bloody forever, and in between phases I've got to remove even more legs, but ultimately our victory is assured, and I'm even gifted with even more stimulants for the next heart we take down. Although we might have to wait a little while before we use that strat again, as Stuart is bloody shattered, and we've got to train up the rest of the squad. I suppose they do say heavy is the head that wears the crown, and Stuart really is the queen of Mega Valley. Before we continue our quest, we've got a siege site and an infested outpost we need to take down, and we really need that daily income of medical supplies. Although I decide to sort out the siege site later, as there's currently 5 juggernauts wandering around, but at least I can claim back my medical centre from the infestation. Get fucked bloater and get fucked screamer. And seeing as we're next door to an ally, I decide to take the opportunity to trade, purchasing more mollies and a fuel can. Things I'll very much need going forward. Then Rotsack heads off to hunt down the last 2 plague hearts this side of the river, and this time he's prepared. He's got 5 C4 to test out on these hearts, as the comment section is always telling me, just use C4, it's so much bloody easier. Well, you're about to see why that's not the case. Luckily the 2 hearts are close to each other so I can run between the 2. After parking up next to the corral, I head in on foot, dropping a piece of C4, and after waiting for the Zeds to follow me through the gap, I hit bang. That shit worked great! So you say Rotsack, let's try it again. Still no sign of a phase, so let's try it again and again. Unfortunately, when I try to set number 4, it bugs out through the wall, and then when I try to detonate it, I plant the final C4. Well, that was a bloody waste. Seeing as that was very loud, I decided to leave the area and head towards the heart across the field. Usually I hate the hearts that are located in these bathrooms, as they are a nightmare to get out of trying to escape that cloud. But for now, it does me well. With the correct timing, I can continue to keep the dead off me, while also hitting the heart. And after a few minutes of repeating this, we complete the first phase, although we do get slightly hurt in the escape. What can I say, the strat is a double-bladed sword. And while it's phasing, I head back to the previous heart, and it looks like I'm not the only one trying to kill this thing.
Help Nathan destroy the plague heart turtle. Yeah, sure, man. No problem.
After hearing the cries of a crackhead, I dip and drop a molly that might have slightly singed Nathan in the process. And after a bit of back and forth with the blood feral, during which I get slung around by my neck, I get the win. Then it's back to beating the heart while Nathan pops shots outside, hopefully distracting the hordes while the real hero does the heavy lifting. I complete the first phase, although my brick hammer is now yellow, and nobody enjoys a yellow hat. Wait, hang on, no, that joke doesn't work if it's not a drive shaft. Shit. Back to the bathroom across the way, and even Nathan is a fantastic distraction, or the heart that's phasing is calling all the nearby hordes to it, leaving me completely alone, for the most part at least. But disaster strikes before I can complete the heart's second phase. Looks like I've been slapping it about too much. My weapon is now red raw. Everyone is constantly telling me in livestream chat, I use the brick hammer, the brick hammer is amazing. Fuck, that thing is made out of paper mache, for fuck's sake. So with no reliable way of taking out the hearts, it's time to escape. I'm sure Nathan's got this on his own though. Seeing as she's in the area, I decide to pay a visit to the Trumbull Trader to see if she has any good mods to help with my food production. However, 4 plague ferals have also followed me, and trying to take them down with my arse doesn't go as well as it usually does. I guess the pricks don't enjoy fine dining. I get ripped out by a plague Zed, thankfully before the car bursts into flames, but now I've got to avoid a juggernaut as well. But at least there's now only one more plague feral to worry about. Taking refuge on a bus doesn't work as intended, so I head in to save Alexa's cart the old-fashioned way.
Oh god, no, I haven't got a weapon. What am I doing? I also haven't got any staminers.
Leading the feral outside, I can take it out, but the trader is now fighting the juggernaut, so I figure it's time to leave. Very bloody carefully, may I add. I think it's fair to say things have escalated there. Heading back to base, I use up my final toolkit, use infection therapy to remove my partial infection, and use 2 medkits to get my health back in working order. Sadly, I'm once again out of stamina items, and I can't craft energy drinks because I lack a decent cook. But hey, that's a problem for later. I need to head back and take down those plague carts we were just attacking, and this time I've got a proper heavy weapon, a caveman club. Before I left, I make everyone start watching training videos to improve their skills, and also start converting my excess food supplies into fuel. With our well-oiled machine curveball active, we're still earning 14 food a day, so we have plenty to spare. After getting back to plague territory, I go back to assaulting the bathroom heart, and even with no stamina, I do a great job of keeping the undead at bay, until I get bored and drop a firebomb, that is. And while that did a great job of clearing the horde, it's still another minute and a half of beating until we get the kill. I then retreat to the car to lead the hordes away, before sneaking through the back door to collect its loot. Even the crossbow shall be used for scraps. But not wanting to push my luck, it's time to get out of there. And once again, our car is smoking. It's a bloody shame I still haven't got a mechanic to build toolkits for me. I head back to base to unload, then take off in the Miagra to lead the earlier mentioned juggernauts towards my landmine protected outpost. The first of which goes perfectly to plan, however the other 4 seem to have wandered off. I guess they didn't want to catch these hands. I make my way inside the siege site, and after taking several unnecessary hits, I get the screamer taken care of. Now I just need to escape.
Oh, I'm out of fuel. Well, this went bad.
Now I'm especially glad those juggernauts had fucked off. We run back to base as Rotsack needs to rest his sack. And after checking the lad into the infirmary, I take over as Farsight, our as of yet unused fortifications-ist. She grabs all of our useless but valuable shite, including the Red Talon officer's quarters prefab, and heads off to make a trade deal with a motherfucking Echo Lab trader. The Echo Lab trader sells one thing that will hopefully make things so much easier for us going forward: the advanced biochem station. With that, we'll be able to craft scent block and bloater gas, although at a high resource price. I've got to sell literally everything in order to afford it, but I purchase it along with 6 bloater gas and 3 scent blocks. Then I immediately head back to get it installed to my infirmary. Next up, the snack scavengers are asking for some medical supplies, and with meds being one of the many things I'm struggling with right now, it wouldn't be smart to just give some away. Luckily, I have a crafty plan. I find a pharmacy outside a plague territory I'm yet to raid, and make our way over there to collect the supplies. Although things quite quickly escalate when a crackhead follows me. Obviously I can take him down easy enough, but the hordes that were attracted to those gunshots very quickly overwhelm me. And seeing as I've still got no stamina items, I've got to do something drastic. Run away like a little bitch. I burst through the back door of a nearby house so the crowds will follow, then sneak my way back to the pharmacy. But I've still got to take down a few that are lingering, as well as a few inside the building. I then collect the sack of meds as well as a white noise machine and a couple of bottles of painkillers. But before we head to the snack scavengers, we have a placard to settle a score with, and I brought scent block for this exact eventuality. But it seems the undead didn't get the memo.
How are you touching me right now, you prick?
I try leading a feral outside to shoot it peacefully, but it's giving off proper incel vibes.
Will you fuck off? I got a fucking scent block on, you dozy twat!
And after missing way more shots than I'm willing to admit,
Will you stay still, you fucking bleeding crack-headed prick?
we put the crackhead down. Eventually, then it's time to test out our new loader grenades. Although without flares, I've got to use firecrackers to light the cloud. Unfortunately, the thing about firecrackers is it tends to alert a lot of the undead. A second gas grenade completes a phase and burns up all the undead, although that turns out to be a waste as the next thing to enter the building is a bloater. So one firebomb detonates the cloud and takes down the heart once and for all. And with scent block still active, it's not a problem to loot the heart, being extra grateful for those stimulants. I then head home to unload, not those meds though, and once infection therapy is removed my partial infection, we can make our way to the snack scavengers. My plan is simple. I desperately need two things, toolkits and stamina items. If I give these medical supplies to the Enclave, they'll become allied and I'll be able to recruit one for free. But before I give them the sack, I'm gonna check out their stats to see if they have anything valuable to my cause. I need a cook and a mechanic and I immediately hit gold with the leader Adelita, who has the cuisine Kirk skill giving us knowledge of cooking. Caden is a programmer, but I've already got a hacker, and Gage has a blank slot which I could fill with mechanics thanks to having a fuel outpost. But ultimately there's only one logical choice. Adelita, welcome to the team. Although before recruiting her I make sure to buy back the medsec as well as the toolkit they had for sale. Sadly however it's not as simple as it seems, as Adelita also has blood plague, so technically she did cost me a cure. There's always one trying to hide the zombie bite. But don't worry, she won't be leaving base ever again. Just sat in the corner rotting, cooking me energy drink after energy drink so the important people can have plenty of stamina as they defeat the blood plague. I drop her back off at home. She insisted to sit in the back, by the way. Then as I'm coming out of the menus, I pressed the wrong button. Oh shit. Oh, sorry Stu. I pressed the wrong button. I might have burnt my leader. We take over as Rose, whose aunt was a prepper. Her aunt's house is deep into plague territory, and usually I'd completely ignore this request. But seeing as we have two other things to do nearby, I decide to go for it. It seems Abram's corpse has reappeared, and I know he was stacked with goodies the last time we seen him. We also have the opportunity to set up a trade alliance with the selective scavengers. But it's fair to say the mission doesn't get off to a good start when I realise Aunt Mary's house is now an infestation. Ferals and a juggernaut, overall a terrible time. Especially as I only brought snacks with me to refuel my stamina, as I thought this was going to be a simple collection mission. How wrong could I have been? One feral falls, and after eating some fridge raiders, so does the second. But typically there's more than just the two.
Oh god damn it!
Running down some rocky terrain at least manages to buy me some time, so I can eliminate one, but then unfortunately contract blood plague. Luckily I've got cures on me, but with only one left that's going to be a problem. At least with the ferals dead I feel much safer in taking down this infestation. And surprisingly I managed to take down the two screamers without the other Zeds causing me any issues. Was it because I was sneaking? No, don't be foolish. But I can't search the house with a juggernaut and a horde present, so next up I head to take down Abram's corpse.
Abrams, you son of a bitch. I loved you like a brother, man.
Well, I suppose every sibling has wanted to cave in the skull of the other at least once.
Now hurry up and let me search your bloody corpse, will you?
Sadly, I was never given the option to search, but later I did find out his items had been transferred to the supply locker, so it's all good. Then it's back to Aunt Mary's house, but another infestation has become present once again. Fuck's sake, this shit is taking the bloody piss, man. Luckily, a single molly pops the bloater and eventually the screamer, but after contracting blood plague for the second time in 5 minutes, I decide we need to leave once again. Fucking screamers, man, always bloody... well, screaming. I speak to Heather, who's the leader of the selective scavengers, but all she wants to trade is food. And I've got plenty of food, so reject their proposal. I wonder how they've got such a large surplus of food supplies. With that, I can once again head back to Aunt Mary's place, but sadly all I get is a crossbow and a bloody note. Think I'd have rathered the note, to be honest. Then as Rose has done such a good job, it's time to give her a rest, so we head back to base. Obviously, you've got to ignore the double plague infection, not collecting Abram's things, and failing to set up a trade alliance, and only coming back with a pissing crossbow. But other than that, championship performance. But maybe Rotsack will have better luck. The devoted defenders need building materials, and as I now only need a mechanic, things could once again work out for everyone. I put a waypoint on in the north as I'm looking for another medical outpost, and this one just so happens to be next to another enclave who will hopefully be selling some building mats. I rock up and claim the outpost, then start to load up with the shit I don't need. Gratefully, the enclave next door is selling building materials, and after a couple of trips back and forth, I can controversially drain all their influence with my redundant shite. So when it comes back to headed down south, I've got an extra 1,000 influence as well as those building materials. I give Michaela of the Devoted Defenders my sack. Not like that, you dirty-minded bastards. And once they've been drained of all of their influence, I recruit Michaela to the team thanks to her blank slot. And I can then teach her mechanics via the fueling station outpost. The cleaning up the nation team are now 7 strong. Although Adelita and Michaela will be staying at base permanently as their skills are simply too valuable to risk. Well, technically everybody's skills are too valuable to risk, but at least everyone else is a formidable fighter. A survivor near some farmlands needs my help. Unfortunately though, there's no survivors when I arrived. But I did get a bush axe and a shotgun off a corpse, so not all bad. But as I'm leaving, I notice the neighbouring folks are now demanding food. Demanding, you say? This is simply unacceptable. So I make my way immediately over there to see how demanding these bastards are. But it turns out, not so demanding. Actually quite polite. But even so, I brought this bloater grenade all this way, you're just gonna have to take it. I then stand there waiting patiently as the gas infiltrates their lungs. Shortly, they won't be able to breathe. They will learn their lesson about demanding food from the cleaning up the nation team. Oh wait, they survived. Well. Alright then, still not giving you food though. So with the rules of the Geneva Convention slightly bent, we head back and take over as our leader, Stuart. It's time to show these recruits how it's done. We cross the North Bridge over the river, and climb a tall ladder to have a little look. 3 play carts in the area, 2 of which being right next to each other. Perfect. Sliding into action, Stuart goes back to removing legs like a drunk driver. A quick 30 seconds later and all the undead are now completely immobilized. That means I'm perfectly safe to take down the play cart with my heavy weapon. Well, technically a bloater comes in before I complete a single phase, and using its cloud I drop a molly, then instantly takes the big bitch down. Okay, technically not instantly, but it goes down nonetheless. Now onto the play cart across the courtyard. Although first I've got to remove even more legs as a horde was wandering into the area. But with them once again immobilized, I can get down and dirty with a gigantic black sack. And I don't even get juices all over my pretty little face. Inevitably crackheads come to die, and occasionally I've got to remove even more legs, but ultimately the end goal is the same. Play cart down. At the moment, Stuart is the only one capable of pulling this off, but pretty soon another 4 members will have the ability. Then once I've stripped the area of its natural resources like I'm Victorian Britain, we start to make our way back home, where we have a visitor. This is Coin, and she's claiming to be the first person ever to have weaponized bloater gas. Yeah. Of course you were, love. But she promises to give us the last of her supply if we can take down 3 bloaters. And as it's easy work for a good reward, we get to it. 1, 2, 3. She then thanks me and we get an extra 4 grenades. Before Plague Feral comes out of nowhere, and well, let's just say I don't do anything about it. Well, that's unfortunate. But thanks for the bloater gas. I didn't realise it at the time, but karma was about to strike back with a vengeance. As I take over as Rose, a wandering horde approaches. So far, the pause menu is the only thing holding me back from almost certain disaster. Because unfortunately, when not in use, I keep my characters with no resources, including an ammo-less gun. So I charge outside and spark out a screamer before I can call anything too serious. But then we get our first negative curveball, strange mutations. But we can look at that once the horde has been dealt with. I managed to grab the last of my molly supply, some energy drinks and a stack of pistol ammo out of the supply locker. But by the time I get back to the fight, the team has mostly cleaned it up, with the exception of a bloater, which Michaela weirdly takes a bullet for. Good to know she could potentially side with the undead. She's lucky her 5th skill is too useful to my cause. The strange mutation we get is one of the worst. Headless mutation, deal more damage while also being more resistant to melee attacks. Not fun. And even though we still have soft skins active, it's kind of been negated with the strange mutation overlap. I've also got an infested outpost, but before I can sort that out, I enact rationing as we are now rather low on food. I can then drive my way to the warehouse, and a quick headshot eliminates the threat. The neighbouring folks are demanding food. Again! Those sons of bitches! So it's time to come up with the craftiest of plans. Especially as Heather of the Selective Scavengers once again wants to sell me her food. Honest to God, where's this woman getting her abundance of food from? But in order to get food from her, I'm gonna have to source some other resource to trade with. And I decide to stop in possibly the worst place imaginable, right next to a level 2 infestation. 2 ferals and a juggernaut is never a good combination by any stretch of the imagination.
Okay, this is bad. Bad news immediately. Bad news immediately!
Luckily I don't get stuck and can pop one of my 3 plague cures to sort us out. And after leading the ferals to a place not easily accessible by the big boy, I shoot the first in the face, and not too long later the second suffers the same fate. I then pop one of the 2 screamers and narrowly avoid the juggernaut's charge, just as another massive horde happens to be wandering past. Well, fuck. I head inside the infestation and drop a molly on a sleeping bloater to hopefully burn up the pursuers, but I'd say the flames eliminated less than 20% of the horde, so it's time to leg it. it. I enter the tavern across the road as we get our next negative curveball, Out for Blood. Sadly, I don't get to search for anything before the hordes catch up to me, and I'm forced to dip out the back door. Running across the street to draw away the hordes, I shoot the final screamer, eliminating the infestation, but I do get bit in the process. What a piss take. Using a car as a step, I climb onto the roof and throw myself off the other side, and immediately jump into the car to escape this hellhole. There's nothing here worth being munched on, but there is a fuel tanker just down the road, and I manage to grab a sack before a feral can remove my nutsack, although I do lose a door in the process. My favourite door as well.
Okay, well that was the quickest I've ever searched something in my life.
Well, you say that, but what about the time you decided to search within yourself for a better person, but all you found was a dried up piece of sheep shit?
I go through a lot of effort just for a fucking meme here, you know what I mean?
I arrive at the home of the selective twat faces, but typically they're after everything other than what I'm supplying. Meds, building mats or ammo. Not wanting my fuel supplies. I take a guess and say these bastards are secretly members of Just Stop Oil. I then get bit again while trying to drop off my redundant sack.
Oh god damn it, you son of a bitch! Where the fucking hell did you come from, you dozy twat?
So that's the second plague cure Rose has had to consume in less than 5 minutes. Not off to a great start. I try searching a nearby gun store for an ammo resource, but sadly it had already been scavenged. So in the end I tell Heather I'm not interested in trading, but still purchase a sack of mysterious meat from them, before delivering said mysterious meat to the neighbouring folks. I'm such a good neighbour. But now I think it's time to give Rose a rest, as she's been really put through the shit here. After checking Rose into the infirmary, we take over as Rotsack, who's recently upgraded his fighting skills to heroism, meaning he can now remove legs with better efficiency than diabetes. And his job is to get rid of this Out for Blood curveball. Located in the southeast corner of Mega Valley, he'll have to deal with crazy fast zombies that do higher damage and will chase us for longer. But as we're also low on food and only producing one a day, I decide I need to change up my outpost strategy. First I upgrade the food outpost I already had to level 2, then abandon my building material outpost as I was already earning 4 a day. I then set my sights on a second food outpost within the Out for Blood zone, but just outside plague territory. And because it's a fruit stand, it's easy enough to rock up and claim it as an outpost, and no dicking about, I very much need to stick down some incendiary landmines immediately. And while they blow everything in the area, I find myself some food. And knowing there's a few more food sacks in the area, I head off to collect some before tackling the plague cart. But before I can find any more, I bump into a stranger by the name of Jocks. He's been separated from his group and is asking me to give him a lift, and I'm happy to oblige, but not until I can collect all the food sacks I can from this area. But typically the undead overwhelm us pretty quickly, and with me wanting to save the little stamina items I have for tackling the plague cart, I run away like a little girl. But it's all good, my outpost defences will keep us nice and safe, even Jocks. I decide it might be quicker to collect the food sacks with my car, so Jock takes a literal back seat as I take us on a short drive. But once again, it's not long until the Out for Blood zombies very quickly overwhelm us.
Jocks, you might have to be a sacrificial lamb here, son. I do apologise.
With everything burning and Jocks being a great distraction, I'm able to loot the second fruit stand, then head across the road to the Tartan Mart. But I realise I've already searched this place and only find scraps in the final container. Luckily there's a valley wagon across the road. But first I deal with a crackhead, then save Jocks with my penultimate molly. Although it turns out to be a waste, as one burns up, 2 more simply takes its place. And it's fair to say I don't handle this very well.
5 seconds, game! That's all I want!
So I'm forced to do something I never do in No Man's Land. Spray an unprotected suppressed load into as many faces as my gunslinging finger will allow. I can then finally collect my food supply, but then 4 crackheads arrive at the scene and I'm forced to completely abandon my new friend.
Jocks is dead. R.I.P. Jocks, he didn't make it. None of my friends tend to make it out of these kind of situations.
By getting into the passenger side of the car, I'm able to escape without any other crackheads ripping us out. And the first thing I do is head to the safety of my outpost, baby.
Can I get an R.I.P. for Jocks in the comment section, please, chat?
Him being there almost certainly meant we made it out of there successfully. R.I.P. Jocks, they shall write songs about your heroic sacrifice. Rotsack was saved by the greatest of men, devoured by crackheads, there was 4 of them. We didn't know him for long, but Jocks was his name. Couldn't escape his fate, oh what a damn shame. Oh Jocks! Couldn't run away because of the size of his cock. After a quick resupply of resources, Rotsack can head south to take on the Out for Blood plague cart. It's in a medical centre, and after parking up safely, he wastes no time in removing the legs of the undead. But as the Zeds are out for blood, this is going to be harder than what we're used to. Plus, this is the first time someone other than Stuart has attempted this strategy. But even so, he continues to chop away more meat than a wasteful butcher. But every time he removes a leg, another Zed takes its place. The horde just never seems to reduce in decent size. Then typically we take a leg too many and our sword becomes yellow. Heading around the back of the medical centre, more Zeds await. However, the crackhead is the main problem. Luckily I'm able to eliminate it without any problems, but the fact it dropped ammo shells tells me it's from an infestation. Probably not a good sign.
This is a nightmare, in all honesty.
And what makes things even worse, because they're out for blood, they tend to get a hit on me before I can remove a limb. So my plague bar is slowly but surely ticking up. But after slicing and dicing for a ridiculous amount of time, with only one energy drink left, I'm forced to fight the heart prematurely. Surprisingly, I only have to deal with one Zed wandering in, and otherwise we deal with the first phase completely uninterrupted, although it does take 14 full power swings. I then struggle to leave the premises.
Throw yourself out the window, man! What the fuck is your problem?
Although after watching the footage back, it didn't look like I struggled. Maybe the stress is just starting to get to me. Being very careful to manage my stamina, I do manage to remove even more legs of the undead. That is until...
Oh, you bastards! It was a plan! It was a planned attack! You've seen that? They're revolving. You know what? He's on his own. Fuck him. What's the worst that he can do?
So it's back to using both of my hands on this tough to beat sack of strange meat. Although progress is a lot slower as I've completely drained all of my stamina items. And unfortunately I don't get to complete the second phase before a horde bursts through the back door. And to make things even worse, there's another horde coming from the front. Honestly, this is not a good situation to be in. And after heading around the back, I realised the size of the issue at hand.
Oh my god, look how many there are. What am I supposed to do about them?
There's only one thing I can do. Run away like a little bitch. Although before I do, I decide to investigate the infestation across the road. If I can deal with the screamers, that might help reduce the hordes on my return.
Oh god, nope, 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 bloater, great. Oh god damn it.
Gotta love an invisible bloater. What an absolute twat. I managed to take out the few chasing me with a molly, and thankfully that doesn't attract any more problems. And I even managed to take out the last screamer once the bloater cloud has subsided. Although we do take a smidge of damage on the pickup as I try to drive away. Gratefully, toolkits aren't really a problem now we have a mechanic.
Luckily I've got an outpost nearby. It can act as a little rest bite. Look at them. Look at them, they're just constantly sprinting around.
After whipping out the old spanner and topping up our pockets, Rotsack heads back in. Slightly risky as he did take major damage in that bloater cloud. But the lad has our last 2 bottles of scent block, I'm sure he's gonna be fine. I immediately pop some, and thanks to his die-hard veteran trait, we only take minimal plague infection. I then attempt to use bloater grenades and firecrackers, which I either fuck up the strat for, or the heart simply shrugs them off. I used 4 and it didn't seem to do anything. Then a Zed sees straight through my scent block.
Bastard. What the fuck are you attacking me for? We're supposed to be on the same team. Look, I'm a scent block.
I then realise I can't escape through the front due to a pop bloater, so I head back into the room with the heart, this time dropping a firecracker slightly further away. But it seems that was too far away to detonate the bloater cloud. And by the time I'm able to drop another, the cloud is already dispersed, leaving the entire experience a complete waste of time and resources.
This is not going well. This is not going well. This has not been a championship performance here by Rotsack.
But with the scent block, I should at least still be able to fight the heart safely. Although admittedly slowly, as I've once again used up all of my stamina items.
Honest to God, I swear to God, if you run at me one more time, I'm scent blocked, you prick. I'm invisible. I trapped it. Fucking move!
Gratefully, after whipping out my pistol, I get enough alone time to complete the second phase, although now I think it's time for Rotsack to get the bloody hell out of here. And thanks to the scent block and lack of bloaters, we're able to escape uninterrupted. And after getting back to our protected outpost, I check Rotsack into the infirmary and take over as Stuart. And with a bit of respite, I can check out the map and see we have 3 siege sites forming. Not good, but at least I'll be able to sort out one of them with my outpost defences. Stuart can load up her pockets, and notice how low we are on stimulants and meds. Yeah, we're in a bad way. And with only 5 food supplies remaining, I didn't want to craft any more energy drinks and potentially start starvation. We arrive back at the medical centre just as we get alerted to bandits heading to town. Then things go from bad to worse as I immediately get bit.
No! What the fuck?
Not a great start for Stuart, who is trying to show Rotsack exactly how a professional handles this amount of the undead. Luckily overall she's much more successful, even if things get frustrating.
No! Do the buttons I'm pressing!
And if I get a single comment saying, skill issue, I will not be held responsible for my actions. But with her success, Stuart can get another 7 heavy hits onto the heart before another horde can force its way into the building. And having used the last of my stamina items once again, I hide out and await for Stuart to catch a breath, until we get reminded about why No Man's Land is so deadly.
Oh, great. Yeah, we're not fucking with 4 bloody plague ferals right now.
Oh, what a bloody pussy. He climbed onto a car to avoid the fight.
Well, when the options are to die or climb, I bloody well choose to climb, you thick. Stuart manages to eliminate the ferals from the roof of the car, and with Cleo fire support giving a decent assist, even if some of the shots were aimed at the crawlers. This time I only get 2 hits in before the hordes catch me, so I drop a pipe bomb that really doesn't do much other than attract even more to my current location.
Deep breaths, deep breaths, deep breaths. Oh, how are you on the car, you prick?
So clutching my stomach, I head to the containers across the road and cause plenty of noise to draw everything over here. Obviously missing all those shots was tactical, but when that doesn't seem to work, I run back to the action and get another 2 hits on the placard.
No, dodge! I'm pressing dodge! So fucking dodge! Alright, Stu. I know you've just taken a pipe bomb to the back, but how about you get up a little bit quicker next time?
So I head back to the containers to make more noise, and this time I'm able to get 5 or 6 hits in before the hordes catch me, and I even manage to shake off a direct hit from my own pipe bomb. Stuart is just built different, but I know the heart is close, I just need to remain patient. So for one last time I charge into the belly of the knobhead, and 2 more heavy swings ends the twat for good.
Get fucked! Right, we're going. I'm not dealing with these twats any longer.
Not even an attempt to loot. That's how you know shit is serious. Heading back to the safety of my landmines, I give in to peer pressure and use my food supply to craft more energy drinks. But the thing I can't afford to craft more of is meds. I use literally my last bandage to get up to full health, but with only 4 medical supplies remaining, I really can't afford to craft any more. Especially when I go through as many plague cures as I do. Then while driving back towards base, a survivor pops up needing my help. But having done my fair share of helping, I completely ignore him. Like I'm trying to end the blood plague, what more do you want from me, man? However, as I drive away, the mission still progresses naturally, and now I no longer need to fight the undead, so as I only need to talk to him, I pop a U-turn and head back. But if you're hoping for a happy ending, that's not likely to happen. You see, Chunder over here, most frat boy name imaginable by the way, Chunder wants to take down a plague heart, but I doubt he has the ability to do so, even if he has a little mate to assist him. Chunder and Vampire sounds like a teen drama that would get cancelled halfway through the first season. But with these guys backing me up, I'm confident we can take on the set of ransackers that have entered the town. But first we have a bit of tidying up to do, starting with shooting a screamer in the face to remove an infestation from my outpost, then shooting another screamer to clear a siege site, then again, and again. Now the infestations and siege sites are under control, we can go and take out the baddies, although we might have to leave Vampire behind with the horde. Oh wait, hang on, I think he's catching up. Ah yes, friends reunited. How lovely. Admittedly, Chunder and Vampire might be carrying injuries, but I'm sure they'll manage to be useful by providing additional targets for the ransackers. After parking up, I use the car for cover to take down a Zed, and once they're all gathered together, I once again breach the Geneva Convention with a single bloater gas grenade. That takes out 3 of the 6, and even downs a 4th. Stuart's quick fingers deals with the 5th, and the 6th has the survival instincts of a dodo and charges into my gunfire. Unfortunately, I do struggle slightly to take down number 4 due to the amount of the undead that I've gathered thanks to everybody's gunshots. But let's be honest, there's no problem a firebomb can't sort out. Number 4 then decides to get back to his feet, which isn't great for his longevity, and if I were to take a guess, I'd say Vampire has sadly perished, as my mission now states to keep Chunder alive. But don't worry Chunder, I got you bro. With that, I'm able to loot the corpses of the fallen, which is usually a good way of getting some pretty decent gear. By the time I finished, I get myself a couple of extra guns, some flash grenades, but most importantly 6 smoke bombs. We can then head back home with Chunder still alive and kicking, but I've attracted the attention of a crackhead. So I attempt to use my outpost defences to try and take it out, but a glitch causes us to burst into flames and the vehicle detonates. But at least it's not a massive deal, as I can create more toolkits thanks to our new mechanic. Although there's more bad news on the horizon. Fueling the plague. Zombies explode when killed, there's a fuel shortage, and to make things worse, all the plague hearts have an increased resistance to fire and explosives. Can't help but feel that might be my fault. To make things worse, its effect is taking up half the map. I need to get this sorted before things get out of control. I need to take down the plague heart causing the issue, but in order to sort the issue, I've got to talk to the highway riders to find out which plague heart is causing it. I also decide now would be a good time to use 2 of our 4 medical supplies on crafting painkillers. I was almost certainly gonna take a hit on this mission, and I need to be able to make sure I could heal. Although weirdly, it seems Chunder doesn't want to get in the pickup, so Stuart has to make the 1500 meter drive solo. Being extra cautious with her driving when she enters the zone, hitting an explosives edge here would very likely end in disaster. Unfortunately, the highway riders are basing outdoors at the fuel tank, even though there are plenty of better options within shitting distance. This does result in a few issues when I try to talk to her about the location of the plague heart causing fueling the plague. I And to make things worse, she really doesn't help her situation by whipping out the gun at her earliest inconvenience. And because of all that noise, there's nothing I can do to get close enough to chat to her. So it's not too long until she succumbs to what I imagine is one of the worst deaths in human history. Flesh being ripped apart while burning, then finally exploding. Now there's no way of working out which heart is causing the problems, so I'm gonna be stuck with fueling the plague for quite some time. But seeing as there's a heart right next door, I decide to test out whether they really are that much more fire resistant. Using fireworks to lure the undead and scent block to remain undetected, I give it a test. And I'd say it's pretty unanimous. They're definitely more fire resistant.
Okay, that was not smart.
So with fatigue setting in, Stuart is forced to retreat. Uncertain how she will tackle this monumental task, there's at least 10 hearts that could be causing the problem, and she was gonna have to figure it out, or suffer the same fate as the highway raiders. We're gonna need some cannon fodder to sacrifice. So please welcome back the ultimate numpties. After a rousing speech to G up the troops,
Every time I've played with Matty, he's always ended up being the orange icon on my screen.
This game's racist, that's what it is.
I take over as Dow, who is weirdly fully stacked with supplies I'd completely forgotten about. Rather annoying, as I wouldn't have been playing so conservatively if I'd known about that. My plan is to ease the boys in gently, so we start the northern section of the map where there's a solitary playcart, as well as an enclave that could potentially provide us a distraction. What I want to do is get the boys onto different obstacles spread out around the playcart, which will hopefully keep the undead outside, and leave me alone to take it down relatively easily. And that starts about as predictably as you'd imagine, as two hordes are already present. Seeing as Joe is the most experienced of the numpties, I decide to stick him on the bus.
Yeah, fucking have it, you bastard.
With Matty having the least experience, I stick him on the caravan, then Terry on an abandoned car nearby. Now the boys have formed a line of distraction out the front, I can head inside to start the assault. But it may have slipped my mind to tell Joe that ferals can climb onto buses.
You okay?
Ah, no, I'm good. I'll kill you.
He kills the feral as I complete the first phase of the playcart. Then as I head outside, I've got to deal with another. Then I decide to see how the boys are doing.
This is a lot of zombies. How you doing, Joe? You okay?
No, yeah, pop on up, bro.
I decide against that and instead lure out the undead that have gathered in the playcart's building. And I'm able to deliver the horde to Terry faster than a minimum wage Amazon delivery driver. And I head back inside, continuing to give the lads advice to keep them alive.
I've already popped one.
Okay, yeah, just keep an eye on bloaters, boys. That would be the best advice. This is the easiest playcart I've had to take down so far in No Man's Land.
Well, it's what we do, mate.
Yeah,
we make
appreciate
other
it.
people's lives easy.
Unfortunately, before I can complete the second phase, I get caught napping.
Oh, shit. Oh, no, I got bit.
Then as more keep getting in the way, I lead them outside to shift their attention onto the numpties, which goes about as well as you'd expect.
Oh, God. Oh, no. Yep, I'm infected.
Luckily, I have plenty of cures, but don't get to extract my revenge as the crackhead shifts its attention onto my walking and talking cannon fodder. So back inside I go, and 2 more full power heavy swings completes the second phase. Another crackhead learns the ways of my gunslinging badassery, and this time I pay a visit to Matty on his caravan, who's living life completely safely. I purchase some energy drinks from the enclave opposite, then have to lure another horde away from the heart. And this time it's Joe who receives my deadly package. And not for the first time.
Wow, that is a lot of zombies.
And with them now trying to nibble away at his ankles, I'm pretty safe to head inside and take the victory after another minute of heavy swinging. I get a much needed first aid kit, which I pop immediately, as well as stims, gun and a heavy weapon.
Are you just gonna leave us here, or?
No, I'm gonna initiate step 2 of my genius plan, which is a rescue mission.
Step 1, rescue Terry. I'm required to blow a load over a crackhead, but it's not the first time and it won't be the last. With Terry safely enjoying the morning wind, Matty is the next to be rescued. However, Joe is going to be significantly harder, so I teach him the way of the Molotov.
So that you don't get caught by
Yeah. That's not great. That's not great.
But with at least a third of an eyebrow remaining, he makes it to safety, and just in time too as a 4-pack of crackheads chase us away. With that, the boys need some medical care, so we make our way back to base to sort out their injuries. And once Dowers used infection therapy to cure his partial infection, it's time to come up with another plan. We have a siege site that needs eradicating and an enclave that needs plague samples. So I grab a load of expensive but useless items, and this time Joe is driving while I execute Operation Shoot One Screamy Boy in the face. I hop out in front of the house while the boys circle to keep the undead busy. Screamer goes down, simple as you'd like, and I jump back into the pickup pickup but not a single person contracted blood plague. That might have been the first time ever one of my plans has worked out. Unfortunately, good news never lasts for long in No Man's Land.
I'll deal with it. Oh no, not again! Oh, not again. Get out, get out, get out, get out, get out!
Luckily, I'm able to deal with the crackhead, but unsuppressed gunfire means we're gonna have to band together to fight off anything else that comes for us.
No guns, we're gonna silently take on anything that isn't a crackhead. Got it?
Gotcha, gotcha.
And surprisingly, everything worked out as I planned once again. Ignoring the massive fireball, of course. I can repair the pickup with a toolkit from the back, then give Violet of the remainders some plague samples before abusing our newfound friendship to pick up more toolkits and food while selling them expensive shit I can't even use. With that done, Dow is getting slightly sleepy, so we head back to give him a rest and I take over as Rotsack. But we're gonna have to repeat the earlier plan as another siege site has formed, as well as my medical outpost becoming infested. So with Joe once again behind the wheel, we set off. I'm able to take down the siege site, but not without incident.
Right.
On the front of the car.
Oh, don't say that.
That has unfortunately meant the pickup has taken a serious hit, but at least this time it's not on fire. Gratefully, the infested outpost goes much smoother, quick headshot on the screamer, and away we go. On to the next plague art, and the plan remains the same as the previous. I eliminate 2 ferals while the boys take up positions, Terry taking refuge on this flatbed, and after I've eliminated a few in the building, I can get to work smashing the sack.
Oh god, yep, crack it on me, crack it on me.
I obviously take it out with no problems, then complete the first phase of the plague art. However, 4 big boys have also wandered in, so I make the executive decision to leave, which doesn't go too well for Matty.
Okay. Oh shit.
I wasn't aiming.
Oh, no, you would.
But with both Matty and Joe in the pickup, I decide to be Billy Big Bollocks and take out the Juggernaut with my arse.
Jay?
Yeah.
I don't think that's a good idea.
No, I don't think it was a good idea either. Bail, bail, bail.
Acting as a distraction to save the boys, I managed to get the attention of both a feral and a juggernaut. And after a loop around the power station to lose them, I'm completely alone to once again fix up the pickup. I can then use the Apocalypse's greatest weapon to eliminate one of the juggernauts, but seeing as there's still another 3, I decide to switch up the strategies. But not too much as I head back inside the warehouse, close all 3 doors and take out the second phase of the plague art. I then decide to pay a visit to Joe and Matty to see how they're doing and get a motivational speech to keep me going.
As you can tell, boys, we're obviously doing well because we're here together as a team. I mean, Terry's over there, but he's here in spirit right now.
When's this get motivational?
Yeah, no, come on, pick up a bit, you know? Where's the, like, we'll fight them on the
slow.
beaches?
So Joe takes over the motivational responsibilities.
Listen up, boys.
There it is.
It's been
Okay.
a hard day today. Us trying to take out these plague hearts, and by us I mean Jay, doing practically all the work while we stand around and do nothing. But there's one thing in general, that we bound together like brothers. What do we fight for, Terry?
What?
We
Goth
fight
biddies.
for Goth biddies, exactly.
So reinvigorated, I head in with dreams of goth biddies, and with the boys distracting the hordes, it's quite simple to take down the heart, and I even get plenty of time to loot it too. I can then pick up Matty and Joe, however I have to make the heartbreaking decision to leave Terry behind. That is simply too many zombies for us to handle.
Tez, we'll see you on the other side, okay? Oh shit, he's back. Hey Tez, how's it going? Yeah, we weren't leaving you for dead.
I can then display the ultimate show of manhood with a world-class power slide park display.
Yeah, I think I did better, personally.
Back at base, we get a new curveball, Sentinel Mutation. Unusual because this has positive effects, but we have curveballs set to constant negative. Interesting, but I'll take zombies with terrible hearing. Once Rotsack has removed his partial infection with infection therapy, we can once again head out, and this time we've got our sights set on a medical trader. And as is tradition on No Man's Land, we have to fight off zombies that have been attracted due to the engine noise. But after teamwork makes the dream work, I can purchase 5 medical Rotsacks that will greatly increase our ability to heal. But after that, it's time to head south as the real challenge begins. But you wouldn't be able to tell judging by the conversation.
Out of the blue, right? Do you reckon furry porn is actually just like it's them just like giving themselves like a cat wash? Do you know what I mean? Just like
I don't want to even try to figure out what it is.
I mean, everybody here has access to Google, so if you really wanted to know that much, you could find out.
Nobody Google it.
Unfortunately, I really don't have any sort of semblance of a plan. I need to get rid of fueling the plague, and it's most likely to be caused by heart down this way, as that's where the enclave I was supposed to speak to spawned. Terry then unfortunately gets ripped out due to my own incompetence.
Tez, while you're out, oh god, do not shoot those guys.
I will survive.
Woohoo! Thankfully, Terry survives his encounter with the Blood Feral and climbs onto the petrol station while the rest of the team moves into position. Joe and Matty rush off to enact a rescue plan, but sensing my opportunity, I move on to the play cart. Unfortunately, it doesn't take too long for the undead to figure out my plan, and as one of them is an explosive Z, I can't fight it here as it's too tight, and I've completely run out of stamina. A simple headshot outside means I don't burst into flames. Then I head back to the heart, and this time manage to complete its first phase. With that, I plan on shifting my attention onto another heart nearby, but there are several hordes between me and it. Luckily, I have the boys who are great distractions.
Shit.
Right, I'll deal with the crackhead. Oh, I missed.
Ah! No! Who did that?
That was me. Sorry, guys.
Wow. For once, snap aim didn't screw me, it just screwed Joe instead. I turn my attention to the second play cart, and after I take out a feral that interrupts me, I'm able to complete its first phase. I head back to the first heart, but that's where the hordes have been while I was fighting heart number 2. And to make things worse, fatigue has started to kick in for Rotsack. But with caffeine coursing through my veins, I continue my play cart assault. For I must defeat the fuel in the plague for the safety of my community. Well, that is until the hordes catch up to me, as I'm the only one to still be on the ground, so I decide it would be for the best to get in the car and drive away, completely abandoning the boys behind me.
Oh, hey guys.
Hey.
Hello.
Hello.
So I didn't.
Why have you got your dick out?
We arrive at the safety of my landmine protected outpost as I take over as steward to give Rotsack a well-deserved rest. And with her locked and loaded, it's time to head back into the danger zone. Arriving back into the heart of the explosive Zeds, at least the hordes have wandered off. And after parking up purposely far away from the action, I immediately get to work. Although that almost ends in disaster when I get surprised by a sleeping bloater. Thankfully, the damage wasn't too severe, and once the undead chasing me are dealt with, I focus my attention onto the heart, but we have a serious horde inbound. After setting off a chain reaction of explosive Zeds, I head outside where Joe has lobbed a molly at the horde.
I feel like we've been fine on this, to be honest.
It's getting hard as shit up here.
As soon as that horde has been dealt with and I've got a horde on me, I drop some firecrackers into Matty's billboard and head back in to fight the plague up, but there's still far too many to safely take it down. So I drop my final firecracker at the heart and shoot an explosive Z in the face. And after another chain reaction of explosions...
No, he's coming for me.
Oh my god.
Which certainly wasn't caused by me. Terry unfortunately suffers our first loss of the session. R.I.P. King, we'll see you on the other side. Or immediately, as he has other community members to take over as. But with the hordes the way they are, I turn my attention to heart number 2. And it's not too much trouble to complete its second phase. As well as the second phase on the first heart, although I do have to run away from a plague feral. And while this phasing it draws all the nearby Zeds to it, so I can head back to the other and take it out without a trouble. Well, I say no trouble, it still took nearly 2 minutes of constant beating, and then an explodey boy claims the kill anyway.
Plague heart down.
Unfortunately, it wasn't the heart we needed to get rid of fueling the plague, but at least we get some half-decent loot for our troubles. I managed to drop off the heaviest of the items into the boot, and thankfully none of the boys started a chain reaction of explosions. Now is not the time for an epic prank, and with only one phase left on the other play cart, I'm determined to get it dead. I even tried to lure a bloater towards the heart, but an explosive Z causes me to fire prematurely, and the bloater pops agonizingly close, but certainly not close enough. But that text tells me it's gotta be close. So I head back in for what I hope will be the final time, but I once again get overwhelmed, but remember it can always get worse.
Dude, you got 4 jugs.
Oh god, no!
Oh god, they're all...
I narrowly avoid the charge of the first, then detonate an explodey boy. But now is not the time to run away. The heart has to be close to finishing. But not only is it close to death, but it's also the heart causing the fuel in the plague. I can then stuff my pockets with plague heart loot, but it's time to make my escape while also running away from 4 burning juggies. Luckily, they lose interest in me as they get distracted by the numpties, and for the second time in 20 minutes, I completely abandon my friends. Damn, these fuckers are harder to get rid of than herpes. We pay a stop at the food outpost we were at earlier, but there's one thing that slipped my mind.
Oh, ferals! Ferals! Alright, onto the car, onto the car, onto the car!
The defences are down. I quickly install the set of landmines, but is it too little too late?
Dead.
Oh my god. I didn't realise the outpost defences were out. Is everybody okay?
Gratefully, the worst thing we had to deal with was a singed eyebrow. Although that doesn't stop Matty and Joe from starting a fight club.
Oh, nice, that was nice.
You like that? Delicious?
Yeah, that was beautiful.
Well,
Wow. I'm trying to think who would I put my money on.
definitely the dude with the colours, the lights on his
Yeah. Yeah. Obviously.
With that, we head back to base so I can drop off the 2 sacks I've gathered and take over as Rose. So far, she hasn't had the best of luck out in the field, but her hero bonus will be very useful and she's over halfway to maxing out her standing. Before we leave, I start construction on a shooting range for that extra 20 stamina, seeing as we've got plenty of building materials. Then we head off to tackle another plague heart being affected by a curveball. Out for bloody blood. Again! But at least this time with our 3 walking and talking cannon fodders, we should have this in the bag. Famous last words.
I feel like you put us into a false sense of security with all the nice easy missions so far. Then
I spot 4 juggernauts on the horizon, but the boys have already exited the vehicle to pick up positions on the perimeter. I am able to rescue Matty and Terry, although I do slightly clip Matty with the car. But it's going to be much harder to rescue Joe as he's already surrounded. But even so, he goes for it.
I'm coming.
Come on, Joe! Come on! Come on, you can do it! Go faster! Go faster!
But by focusing on Joe, I allow a Zed to creep up on Terry, who's sat in the back. Joe gets in, but we now can't escape without Terry.
Oh, Tez! Yes!
I decide the best course of action would be to lure the undead away, mainly the juggernauts if I'm being honest with you. However, a plague feral from a nearby infestation has other ideas.
Oh, feral. Oh, no, not again!
The glitchy bastard causes us to set on fire, so I put my foot down as everyone jumps out, throwing myself out last. At least the dead feral dropped the first aid kit, something I'm sure will come in handy later. There's a toolkit in the pickup, but I'm not able to repair it before the hordes catch up to us. So instinctively we split, with me and Matty heading for the wind farm, while Terry and Joe head in opposite directions. Me and Matty climb the nearby cell tower to safety, and that draws the undead away from us, which looks to be terrible news for Terry. So it's time for a rescue operation. Me and Matty sprint back to the car, and once I've whipped out the old spanner, we set off to rescue the other 2 numpties. But this time I decide to go all Harry Potter on it.
Bippity, boppity, boom! Yeah!
But with the boys rescued, it's back to the task at hand, taking out this bloody plague heart. Gratefully, the 4 juggernauts are no longer in the area, so I start assaulting the heart while the boys act as decoy. But this time I brought landmines of my own, and when the hordes catch up to me, I dip and start dropping them. And from there I can complete the first phase uncontested. 2 ferals then decide to join the action, but thankfully they're slowed down by my mines, and I can clean them up from there. Back inside, I continue to fight against the heart, surrounded by more skulls than an Aztec sacrifice. After a full minute of alone time, I complete the second phase. After a quick dash outside while the gases dissipate, I can head back inside where I'm completely alone once again to claim victory. I even have plenty of time to collect its loot. Now it's time for another rescue plan, but that's going to be hard, especially when Terry is surrounded by that. And just when you thought things couldn't get any worse, Bangonomics starts to brew. At least Joe and Matty aren't surrounded by anything, so we can rescue them with no problems and completely leave Terry to be used as juggernaut bait. But I suspect karma is starting to shift as we start to get positive curveballs, even though the settings are set to negative only. News travels. Perhaps this is my reward for rescuing the numpties several times. But it's not all good news as Bangonomics kicks in at the worst possible moment.
Oh no, oh no, oh, right, get out, everyone out.
That's 4 ferals, a horde and a juggernaut. I lead the boys towards the enclave, but unfortunately it was too little too late for Matty, who's the first to fall to the feral pack. I then get bit, which isn't great, but with narcotics running through my veins, I'm able to take down 3 ferals, partly thanks to them being confused about who to target. The hordes grow exponentially as the selective scavengers struggle to fight them off, but being the beast she is, Rose is able to drop the juggernaut. I then have to brutally bludgeon Matty's corpse, before realising Joe and Terry are miles away fighting a feral each.
I'm back in the enclave, I thought the fucking problem was over.
The problem's not fucking over!
Alright, calm down, don't get your Lederhosen in a twist. With Terry rescued, Joe climbs the cell tower to safety. Then to thank the selective scavengers for their efforts, I finally give in to their insistence of trading by gifting them a med sack from the previous heart. And I even bag myself some delicious mysterious meat in the process. I store it in the back of the pickup and take off. Well, at least I try to, thanks a lot. The car was actually so reduced in power, I had to reverse it down the hill before I could pull forward. But unfortunately, we have no chance of getting back to base as I've completely neglected our fuel consumption. If only we had a spare can in the boot, not blaming anyone in particular. That unfortunately means it's every man for himself, as I leg it back to base, leaving the numpties to endure the perils of no man's land alone. I take over as Farsight, and after loading up with supplies, our mission is to retrieve a vehicle we lost previously, which might be extra difficult considering all the wandering hordes. I start by popping a screamer before it attracts a nearby horde of juggernauts, but that just attracts everybody's least favourite crackhead. Luckily, as there is only one of them, it's easily dealt with, although there is a second nearby with a juggernaut and a horde. And with it being much faster than anything else, it's pretty simple to isolate and take it out quietly, a bit like Diddy on Suicide Watch.
Oh, yeah, I'd say I've been spotted. I might have been spotted.
Originally, I had been targeting this military truck, but I changed my mind when I spot this building has become infested with squatters who will be looking to kick me out if I don't eliminate them first. On first entry, I eliminate the bloater, then dip to escape the cloud, and seeing as the screamer is now going mental, I take refuge on the horse box outside. One fuel bomb through the window ignites the bloater cloud and eliminates the loud prick, clearing the site. Well, metaphorically speaking that is, we still have a higher population than Amsterdam at 20 minutes past 4. A juggernaut then uses the force to force me from my safe space, but I can escape any potential problems by slipping through the former siege site. And with the hordes chasing me, I'm obviously not going to be able to refuel this military truck, so I lead the annoying little pricks away to start a fight away from the juggernaut. But as skulls start to get bashed, a feral decides to join the fun. But as fine as it's just one of them, it's easily dealt with. Well, it would be if my stamina hadn't completely drained, and I didn't bring anything to refill it.
Right. Oh, shit.
My plan is to get to my outpost that has mines active, but my plague bar is now in a very bad way. And to make things worse, it looks like the mines have run out.
Why did you not blow it up? Have I not got landmines? Well, this is unfortunate.
Desperately needing to catch my breath, I climb onto the fire truck nearby.
Hello, motherfucker.
Unfortunately, the feral follows me and I catch a nasty infection. But now is not Farsight's time to perish, as she swaps roles and blows a load through the crackhead. Gratefully, she was packing a single cure, but that was too close. I decide to craft a bulk load more from my outpost and even set more landmines, as I figure it's good to have an easy escape that close to base. So we once again head out in search of a vehicle, although this time I set my sights slightly further afield. The pickup we were forced to abandon as it ran out of fuel. It was packed loaded with several resources that I intend on using. I managed to get most of the way there without attracting the interest of anything serious, and bump into an enclave looking for ammo supplies. I obviously don't have any on me, but I figure it would be worthwhile to get some a little later, as I'm looking for a new gardener, and if they were to become allied, I'd have plenty of free picks to choose from. Unfortunately, before I can leave, a crackhead wandering around outside has something to say, but before he can get a word off, I stick 3 rounds through his armoured skull.
Team, I just did some crowd control, by the way, just to let you know, and yeah, you got to deal with the hordes that are incoming.
After exiting the back door, I make a run for it. Unfortunately, I don't get very far, as another crackhead thinks he can have a go. He can't. But those suppressed gunshots have caused the crowds to grow exponentially. And you wonder why I say they're all bloody useless. That's when disaster strikes.
Oh, god damn it. You... No! Move! You stupid bastard!
I guess what this stupid bastard forgot to pick up, even though we just crafted 4 of them.
I'm so sorry to do this to you, team.
With less than 5 minutes to live, Farsight begins her dangerous cross-country trip back towards base. Again, with nothing to show for all of her work.
This has not been a tactical masterclass here, chat. Not a tactical masterclass.
Gratefully, nothing gets close enough to slow us down, and we can pop a cure with 3.5 minutes remaining. So for the third and final time, Farsight heads out to retrieve a vehicle. This time things go much calmer, although it's really not looking good for our friends looking for ammo supplies. I still need to be careful, as we've already seen, things can go south at a moment's notice. So I take some time quietly cleaning up the undead before refueling. But the danger is not over, as we can't quickly escape thanks to...
Please don't go on the front. Good zombie. Now, we kind of need to not have to slow down or let my foot off the accelerator, or brake. Yeah, there's a lot of things we need to rely on right now.
And gratefully I can make it home without using the brakes or easing off the accelerator. What a park. Sadly, another siege site has formed to the north, and wanting to make up for the earlier mishaps, Farsight remains in control.
There's one thing they say about me, and that is that I am the world's greatest stealth player. If you're new to the channel, you might not know that. Screamer is in my sights. I repeat, Screamer in my sights. Here we go. It's gone. Over. Run, run, run.
With my stealth skills vigorously demonstrated, next up is to clear an infested outpost, which is going to be easier said than done, as Bangonomics has caused us to have such low power we struggled to reverse over a small curb. Thankfully we managed to get out, and to play it safe I park near our medical outpost out of the way. I can then demonstrate more of my excellent stealth skills before eliminating the screamer from distance to free up my outpost. But unfortunately her mission isn't over yet, as we have new visitors to town. Ransacking bastards. They're preventing my daily income of materials and ammo, and typically those are the two resources I'm currently lowest on. With 700 meters to travel and a crafty plan in mind, we head off very slowly. And again, thanks to Bangonomics, decide to park safely out of the way, although that'll come back as a mistake later. I run towards the hostiles, boombox ready in hand. However, on this occasion they must have known I was coming, as they've come out to greet me. But that doesn't stop me from dropping the noisemaker and climbing the ladder, dodging bullets as I go. From here we just need to remain patient and allow No Man's Land's increased zombie spawns to do the heavy lifting for us. Well, that would be the case if Mr. Smarty Pants hadn't worked out he too can climb the ladder. Luckily for me, I'm a dirty cheating camper. Even when one of his mates follows suit, I down them with incredible efficiency, although I suspect this corpse may be shielding my gunfire. Another tries to climb, but they fall back down after a headshot. Then as my magazine empties, the second hostile gets to her feet. Oh no! But don't worry, I can button bash my way to recovery. That is until...
No! No, 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 no.
Sadly, there was nothing we could do as Farsight slips away, brutally slain by the ransackers. Is what I should be saying. In what surely has to be her last breath, she shakes the fuckers off and instinctively throws herself off the building. After pausing for a moment to regain composure, she legs it towards our nearby outpost. Landmines are still active, and from there she'll be able to rest as someone else deals with the fallout. Sadly, my usual routine of dropping off all my supplies puts me in major jeopardy.
Oh god, oh no, 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 no.
With a hostile on my tail, I panic swap to Stuart, but she also has no ammo in her pockets. But gratefully, the first stack I grab fits my rifle. I'm also able to reload and eliminate the threat before they can take a single shot at Stuart. But why waste the bullets if you don't have to?
I'm sorry, that
Another
was just
of
quite
his
comical.
friends risks my landmine field, but he has a much tougher face than the previous, so in the end I have to use the firearm. And thanks to all that chaos, the arse kickers only have one more person remaining. And even if the prick manages to get a shot off a big stew, there's no chance he's walking away from this one. But a feral and a horde have been attracted to those gunshots. Luckily it's nothing a quick stop by my landmine field can't sort out. This is something that goes on for a little while as the loud explosions just draw in more and more. But once everything has settled down, I can finally finish searching this area, something I've tried and failed to do on 2 different occasions. Although at this point the thing I'm interested in the most is the loot from the hostiles. It takes 10 to 15 minutes, but once everything has been collected, I turn my sights on my vehicle. Although with Bangonomics annoyingly still active, I can't just jump in and drive. I'm gonna have to eliminate all the undead in the surrounding area. And because I refuse to use any stamina items unless I'm fighting a feral pack or a plague cart, I'm forced to retreat on 2 separate occasions. But any excuse to enjoy the fireworks, am I right? But eventually I sense my opportunity, and with the sun starting to rise, I make my move. And even though there are still plenty of them around, the engine noise doesn't attract them and I can successfully collect the car. Again, very slowly. I take it back to the outpost to stick a repair kit on, before deciding to take on a plague cart in the southeast corner of Mega Valley. And I think it's time we test out some of the smoke bombs we collected off some previous hostiles. After parking a safe distance from the chaos, rather foolishly I whip it out like I'm trying to get cancelled. I can then drop a smoke and get a beat in, and even though it looks like the smoke is nowhere near me, somehow I'm still covered. That feral doesn't even know I exist. Sadly, I can't complete the first phase before the smoke dissipates, so I dip and drop a molly. The feral then tries chasing me down, but the pussy gets stunned by a 22 caliber, and I can rip out his esophagus with my pocket knife. That might have been the most beta feral I've ever laid my eyes on. What a pussy. I drop another smoke and get to work, although with this amount of the undead surrounding me, I tend to hit them just as often, if not more, than the plague cart. But gratefully on this occasion, I complete the the phase, and that ignites the horde surrounding me. And while the heart is still calling all the undead to its defense, I take refuge on top of the caravan. Then once it stops screaming, it's time to get back into the action. But our third smoke doesn't seem to be working as well, so I'm forced to change position. And after many swings that most likely do more damage to the Zeds around me, the smoke disappears and Stuart is forced to push her way through. But she's not going anywhere without dropping a molly. That means the hordes have massively thinned by the time she drops her fourth smoke, but this one was slightly wasted as she completes the phase with only one more full power swing. And I still couldn't get far enough away without singeing my eyebrows. I can then head back to the caravan to escape the incoming onslaught, and once it's calmed down, it's back into the action. Our fifth smoke bomb goes very well with plenty of damage onto the heart, but again we don't manage to finish it off before the smoke dissipates, so we once again drop a molly. And seeing as that molly did such a good job, I try cleaning up the remaining Zeds silently to take out the heart without another smoke, but a feral rocks up and blows that plan out of the window. Good night, you smelly bastard. So I then drop my sixth smoke bomb and finally take down the plague heart. Oh, look at that! I even managed to loot its contents with the smoke still up. That is until my pockets get full, of course. But one of the great things about this pickup is I can get access to its storage from the flatbed, so I can drop everything off safely. Then I can head back in to collect the remaining supplies. I can't quite escape with Bagonomics still active, so I start taking out some of the undead that threatened my slow ass car. This happens to be a right old pain in the arse, as every time I try to escape, another Z or two rush me. And this being no man's land, it's not too long before things start to escalate. But for once there is good news on the horizon. By the time I take out the horde, Bagonomics comes to an end. That means I'm much freer to move about, so decide to loot the plague heart I left previously. But not only do I collect its loot with no trouble, I start to get cocky and set my sights on a level 3 infestation across the road. Luckily outside are 2 shipping containers I can rest on while taking pop shots at screamers. That means the infestation goes down without any trouble, however the escape is gonna be an issue. And to make things worse, a pack of 4 gargantua juggernauts have joined the horde, but I'm not too worried as I'm confident I can outrun them. What I need to do is take out the feral, which drops a fucking grenade launcher. I must have it. I sacrifice the shitty crossbow to make room, then leg it in the wrong direction to lead away the undead. But that almost goes horribly wrong as I didn't realise there was another feral, but almost being the key word. With the hordes breathing down my neck, I can grab the grenade launcher, and after losing them behind the medical centre, we can make our escape after a very successful morning. With that, I can head back to the earlier mentioned outpost to drop off my loot, and with this outpost being upgraded to level 2, I can even drop off my rucksacks. We then get a message over the radio from some new folks in town offering their help in exchange for a favour. This is Kitty of the Wandering Campers, and they want to move bases, but their new site is currently infested. Where we gotta go then? Oh my god, you fucking serious? Why do you want to tell your infestation there, you silly bitch? Have you seen the shit we But it's not as if I'm not getting paid, so hop in the back, Kitty, and hold on like your life depends on it. Because it kinda does. After driving through plague territory and avoiding a few hordes, we get to our destination, but the infestation is a level 2. That means there's at least one feral, so I'm gonna have to be smart about this. I make sure to park up down the hill, then after creeping my way back up, eliminate the feral nice and loudly. The same fate is brought on to the screamers, and Kitty thinks now would be a great time to have a chat. Do we have to do it right now, Kitty? Do you know what I mean? Can we do it later? She gets into deep shit with a horde, so quick fingers Stuart sorts her out. Kitty! Get in the pissing car, love. Unfortunately, it seems Kitty is a bit knackered, but at least she manages to escape and get to safety, and I can drive her somewhere safe to finish off that chat. Unfortunately, it looks like this whole neighborhood is infested. We can't move in here until we clear up more. Is she now gonna be like, oh yeah, we're gonna have to kill up more? Oh, for crying out loud, you serious? So once again, Stuart and Kitty can head off into the danger zone. On this occasion, there's no time for clever parking strats. We whack it against a fence and crack on. The bloater is already popped, so my last molly gets the screamer dead. Then it's time for us to shift our focus onto the next infestation. And this one has a feral that's very keen to meet me. As the door bursts open, I toss in my fuel bomb, and that takes down the screamers. Although the feral is still alive and kicking, but not for long. Now we just need to escape, but that's going to be quite difficult as Kitty just wants to fight everything. So praying she'll follow suit, I decide to abandon her. Obviously that doesn't work, so I'm forced to go back for her and use up my final fuel bomb. But when that still doesn't work, I slightly lose it.
Kitty, climb over the fence, you stupid bitch! Honest to God, how am I supposed to talk to her? She's gonna die.
Surprisingly, she doesn't perish yet. As I hop into the car, she manages to follow suit. Well, temporarily at least. But hey, she found her way, and once she can do it again. Hope you enjoy the rotting corpse next to you. I then take her back home and she thanks me for my efforts. Although the fools have moved out of the safe zone and into plague territory, it seems natural selection is at work once again. I then make a pit stop at an outpost to refuel, but as I'm in the area, a stranger asks for my assistance. This is Maddie, and some crazy ex-Red Talon nutjob has inducted her friends into his crazy cult. Damn. Wouldn't be me. She wants me to take him out without harming her friends, and I think I've got the perfect solution. But first we're gonna have to swap out old Stu as she's getting a bit sleepy. I decide Rose should take on the mission as she's agonisingly close to hero status. And with just a single round left in our 50 cal, I know what must be done. We take an off-road route towards the baddie. I'm just grateful we aren't going into plague territory. At first I try going for the high ground, but realise that's not gonna work as there's a level 3 infestation, so instead I go for the low ground and park near the riverbank. That forces me to have to eliminate several of the undead that have followed my engine noise, but seeing as they're just regular plague Zeds, we don't have any issue taking them down. I then steady myself and take aim at the Red Talon. Got the twat. Even if it was a dirty hardscope. Luckily my public relations skills come in handy when dealing with the other members.
Run away. I will search his corpse.
And I've definitely found worse loot on corpses. I can then head back to tell Maddie the good news, and she rewards me with a bloody crossbow. Maddie, if you thought I'd done a terrible job, why didn't you just say? I immediately send it back to her and purchase a sack of ammo supplies for those guys we seen earlier. But before I can deliver them, we've got some tidying up to do. Starting by clearing out my medical outpost that's become infested, then clearing another 2 siege sites that have formed. Rose then loads up the pickup with a load of booze we've been brewing, as well as a few other items we have no intention of using. And then she can make her way to a wandering trader nearby. We can successfully sell all of our stuff and even purchase several toolkits to keep our engine going. Then it's time to head back to the remainders to finally deliver their ammo supplies. However, they're still fighting the 4 juggernauts from earlier, and despite my best efforts, their leader sadly falls and our relationship hits a rocky patch. But at least I managed to take out one of the juggernauts to get rid of the Gargantua mutation, even if Rose almost perishes in the process.
Okay, that might be my fault, to be fair. That might be my fault. I'm not willing to fully accept responsibility. But I'm willing to accept.
So with Rose a little worse for wear, we head back home and take over as Farsight, who's recovered from her injuries. With one relationship sadly in tatters, we need to make sure our other allies are doing well. But sadly Tim Muir wants to take down a plague heart, and there's no way he survives that encounter. So to make the most of him, I make sure to drain all of his influence, mainly selling him recycled scraps. I also bought a sack of medical supplies from him that will come in handy later. But there's no point putting off the inevitable any further. It's time for me and Tim to head into plague territory. And typically the plague heart Timmy boy picked out just so happens to be right next to a level 2 infestation. Fuck's sake Tim, you don't half know where to pick him. After parking up with what I hope will be a far enough away from a juggernaut's rage, it's time to get to work. I start by dropping a landmine right outside the door, but unfortunately take too much damage in the process. After luring one of the crackheads away from the main fight, I can eliminate it, and as I try to pick up the bullets it dropped, the juggernaut catches up to me. Well, it looks like Tim is keeping him busy. Let's get on to the plague heart. Ignoring that second juggernaut, of course. The infestation goes down to my frag grenade, then under the cover of smoke I start my assault. But Tim sadly won't be joining us in victory.
Yeah, Tim's dead. I'm so sorry, Tim.
Then the smoke fades away without me realising.
Oh god, yep. Okay, I might fail myself here.
So I drop another frag and dip out of the front, millimeters away from a nasty infection. If there's any Americans watching that are unsure what that measurement is, you should probably go back to school. After taking some performance enhancers, I try taking down the pursuing feral, but Tim's corpse gets his revenge as I become infected. I can take down the first, but a second lingers and a juggernaut is attacking from behind. I jab in a cure so I'm at least able to function and take down the feral. Then to hopefully evade the juggernaut, I head to the other side of the massive silo, then make our way back towards the plague heart.
Today we claim this plague heart in Timothy's honour.
But there was another feral waiting for me.
Oh god damn it, not you.
I roll back outside and eliminate its friends in it.
How many ferals have we just taken out there? That's taking
and finally complete the first phase of the plague art with 2 more heavy swings. And typically I choose the wrong moment to try and escape. I'm sure you'll agree that was very fortunate. While the hearts call in for backup, I take refuge on a shipping container and eliminate yet another feral, but then unfortunately the game crashes, and when I spawn back in, all the Zeds have despawned. Luckily we didn't lose too much progress on the plague art as I complete this first phase once again with 1 more swing, and that of course draws in another feral, but the little prick goes the same way as all the others, and I once again take refuge on top of a shipping container and assess the damage. Sadly I've got no more painkillers to sort out my injuries, but I do have a medical rucksack in the back of the pickup.
Oh no! Of all the places to drop in on...
Having lost my head, I turn my attention to the plague art, and under the cover of smoke we do some serious damage. That is until the smoke fades, and typically I get greedy.
Come on. Oh shit. Shit.
Now I really need those medical supplies, but before we leave I remember to drop a frag. I pop another cure, grab the sack, and by breaking it open I can recover some health. Reinvigorated, I head back to the heart. Despite common sense telling me to run, this wasn't just for victory, this was for Timothy. But often sentiment is the thing that will kill you the quickest.
Oh you bastard, I'm trying to be clever and regain my stamina. Oh, I'm infected again! No, I just dropped a fucking... Oh no!
Somehow the bloater doesn't pop and we remain standing. Still, Farsight refuses to die, popping a 3rd cure in as many minutes. And from the safety of the car, we can remove the crackhead's existence. Health now in an even worse position than what it was. But still, she refuses to retreat. Victory for Timothy was all that was on her mind. Yet another feral falls to her rage. But when the next arrives, that's when it happens.
Oh no! No! Oh, shit.
Rest well, Farsight. Your heart was pure, but your decision making was lacking. But hey, it could be worse. Our base is rocking and rolling with 2 stills that can turn our food into fuel, and I can then turn that fuel into Molotovs in either my Red Talon workshop or my built-in tasting room. For defense, we have the Red Talon watchtower and a shooting range for that passive stamina boost, but we don't use it to level our shooting skill, as our level 3 lounge can level all of the skills while also giving us a morale boost. We have a hydroponics and a farm for food, as well as 2 food, 1 ammo, 1 fuel, and 2 medical outposts. Our daily income is 2 food, 2 meds, 1 ammo, 3 fuel, but sadly we're losing 2 building materials a day. But once I'm done with a lounge, I can replace it with a staging area to negate those effects. And once I recruit a gardener, I'll be able to fully upgrade our farm and upgrade our 2 food outposts to level 3, meaning we're going to be able to make enough food to re-establish America's obesity epidemic. I also forgot to mention the level 2 infirmary, but this is Lethal Zone. If you haven't got a level 2 infirmary, you're probably already dead. But this being a map of 72 black plague hearts and massively increased hordes ranging from 4 juggernauts to a quad pack of crackheads, there's always something that needs maintaining. So our leader Stuart heads out to clear a siege site and to collect a nearby abandoned vehicle, seeing as Farsight might have left hers behind when she, well, suddenly stopped breathing. Somehow I managed to avoid the 4 pack of jugs and refuel and repair a military truck, but my progress is then delayed as a bloater decides to pop on my new works vehicle. Well, I can honestly say I can't relate. Even in my youth I couldn't make that big of a mess. Maintaining my stealthy prowess, I eliminate the screamer, which eliminates the siege site, and I manage to escape with no issues. Other than that little Klingerong, of course. She could then eliminate the other siege site that is forming, although this time is much less quiet. Then armed and dangerous, Stuart can make her way to the location of Farsight's final stand. It's an emotional drive filled with guilt and regret. Could we have done more to save Farsight? In my heart, I know the answer is yes. When I arrive, I see her body just strewn out on the floor. At least she was at peace, not like these fuckheads I just start butchering. We can then pay our final respects to a fallen hero, while rummaging through their pockets for all of this shit. I'm especially grateful for the stimulants, and it would be wrong of me not to finish the job she started, so once I eliminate the 3 lonely boys, I can sneak in and complete the phase with 1 heavy swing. Thankfully, Farsight had already done a lot of the heavy lifting for me. At this point, the Zeds start flooding through the window, so I drop a molly and dip. We also get to enjoy our first blood feral, but Stuart can eliminate it with no problems. That's why she always carries the fake AK-47, shit ton of bullets, and they're cheap as chips to manufacture. After leading the hordes a safe distance from the heart, it's time to get back in there, but I have a secret weapon I picked up from Farsight's body, the smoke bomb. I drop it next to the heart to shield me from the undead, but I'm unable to capitalise on the alone time as we keep glitching out. Like we're taking damage, but we definitely ain't. I get maybe 5 hits in before the smoke disappears, and to make things worse, another cracker does join the fun. Still, I continue to beat, but my wild swinging is pushing me further from the heart, so it's time to introduce my old friend, Molotov, to the party. And if you thought the hordes inside were massive, you haven't seen anything yet. The Feral obviously decided to follow me, and I'm not saying he's a massive pussy for being stunned by a 22 caliber, but I am saying it because he got stunned twice before getting his head popped. Christ, if that guy was any weaker, Jake Paul would be challenging him to a boxing fight. I eliminate another Feral that seems like it's come from an infestation, but with all that noise far away from the heart, I can sneak back in and get to work. One lonely Zed sneaks in thinking he can get the jump on me, but he's quickly dealt with. But other than that, we're completely left alone to finish the job. I grab as much as I can from the heart, but as the pickup is already full with Farsight's loot, it's time to get out of here. We journey back home to drop off Farsight's belongings before using the infirmary to remove partial infection. But Stuart's job is not over yet, even if she already needs a lie down. That's why we have coffee. Instead, she makes her way towards Alexis Carter, a network trader that I intend on using to sell all the alcohol I've been brewing back at base. I also take the opportunity to pick up a compost bin to increase the yields of our farm. But that's not all that's on Stuart's hit list as she crosses the bridge back into the west side of Mega Valley. Our next play card is across the road from the previous, and I'm just saying it right now, this is without a doubt the best way I've ever taken down a heart in this game. To start, I down an energy drink to keep my lungs going, then get back to leg sweeping like I'm the Karate Kid, except I'm rocking the incredibly sharp Echo 2 Mamba. At this point, Big Stu has taken more feet than diabetes.
So if you've never seen this tactic before, chat, this is a good one for these black hearts, because so many zombies spawn, and it takes so long to get a heart dead.
It takes a little while, but it's incredibly useful, especially when a pod of bloaters wanders into your territory. I open the door to the farmhouse to allow them an easy entry, and lead the waddling little fucker directly towards the placard, and when it's in position, I shoot it and ignite it with a molly. Okay, yes, I did get blown backwards off my feet, which let's be honest would usually be a good thing, am I right lads? The pop bloater combined with a molly causes a damage multiplier on the heart, and it's not too long before the entire thing drops quicker than a healthcare CEO in New York. From here we just need to wait out the bloater clouds, then we can head in and collect the goods. But now is probably a good time to give Stuart a rest as removing limbs is really tiring work. Just ask Jeffrey Dahmer, that sick fuck slept like a baby after all of his dismemberments. Back to base, unload our spoils and take over as Jeffrey Dow, the last Red Talon who is yet to hit hero status.
Oh bloody hell, Jeffrey. You're stuck in a bloody chair. I've heard of a couch potato, but this is bloody ridiculous, don't you think?
Jeffrey decides he needs to make a statement of intent to the other community members, so picks out an area with 4 hearts all bundled together, and heads off in our military truck. This is Jeffrey's most dangerous quest yet, but if he's successful, he could potentially be seen as Stuart's right-hand man. After arriving in Plague territory, he picks out a spot in the middle of the 4 hearts to park up. But there doesn't seem to be many of the undead around. He opens up the warehouse door and several of them come flooding out. This is his chance. It's time to get chopping. He chops like he's never chopped before. He's like a Michelin chef combined with the murderous rage of a London teen. With that done, he can lock himself into the warehouse, equip his heavy weapon, and get to beating that meat like he's just discovered his penis for the first time. More of the undead are drawn to our location as the heart calls out for defense, but we've timed this to a T. The Zeds burst in and advanced on my location just as I complete the phase, and the gases then seep out of the sack of shit and ignite the horde that attempted to munch down on me. Now more and more of the undead will come to the defense of the heart, but I'm not done yet. More legs need to be removed. It's a process that takes time and dedication, but most importantly a bladed weapon. And a bloody sharp one at that.
Look at these guys, they're thick as shit. Why the hell are they climbing up this for?
Once I've done my bit to de-dangerize the area, it's time to get to work in making sure they never come back. I bash away with my heavy weapon, being careful to manage replenish my stamina so I don't need any stimulants.
How the hell are you crawling under the bloody shutter? I might have to fucking finish you off, boys.
The little wormy boys continue to make progress, but it's too little too late as I complete the phase and the heart's defense system ignites the little bastards. While it takes a minute to disperse its gases, I move on to the next heart up the road. Although I can't quite complete that phase before getting jumped by a feral. But hey, the odd freak is barely an inconvenience on our way to glory. After leading it outside, Jeffrey can blast the little fucker in the face before completing the phase on the heart. No other Zeds seem to spawn in between phases, which means it's easy enough to get back to the warehouse and finish it off for good. A few more Zeds need their legs removed before I can claim the next phase. The next on my hit list is the seconds auto repair, but this is going to be much harder as I don't have a door I can close to keep out the crawlers. Nah, just kidding, it takes the little shits too long to travel and catch me up. Unlucky boys, better luck next time. Then it's back to the tagged up shop, but another feral wants to try and prevent my progress, so I lead it outside and explain to it very slowly why he's fighting a losing battle. From there, there's nothing stopping us from claiming victory, although the second phase in the auto shop doesn't go as smoothly as the first. You see, the crawlers are now spawn camping the play cart, the little cheating shits. You should know by now I'm the only one that's allowed to manipulate the game's mechanics for my own gain. As a solution to our crawler problem, I take regular breaks when attacking the heart to lead them back outside. This does add a fair bit of time onto our assault, but it's still much quicker than the normal way. While that phases, I head into the warehouse next door, but apparently now is the time for the game to spawn more hordes. Yeah, I have no idea why either. Then disaster strikes.
Oh, yeah. I mean, we had to do that. It was for the drama.
Well, for the drama, we head back into the warehouse, but a bloater has followed me inside and trapped me between two shelves.
No, please, bloater. Please do not trap me with your cloud. I am so... Boom.
Nah, obviously I'm fucking about. I shoot it and burn it, which again results in a damage multiplier ending the play card. Well, that was so much quicker than slapping meat with a hammer. Shame we can't get a bloater on every play card. From here, it's not much longer before we take the final phase, before cramming our pockets with as much loot as possible, and travelling back over the bridge to swap out our Peddler's Barbecue for another branch of Peddler's Barbecue. Goddamn chain restaurants taking away profits from the man. With landmines active, I also make sure to upgrade the outpost so I can drop off rucksacks. I can then spend the rest of the night ferrying loot back and forth the area we just cleared back to our new outpost. It takes several trips and a nasty infection.
Oh my god, oh shit, I am actually infected. Okay, I'm dicking about, but yeah.
Ultimately, the inner Brit in me succeeds as we plunder all the loot from the area. I even got myself a fancy new gun from a weapons cache nearby. And now it's time for Rotsack to take the wheel. And Rotsack decides to check out an enclave nearby, the Wandering Campers. The Wandering Campers are an allied enclave, meaning I can recruit someone for free, and I'm looking for a gardener. Sadly, I don't find one, but I do find Taylor. With his high health and gap in his skills, he should fit in perfectly. I intend on using one of my food outposts to teach him the gardening skill later, but for now I lead him to find his way back home while Rotsack goes on the assault. He's picked out a heart in a barn, but he doesn't possess the patience or the prowess of Stuart or Jeffrey. Oh no, he's a blunt instrument meant to be wielded with might. As the horde surround him and the heart, he drops a pipe bomb which does a really good job of clearing the area. With that, he can get a few hits in before more of the Zeds catch up to him, and when they do, it's time to light up the area. If you don't like fire, now is not the time to be watching. We managed 3 heavy hits before a crackhead sends me to my knees.
Okay, yeah, that's not good. That's not good.
But I managed to break free and drop a pipe bomb. That stuns him, but I'm not able to get the final kill, but I'm pretty certain I managed to remove his armor. After running away from the barn, I can take the final shot. Sadly, the hordes have followed those gunshots, so I'm unable to make much progress. But that's why we brought mollies, baby. But not wanting to waste too many resources, it's time to get to swinging, and with the correct timing, we can keep the undead off us while also hitting the heart. This completes the phase, but that's just drawn more of the undead to the area. I take a long loop around the barn to try and spread them out before heading back in to once again smack that meat, which goes well.
Oh, you son of a bitch.
Luckily, Rotsack is a die-hard veteran, which means his infection meter goes up half as quickly as a regular survivor.
Now, you might think we're in a bad way, and you wouldn't be wrong. Oh.
Any more exposure won't end well.
That's not true, dude. We pop We pop plague cures like the fucking Skittles over on this channel.
Our infection meter ticks up, so sadly I've got to pull out before I need a 2-week course of antibiotics. I was hoping to complete the phase with all the Zeds around us to get the most bang for our buck when the heart tries to ignite us. Sadly, that didn't work out. Where's a bloater when you need one?
You know what? There's a bloater, 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 there's a bloater. Okay, yeah, that's not good. But drop a yeah, that'll do, that'll do, that'll do, that'll do.
I pop a cure as the damage multiplier ramps up, killing the heart. I kill a feral, collect the loot before taking down another heart in the area. And if you want to see the full breakdown of that attack, I'll leave my VOD channel linked in the description, where you can check out all my live streams if you missed them. I stream on this YouTube channel and Twitch simultaneously, so feel free to come in and say hello. With that, Rotzak can make his way back to base after a successful day's graft. We can then take over as our newbie tailor and teach him the gardening skill. Then finally we can upgrade our farm for maximum food yields. We then take over as Stuart, who has received a message from a previous acquaintance she knew before the apocalypse. She's recently entered town and is looking for a new home, so Stuart rushes over there to welcome her. Stuart, being the gracious leader she is, welcomes her with open arms and brings her into the community. So please welcome Ivory Matthews to the Cleaning Up the Nation team. They didn't know it at the time, but Ivory was hiding a dark secret. Next up is another large area of plague territory to clear, and also a potential friend that needs our assistance. So with a location picked out, our leader Stuart arms up ready for a casual stroll through the American suburbs, and then heads off in our military truck. And I know you're probably really worried about the environmental impact that a journey like this can take on our world, but don't worry, I've been using all of our food resources to build biodiesel in our built-in stills. So not only can we save Mika Valley from the blood plague, but also polar bears from the melting ice caps. Yes, I am the good guy, and don't let anything that happens later in the video change that opinion. We arrive at the home of the Long Rangers, keen to build an allegiance to overturn the zombie uprising. Edward acknowledges our neutrality, but is also keen to build relations if we can assist in searching a nearby store.
Mate, I've already looted this store. This is like one of the best stores on the game. Especially in Lethal Zone, because there was a bug, they couldn't fix it, and there was like that, and the place next door has like 2 building mats and 2 fuel supplies.
But I'm still more than happy to assist the guy in the hope of building trade relations. I clear the store and he gets to searching, even though we all know he isn't gonna find anything. Meanwhile, I realise I forgot to loot the place next door, so silently make my move. But hey, he's not suspicious on the fact he found nothing, and I walk away with a ton more supplies than I started with. Win-win. I get him home, the Long Rangers become friendly, and I can use our newfound friendship to fleece them off their medical supplies, while also selling them a parang I had no intention of using. But now it's time to get to the real work. There's 4 plague hearts within walking distance, and I have a tactic to eliminate them all with no problems. We can slicey McDicey the walkers into crawlers, which allows me to pretty quickly claim the first phase of the first plague heart. But just when things are looking good, No Man's Land likes to kick you in the dick.
Oh look, there's a Juggernaut on the map.
Oh, you naive fool, in No Man's Land you don't just have one Juggernaut.
Oh god, there's 4 Juggernauts. There's 4 Juggernauts. Right, well that does throw the spanner in the works, I'm not gonna lie to you.
But for now at least they can't cause us any problems, as they can't get their fat heads through the regular sized doors. That means I can get another first phase ticked off, although that's mainly thanks to the Plague Zeds being too stupid to figure out where I was. After throwing myself out of the window like a 1940s banker, I once again attempt the leg sweep strat, but the Juggernauts are simply not gonna allow that. So I head to the neighbours, slipping through the back door, and after swiftly eliminating the few inside, we can get a few heavy swings on the heart, although we can't quite complete the phase before a jug bursts down the back door and the crowds flood inside. So I try using a molly to eliminate them, but it's quite clear there's too many to burn, so we have to move on. So it's back to the medical tent to get a few more hits in, but we're quickly overwhelmed, and not wanting to waste one of the 3 stimulants I brought with me, I decide to climb onto the shipping container to catch my breath. Obviously the Zeds can still find their way up, but this isn't Noah's Ark, boys. 2x2 is not gonna be a problem. With my breath caught, I head back in to attack the heart.
Oh god! They can come in here? Ah! Okay, I'll be honest, I didn't realise that.
I managed to escape without a big boy splitting me in two, but this might actually work to my advantage. All the zombies are piled together and the game can only spawn a certain amount, so if I can get back to the heart upstairs, I might be able to complete another phase uninterrupted. Although as I'm already here, it would make sense to claim the first phase of the garage heart as it was only 2 hits away. And suddenly my minimap is lit up like a Russian platoon. But still, I managed to confuse the Zeds beforehand just by hiding behind the heart. Maybe I can repeat that again. But apparently these Zeds are slightly smarter than the previous, so it's time to burn anything and everything. Somehow 2 managed to survive my cleansing and even more just pile into the room. Well, if you fail once, try and try again, right? But by killing one, another will simply spawn in its place. The best bet is to simply retreat and lead them away. I managed to sneak back to the medical tent to get a few more swings in.
I am completely lost of how many. Oh my god, Jesus Christ!
Well, that's certainly less than ideal. Obviously I've got cures, but that's not what I'm worried about. After all that sneaking, I've just alerted everything nearby by killing the pissing crackhead. But hey, I'm Welsh. Being a shepherd is in my DNA. I'll herd them in one direction, then just slip in the other.
Oh god, oh god.
For the numerically challenged, that's 4 crackheads itching at the possibility of turning our leader Stuart into a hashtag. I have to eliminate them, but I'm gonna need to keep my distance if I want to survive the encounter. I can calmly remove the first from existence with 3 swift headshots before dodging the second. I get 2 shots on him, but without breaking the armor before having to dodge from the fear of getting my rear smashed in. For once, a Juggernaut comes in with the assist, stunning a crackhead, allowing me to snipe him off. 2 down, 2 to go, but now the Juggernaut is back on their side. Luckily I can keep rolling like Limp Bizkit taught us all back in the day. Ignoring that minor mishap. Luckily Stuart is quick to her feet and manages to avoid any more trauma, and I toss a molly to try and slow down the ferals. And as you can see, it didn't work at all, but I am able to remove the armor of one before avoiding the charge of the second. I run around the corner, 1 shot removes the armor, and my second not only eliminates him, but his crackhead friend behind him. That's a 2-in-1 if I've ever seen it before. And just when I thought I was safe, a 5th prick is waiting in the wings to try and disembowel me, which worked out well for him.
Well, chat, if anybody's keeping count, just want to say that's about 45,000 fucking knobheads.
Turning my attention back to the plague hearts, I try to lead a bloater into the medical tent, but a 6th crackhead prevents that. So with no stimulants remaining, I climb onto a shipping container, and when the bloater finally pops, I drop a molly, painting a beautiful picture in the process. Sadly, it wasn't close enough to do any damage to the heart, but at least I can drop a sick double roly-poly before eliminating the plague feral pursuing me. Back in the garage where I manage 9 full power swings without phasing, before having to dip as the hordes encroach on my area. Into the house with the heart upstairs, where I am able to complete the second phase before once again throwing myself through a window. Barely a sprained ankle. What an absolute beast. And now I've got to escape another crackhead with 0 stamina. Certainly not ideal, so I climb a bus to separate us from the horde, smack the crackhead in the face before mag dumping over his pretty little corpse. Back to the medical tent, and even though the progress is slow due to me not being able to recover my stamina fast enough, we do eventually complete the phase. But as I've eaten away at almost all of my resources, I think it's time for a tactical retreat. I just pray the Juggernauts have wandered off by the time I return. I have an outpost on the east side of Miga, and this time make sure to grab a double stack of mollies just in case. Then it's back on the road, just praying the Juggernauts will no longer be a problem. Early signs look promising as I park up. With no Zeds in the immediate area, I shift my focus to attacking the heart in the garage. That is until a feral bursts down the door, but it's okay, I know exactly how to handle that. Although a combination of the heart assault and the loud door slamming has alerted a couple of the Zeds. Luckily my sword is sharp and ready to conquer.
Wait, was this zombie? Oh my god, how many zombies were upstairs?
You should know how this works by now. High on enough caffeine to give a moose a heart attack, I remove more legs than a drunk driver. With the little wormy boys no longer able to open doors, I'm safe to lock myself away, complete the phase, kill a crackhead, remove even more legs before finally claiming victory. 1 down, 3 to go. And as it's already been softened up, the medical tent goes by without incident, but I then turn my attention to the heart I'm yet to touch in the slightest. And I didn't realise there was a bloater hiding away in the bedroom, so sadly I wasn't able to capitalise on an easy victory. That attracts too many to take on in close quarters, so outside I kill a feral, then get back to slicing, which gives me enough time to take the first phase. While it's spewing its gases, I make the journey to the the other heart, and that goes down without incident. Nah, just kidding, I get infected and have to perform our 75th arson, but ignoring that, we get the heart dead, and for the third time throw ourselves out to the top floor. Damn, those knees are gonna need a serious bubble bath, Stu. Then on the final heart of the 4, a bloater sneaks in, pops, and I burn everything to the ground, killing the heart. With another area of the map cleared, it would make sense to move an outpost down this way, so I abandoned my ammo outpost, loot 4 play carts, then set my sights on the army and navy store nearby. With it claimed, landmines are set and the upgrade underway, I'm safe to unload and finish searching the area. Finding 1 sack of meds in the corner pharmacy, combined with 3 meds I picked up from the play carts, we drop off an insane 4 medical supplies into the community to keep everybody fighting fit. And guess what? Well, that was about as predictable as the Hawk Tour crypto pump and dump. Stamina will drain faster, we have a higher chance of failing a fast search, and fatigue will occur quicker. Just need the 3 medical supplies to get it sorted. Moving on, it's time to tag in our latest recruit, Ivory Matthews. But Stuart's friend from before the apocalypse is hiding a dark, dark secret. She's a vegan! No, sorry, cannibal. She's a cannibal, she eats people. So she heads off to check which enclaves would have the best potential to become hamburgers. So first on the list is Heather of the Selective Scavengers. She wants to scavenge a nearby restaurant, and I'm sure you'll agree, that's the perfect place for a cannibal. So Heather and I make our way there, but with it being so deep into plague territory, we could be in for a nasty surprise. We arrive at Jester's chicken shop and my instincts kick in, having to cook any potential food. And as always, mollies are a quick and effective way of eliminating a problem. This pleases Heather,
That's sure nice of you.
who doesn't even request a lift back home, just wanders alone back through plague territory. Maybe she could hear my stomach growling or something and that put her off. Oh well, onwards and upwards. Ivory Matthews makes her way to our army and navy outpost, where she can craft herself some bloater grenades. Humans are notoriously difficult to deal with, and I like to pre-season my meat before slaughter. She then makes her way to the long ranges and instinctively starts breaking the Geneva Convention. But to be honest, they're just happy to walk it off. Obviously chemical warfare can be an accident, right? But hey, at least they've been softened up a little, so after I threaten them, they'll be easier to take on, especially as there's 6 of them. I toss my final bloater grenade, then lay down some suppressive fire, but sadly the preceding gunfight just attracts the juggernauts we were having issues with earlier. Well, don't mind me, I think that's my cue to get out of here. Sadly, I can't be harvesting steaks and ribs if the juggernauts have already eaten all the best bits. Okay, I guess I'm gonna have to be considerably quieter going forward. However, I still believe bloater grenades to be the best way to go. So after crafting some more, I set my sights on my next target. Conveniently, they've actually got a mission for me. A plague cure, you say? Of course I'll help find some. I'll be right back.
Fire in the hole!
Sorry, but my finger slipped. But to be honest, these guys are just super polite. No matter how many bloater grenades I drop, I can't even threaten them. Your mother's a dirty slag. Apparently, there's nothing I can do to shatter the bond our 2 enclaves have formed. In fact, they're so polite I feel bad and just end up giving them the plague cure they want. God damn it, we might actually be the worst cannibal in zombie apocalypse history. Luckily, there's another enclave nearby and they're neutral. Surely it won't be a problem to eliminate these so we can feast on their fibula. But first I realised they're willing to trade medical supplies, which is useful as we need 3 for under the weather. But with niceties out of the way, I can threaten them, and after a tense standoff,
Leave, before I change my mind.
I just start blasting, downing the first almost immediately. And not much longer later, the second, and then finally the third follows. Finally, I'm able to harvest their organs. 3 packs of meaty snacks per person. I'll then be able to turn them into a single food resource back at base in my tasting room. But why stop at 1 enclave when you can feast upon them all? With the sun set, Ivory Matthews makes her way north towards the weekday warriors. But a mixture of arrogance and the lust for flesh makes her believe she can take on a 7-man enclave solo. And while things start off pretty successfully as we pre-cook a few of our victims, we are quite simply outmanned.
Oh no! No, 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 no! Not like this! Not like this! No! 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 God damn it! Take your take the painkillers, you stupid bastard! Take the painkillers! No! No! You stupid twat!
Damn, I guess Ivory really is the worst cannibal in zombie apocalypse history. Rotsack takes command, but as the entire cleaning up the nation team is still unaware of Ivory's meal plan, there's a lot of confusion as to why the weekday warriors decided to kill one of our own. But with our only vehicle now being in the possession of the murderous bastards, Rotsack has to complete the entire journey on foot. Well, that is until he remembers where Farsight left her yellow pickup. At least now we can provide ourselves with some additional cover if they turn on us.
Oh, boys, how come you fucked up my mate then?
You seen that? They shot first, I'm just finishing off the job. Rotsack, being the tactical genius he is, can start the cleanup process. Ignoring the singed eyebrow, of course. Slowly but surely, he can pick them off, even taking advantage of the high ground when necessary. Historically, it's always been a sound military tactic. The final man falls victim to the undead, and once I've nailed those corpses with my thick rear end, I search Ivory Matthews' body, retrieving her belongings, including several smelly packets of meat. Well, you can't waste food in the apocalypse. Kinda tastes like bacon, but slightly gone off. After finding out about Ivory's murder, Heather from the Selective Scavengers radios us offering us free food. Perhaps it's a cultural thing. You bring food to a funeral to help a grieving family, or maybe it's a late payment for Ivory helping out earlier. Either way, we aren't gonna turn down free food, and even though it does smell a bit, it's actually delicious, so I buy out their entire supply. So not only do we head home with 6 sacks of delicious food, but also 3 medical supplies that Ivory must have been collecting on her journey. What a girl, we shall miss her very much.
Right, so I think what we're going to do today, we got 3 play carts down this way. Well, we've got Hostile Enclave, weirdly, but they'll probably be dead by the time we get there. Don't worry about them. I think probably down this way, deal with these 2, and then that one as well, because ultimately we should be... Hello?
Fucking Jesus!
Joe?
I need an EpiPen!
Joe! What the fuck?
I've got diabetes, mate. I've got diabetes. I'm
Dude,
fucking dying.
I thought you were dead.
I need a fucking donut or something. Jesus Christ.
Fuck, come on in, son. Come on in. Fucking take a poo. Jesus Christ.
Thanks, mate. Cheers, pal.
Yeah. Bloody hell.
Fuck.
I thought you were dead.
Oh, mate, I've seen some shit out there. Some zombie tried to give me a fucking striptease, and I kept saying no, no, no. But then they just kept going... And I was like, whoa, get the dick out your mouth. You know what I mean? Like, I was like, jeez, I'm out of here.
Bloody
hell.
hell.
I came running back, trying to find myself a donut on the way here, because you know what I mean, sugar levels and all that, keeps the spirits high. And there's fuck all out there.
Get that in you. That'll sort you out.
Cheers, mate, thanks.
Yeah, no worries.
Seeing as my introduction was so rudely interrupted, let's do this again. There's 3 plague arts in this area, and through the power of friendship, and a copious amount of ammunition and incendiaries, get them all dead as fuck. For once Jeffrey arms up rather conservatively, then Joe and I can make our way there in our military truck. We make the 1300 meter journey with no issues, however the plague art is right next to an infestation, which means our first quest is to eliminate a crackhead that wants to feast on our cheeks. Well, with that ticked off, it's time to get chopping. I can then teach Joe the way of the blade. But not in an incel sort of way. We're definitely the cool guys in this situation. The only animated tits I've ever seen was narrated by David Attenborough. With all the Zeds now resembling slugs, I can sneak into where the heart is dwelling and start beating that tanky sack. That is until a feral interrupts proceedings. I lead it outside where I can deal with it simple enough, but while I'm dealing with its friends that were attracted by the gunshots, Joe gets a nasty surprise.
Oh, feral Joe!
Oh, fuck my life!
I got you, bro. I got you. Got him. He's dead.
Shit.
The gunshots might have attracted a few more, though.
While I continue to remove more legs than a half-price carnival ride, Joe heads inside to take on the placard. When I finish my dismemberment spree, I head inside and realise he's hit in the heart with a bloody hatchet. Don't get me wrong, the thought and the work ethic is amazing, but using a hatchet on a black heart is about as effective as using a condom when she's already in labour. Thankfully, me and my heavy mallet can get the heart over the line. 3 more Zeds must lose their ability to walk while the gases dissipate, but with none of the undead able to reach the door handles, we complete the second phase before taking a small break to enjoy the view.
Oh, you're playing with fire and I love it. I love it.
Come on.
Go on, no balls. Now close. There he goes.
And from there, the final phase goes by just as easily. I collect the loot, but then we gotta shoot, as Joe's earlier interaction with a feral has left him in dire need of medical treatment. We make our way to my food outpost on the east side of Miga, where I make the decision to upgrade my ammo outpost to level 3 as our supplies are getting a little short, whilst also crafting some more in our workshop. Okay, time for another plan. I need to get this placard dead, but we're really gonna struggle with a level level 3 infestation next door. 2 crackheads and a fat fuck might be your definition of a good time, but I'm more of a beer and a takeaway kind of guy. So this time it's Joe at the wheel. I'm gonna do an undead drive-by of sorts while he keeps the car moving. On foot, I run in, worried about what sort of disaster I'm about to walk into. Nice of the Juggernaut to be playing peekaboo, by the way. I kick in the door and all 3 screamers are stood there waiting. I drop a molly which ignites the 2 behind, but I have to fight the screamers cold before I can headshot the front man.
Boom, done.
Oh, okay. Fucking hell, that was quick.
Yeah, what can I say? I'm a quick boy.
Apologies to my wife for that one. I head towards the main road to meet Joe, but he's gone around the other side of the warehouse. I managed to evade the thousands of hungry fingers, only to realise Joe is now being pursued by 2 plague ferals. But at least he's in a car and can outrun them. Guess who they tried to latch onto next?
Oh, energy drink time.
Why have you gone that way?
Why? Because I'm being run. I'm chasing the fucking ferals, man.
Right, I'm on my way. I'm on my way.
Headshot now!
Oh, you're not gonna believe this.
Oh, let me guess. What?
Fuck!
Is the car fucked?
Yeah, kind of.
Luckily the car was only stuck on a rock, so Joe can use the radio stack command to get out, which teleports him right next to me. With the infestation dealt with, we can now leave the hordes to wander off on their own before returning later to deal with the plague heart. So for now we head to the third of the area, which just so happens to be in a barn, and Joe knows exactly how to handle this one.
Yeah, I know what I'm doing, bitch. Kind of.
Oh my
No,
god.
I don't know how to do this.
Just get the zombie. Just get the zombie off us. Get the zombie off us. Go.
Get up.
Okay. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay.
It wanted me out.
There we go. Just get out the car.
We make it outside into the open, and I put Joe on a secret mission. Distract all of the undead.
Oh, lovely. I'm a great distraction. Come on, bitches.
That allows me to slip in and reposition the car, which as you can see goes brilliantly. Joe also makes it inside to safety, but if you think this heart's death is a formality, think again.
Run, 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 run. Joe, get out the way. Oh, Jesus.
I'm a part.
Yeah.
I ran out of stamp.
I also take a second to appreciate how moronic the undead are.
Oh yeah, look at all these morons.
God,
They can't figure
look at
out
that.
they're like 1 step away from a free meal.
With no more issues, we can get the heart dead, collect the loot, and then it's time to escape.
Boom, hold on to your hats. Woohoo!
I don't think I'm wearing one.
Well, if you're not wearing a hat, try holding onto your helmet instead. If you know what I mean. We again retreat to the food outpost to unload and collect our thoughts. Then once the truck has been refueled and repaired, thanks to Joe's lack of cohesion, I swap to our leader Stuart to finish off the final heart in the south.
Fucking easy. It was smashing this.
Easy, easy.
Thankfully, the Juggernaut is no longer present when we arrive back in the area, and while I get to chopping legs, Joe distracts on a shipping container nearby. That means I can quietly and effectively take down the first phase.
In my head, right, I think that dropping a molly burns up the gases quicker. I'm pretty certain it doesn't, as you can see, the gases are still there, but in my head.
With that more spawn in, and I can take down a screamer with some sexy cinematography, cut off another leg or 3, before realising my sidearm is also powerful enough to remove limbs. And with Joe helping with the distraction, it's not long before we can complete the second phase.
There is another horde of 20 zombies coming, just to let you know.
No, that's good. We'll be long gone by the time that happens.
And to be fair, Joe does a pretty decent job of trying to distract them, but when they're banging on my back door, it's time to whip out the Molotov. I continue my assault, but this time it's the front door that needs some attention. But gratefully that was enough to delay the incoming horde so I can defeat the heart, collect the loot, and Joe and I can escape together.
It's like Jesus went, you know what, let's put 2 gods of a video game together. That was very almost poor timing of what I was about to say.
That would have been so poor timing.
We pay another visit to my outpost, but next up we need to deal with some invaders. I don't know how, but having outlaws in the town will make me more clumsy and increase inflation. Although before we try to take down an unknown amount of big bad hostiles, we should probably warm up with a smaller group, right? Well, these guys are actually in desperate need of our help as they're being sieged by the undead, but they don't seem to have their priorities in order as they immediately try to kill me on arrival, which turns out not to be great for their longevity. And once you kill one, you've obviously got to kill them all to prevent any kind of retaliation. As Mike Hermantraut would say, no half measures. And as hostiles can often have useful items on them, I want to loot their corpses, so herd the undead into one area before dropping a molly to clear the majority. Although there is now also a feral, and to try and take it out silently so we have more time to loot, I try luring it onto me so I can take it out with the door, but that feral only has eyes for one man. Luckily I can save him by stunning the feral with my sidearm before using my knife to finish the job. I can then get to looting, but other than some stimulants and some mediocre weapons, base, we leave empty-handed. The outlaws are located somewhere in the northwest, so as we're driving past, we stop at base to unload and lick our wounds. I'm also bringing along a little something special, as the Geneva Conventions expired when the undead rose and started to eat the living. So with that, it's time to implicate Joe into all of my future war crimes. If we're ever court-martialed, I'll simply weep like a little bitch and tell everyone it was his idea. On the way, we come across a supply drop that's alerting the undead nearby. I can quickly grab the useful shit and make an escape with Joe stood safely on the roof of the car. If you're aiming, you can't get knocked off so easily.
Oh, fuck. Please do not make me go flying.
I'm gonna do my best.
With him back in the vehicle, we make our way towards the outlaws, and on this occasion at least it seems like there's only 3 of them. Well, this is gonna be a bloody cakewalk. Pretty quickly we realise one of them has a gas launcher, so we probably shouldn't walk in there all guns blazing. Instead, with one of them already dead, I climb onto the car using the caravan as cover, leading them both into the open where a single bloater grenade can finish the job. Hopefully nobody lights a cigarette, otherwise it's lights out for the team.
Right, 1's dead.
I got it.
2's dead.
With that, it's time for another burning strat before I'm able to collect the gas launcher. And seeing as one of our old cars are here from previously, it makes sense that Joe drives one while I take the other.
I mean, seeing as this is going so well, do you want to race?
Yeah, hang on. Okay, go.
Oh, you son of a bitch! I was putting a waypoint on!
It's a hard-fought contest on a nearly straight road, with 2 nearly identical vehicles making the entire thing nearly pointless. That is until Joe misses his turn in, and I can sneak in for the cheeky victory.
Yeah, baby. Oh man, that was some exhilarating driving.
After unloading, Stuart heads off solo to clear a few siege sites that have built up in our absence. I spend 2,000 of my 3,000 influence on upgrading one of my food outposts, then start converting ethanol into whiskey. With that done, it's time to head back on the road as Heather of the Selective Scavengers has a small request. And as we've really grown close to the community over the past few days or weeks, it only feels right to help them out once again. They really helped us out last time with those cheap food supplies. I speak to Heather and she's like, all 7 of us are actually pretty lonely. If you happen to meet anyone looking for a place to stay, any chance you could bring him to us? I'm like, of course I can, and I think I might know exactly where someone could be. But it's gonna be a dangerous mission to save him stuck between 2 play carts, so I've got to make sure Joe is up for the job.
So we're gonna have to be like quite quiet. Do you reckon we can handle
Ninjas. Yeah, hang on. I know just what to do. Give me a second.
After the quickest of quick changes, we make our way there, to Sud City Laundry. To make things worse, as well as a copious amount of plague arts, we also have an infestation to play around. We take refuge on a shipping container to come up with a plan, but the best plan we can come up with is for me to rush solo while Joe distracts from safety. Although this being no man's land, we do have to do a bit of cleaning up before asking the bloke if he wants to come with me. He does, which is great news, despite him running away from me. Me and Max make our escape in the pickup, sadly leaving Joe behind in the process. Nah, just kidding, the tether system kicks in and brings Joe to us safely. We drop Max off and you'll be glad to know he's very happy safe at his new community. We then head home to arm up as we have a pretty serious issue on the horizon. An out for blood curveball causing anarchy surrounding all of our remaining plague arts. To continue, we must eliminate the heart causing the mutation. We take over as Rotsack, who arms up appropriately. As the last time we had this curveball, it was disaster after disaster. But this time, I've got Joe. We have brought both our vehicles with us to the assault in the hope we can block off the door, allowing us for an easy victory. Sadly, this warehouse has 3 entrances, and a level 2 infestation next door. That means both juggernauts and crackheads to worry about. Still, I tell Joe to use his pickup to block an entrance while I do the same. But it's fair to say things don't get off to the best start, as apparently we now have super strength ferals. Luckily, with me at the wheel, I can keep everybody safe. Except you. You can fuck off. With 2 cars blocking the entrances and Joe distracting a feral in a field, I'm safe to run through the only other entrance and start my assault. I toss a flare next to the heart, then follow up with 4 bloater grenades, which completes the phase. Well, I might as well drop my final 2, which not only lightens me up, but if my math serves me correctly, puts us halfway between the second phase. I then take a second to save Joe in that field from that crackhead, before heading back inside to start beating the heart some more.
Oh, that's not good.
The car has spontaneously combusted, which means a juggernaut is likely using it as a plaything. And guess who didn't bring a toolkit?
I got the juggy on me, so I'm gonna lure him away.
While Joe does that, I lead the undead out of the warehouse, close the door behind me and complete the second phase. Then it's time to try and lure away the copious amounts of the undead with our last remaining vehicle. It was also a good opportunity for Joe and I to regroup. When we move back into position, the hordes haven't moved an inch, wasting all of our time, but at least now I can properly see seal up both the back doors. And this time when I head back in, I've got Joe to defend the only entrance, which means I can take it down without any more of the undead interrupting me. We can then loot and escape, marking a monumental victory. We started this series with 72 black hearts, now only 13 remain, admittedly most of which are now all awake because of our actions, so it's not going to be easy going forward, but we shall succeed. We shall defeat the Blood Plague, and your cleaning up the nation team will cement themselves in victory. Joe must head back to his own community, but we shall continue. I'm still converting food to fuel to keep up with my insane amount of molly production, as well as converting my chemical supplies into ammo using our workshop. I also decided to turn some of those fuel supplies into bloater gas grenades. Last time I used these, it took 4 to take out a single phase, which means I need 12 to eliminate an entire black heart. I make 36 in total, and with 3 flares, that means I should be able to eliminate 3 black hearts without needing to put myself in major danger. My plan is to start in the east, taking out the 2 on the edge, then working our way towards the massive collection in Willow Grove. I figure it's our hacker Rose's time to shine, as so far she hasn't exactly had ample opportunity to show off her skills, so armed and deadly with a trunk full of bloater gas, she takes off. Feeling the love and support of the community behind her, nothing can stop her now. After making her way to the area of the first 2 hearts, I decide to park up a safe distance away so my loud engine doesn't attract a shit ton of knobheads. After all, I'm gonna need plenty of alone time to drop 12 bloater grenades before a flare can die out. Although because of the location of a level 2 infestation between the 2 hearts, which includes a crackhead, I figure it's for the best to take it out first. And to be fair, a single molly does eliminate half the problem almost immediately. The shotgun then proves its ability as the ultimate crackhead remover, but let me know your ideal crackhead remover in the comment section. Last on the list is a screamer, which goes by without an issue, then on to the plague guard. However, with 4 following me, I need to eliminate them first to get as much lone time as possible, but this being no man's land, it's not long before things escalate pretty seriously. In the end, I decide to say fuck it and rely on the ignited bloater grenades to deal with the hordes. But now the hordes are lit, I can't risk dropping a bloater grenade without igniting myself. I managed to drop 4 in total, although 1 did very seriously mess up my health, but with the 4th ignited, it completes the first phase, although the flare has now expired and the hordes are overwhelming, so now it's time for a tactical retreat. Did I say retreat? Sorry, what I meant was head straight for the other heart. Unfortunately, there's still a shit ton around here, so I run back to the car to lead them away, while also taking the opportunity to stock up on bloater grenades. But when that doesn't work, it's time to whip out the shotty and herd them the old-fashioned way, using loud noises to group them all together. So I climb a nearby silo, but that doesn't seem to work, so I think it's probably another case of time to say fuck it and see what happens. With an energy drink flowing through my system, I run back towards the old corral, carefully leading the pursuing hordes down the corridor in the back. But that wasn't needed, as I managed to drop 5 more grenades, which results in the termination of the heart while also slightly singeing me in the process. I then loudly deal with the crackhead before realising my health has plummeted even further thanks to that self-immolation. I need to get that other heart done quickly so he can escape and give Rose a break. So I make my way through the barn to try and shake off the pursuing hordes, and that allows me to get back to the house completely alone. Then with all the doors sealed, it's time to drop that flare and start exploding.
1, 2... Wait, what? Why is that not going off?
When in doubt, I suppose a Molotov can assist you.
You stupid bastard!
With the flare glitched, I head outside to deal with a feral, but even more damage is taken.
Nope, keep moving. Ah! I can't believe the bloater gas would screw me that hard.
Then not realising I had already dropped my final molly, a Zed hits me into my own gas cloud.
No! Move! No! Rose!
What? Are you serious right now?
You son of a bitch!
Another fallen team member taken too soon. R.I.P. Rose, you were amazing in your own right, even if you never really lit the world around you. R.I.P. Queen, I hope you find peace in Valhalla. To rub salt into the wounds, we've also lost our 6th outpost slot, as her hacker ability is no longer functioning. So it's time for Jeffrey Dowd to make up for her loss. In just 300 meters, there's a damaged car with fuel in, and we can collect it and make our way to the scene of Rose's last stand.
Looks like there's no zombies around here, other than Rose, obviously. R.I.P.
With Rose put to rest, we rummage through her pockets and store anything we don't currently need in the shitbox we found en route. With that, Jeffrey can do what he does best, slapping strange meat in the dark that obviously alerts everybody nearby. With that, it's time to shoot another crackhead in the face.
Shit!
God damn, we're really not painting ourselves in glory here, are we?
No! No!
Luckily I managed to pop a cure and a feral before becoming another statistic, and after another 3 heavy hits we can complete the phase.
Oh yeah, that'll do.
Having not looted the heart we destroyed earlier, I head in that direction while the gases dissipate and the hordes gather in the heart's defense. Although the loot is rather underwhelming to say the least. Still, I store the fuel sack and the Tommy gun in the yellow pickup, then make our way back to the heart, and it seems the hordes have wandered off for now. I manage another 4 heavy swings before a feral catches me, so I've got to head outside to take it out. I then try using some of Rose's bloater grenades mixed with the mollies Jeffrey brought with him. And that almost ended the very same way as Rose. That's it, the house must be a problem, certainly no skill issue over here, no siree. I stick myself in the corner and swing more wildly than a 40-year-old married couple trying to relight the spark before burning everything to the ground. I then notice a bloater nearby and try luring the big gooey bastard into position. Unfortunately though, the pop wasn't close enough to the heart and I nearly get my head blown off in the process. But seeing as everything is now burned up, I can get some good one-on-one time with the heart and complete the second phase just as the feral arrives. Unfortunately, that does result in Jeffrey's second infection in as many phases, not great for his longevity. Also not great for the feral's longevity. Although at this point, frankly, I've had enough of the mental amounts of the undead, so I hop into our temporary shipbox and start ramming the little fuckers with my arse. Our rear end hasn't been hit this hard since the heights of the Catholic Church, but that maneuver did give me the peace I needed to end the heart for good.
Boom! Shit! No! 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 No!
Sadly, Jeffrey slips away, following Rose down a darkened tunnel towards the light at the other side. Is what I should be saying. The legend that is Dow beats off the crackhead and his friends and manages to throw himself through a window onto the safety of his vehicle.
Oh my... Jeffrey!
From there he eliminates the feral from safety, drives the burning shipbox to our yellow pickup and makes his way back to base. And with just 8 HP remaining. Only legends can pull it back from the brink like that, and Jeffrey Dow is certainly in the realms of legends.
Oh my god.
Fuck's sake, if I'd kickflip myself into a bloater there, I think I would just throw my PC through a fucking window. We get back and it's only right for our leader Stuart to take over from here. Sometimes you need a leader to step in and take ownership of the team's mistakes. So once again, with a truck full of bloater gas and an additional flare we found along the way, we set off to our next destination. 2 isolated hearts to the south of the rest. But Stuart has something the other team members have seemed to be lacking so far today: composure. She knows what works and will continue to do so as long as it keeps the community alive, while also being able to make progress against the blood plague. With all the local walkers being turned into crawlers, she can start her assault, focusing on the heart that's already awake to fizzle out any current infestations. She manages to complete the first phase uninterrupted, but that attracts more to the area, so it's back to chopping legs. But now a Juggernaut has also entered the game, which could make any more leg chopping impossible. Luckily the big brute can't get his fat head inside buildings, so I'm able to complete the second phase of the heart with no problems. While the gas dissipates, I head inside to start my attack in the gun shop, but before I can complete that phase, more hordes are drawn to my location, and fearing the Juggernaut, I head through the back door and hop a small fence into the gun range, where the Juggernaut shouldn't be able to cause a problem. From there I can remove the legs of anything that's moving, before completing the first phase of the gun shop heart.
Juggernaut is frozen. He doesn't know what's going on.
Then not much longer later, we take out the final phase in the Tartan Mart, and the final 2 phases in the gun shop go by without incident also. Being very grateful for those additional stimulants, I store the rest of the useful loot in the pickup. But there's one thing I haven't been paying attention to.
Oh shit, chat, I didn't even realise. I thought you were winding me up in the stream chat.
Bangonomics and No Man's Land is a match made in the fiery pits of hell itself, but at least I know of its existence now. There definitely could have been worse places to realise it. After parking up a little further down the road, I climb into the pickup bed to sort out our loot appropriately, making sure I've got myself 12 bloater grenades for what's coming. I head for my next target, putting as many obstacles between me and the hordes to put them off the scent. That gives me the time needed to sneak in, drop the flare, and then the 12 bloater grenades to take down the heart easily. Wait, why the bloody hell is it still alive? How the hell do I fuck this up every time? I head in the opposite direction to the heart, popping unsuppressed shots to lure the hordes away from the area. But when I return, the warehouse is still bursting with the undead, so outside I climb onto a substation next to a level 3 infestation. And from there I can use the bottleneck where the Zeds climb up to my advantage to easily eliminate 2 crackheads. 1 grenade blast and a heavy hit later can complete the phase, which means 12 bloater grenades only managed 1 phase. What the shit? Leaving chaos behind me and make our way to the next closest placard. This time, maintaining stealth, I eliminate the few inside. Then I'm able to complete a phase without interruption, but with the heart calling for protection, it's time to get out of here. I lose any pursuers by heading through a nearby warehouse, and by the time I get back to the other heart, there's nothing in the area, so I can get several heavy hits in before a feral spawns. I lead it outside to take it out safely, before rushing back to the other heart, where I'm able to complete the second phase, although not without almost becoming infected. Using my usual tactics to evade any pursuers, I get back to the other heart and beat it until completion, then manage to grab anything of any use from the husk before legging it back to the car for a tactical retreat, to allow things to calm down. However, there is one thing I've forgotten.
Oh god, I forgot about Bangonomics! Okay, this is bad. This is bad. This is very bad. Jump! I can't jump! I can't jump! I can't jump! Stuart!
Luckily, I managed to avoid the explosion and hide nearby.
Oh god, I forgot about Bangonomics, man.
Usually that would have been a disaster. However, I have an advanced toolkit in the back of the vehicle, so as long as I can clear the area enough, I should be able to escape without any issues. Unfortunately, there is a big boy that's gonna cause issues, so first I've got to lead him away from the car.
I can lose you easily. Oh god, he's fast, he's fast. Come on, Jug, over here, please. Come on, Juggy, you so fine, you blow my mind. Hey, you're an idiot.
After slipping through the gun store, I can get the car repaired, and I can make a very slow getaway. But with us finally on the road, it's finger to the casing. No braking, even if I wanted to. If I let off, the car will stutter, and that'll potentially cause issues, likely leading to my own demise.
Pretty certain I will have the... Oh god, I shouldn't have done that. Oh god. Come on, start! Start! Start, you piece of shit!
Luckily, it kicks in at the right time, and I use landmines to deal with the 3 pursuers. After taking the time to unload our spoils, I swap out to Rotsack, as Stuart is gonna start getting fatigued pretty soon. I don't want to end up trapped in a dangerous area, unable to escape because of... Luckily, Rotsack has a plan to eliminate the final 8 hearts. Becoming part of the Horde, nearly hidden from the flesh-eating bastards, has gotta be the best way to handle our remaining problems. Sadly, in his haste to grab everything he needed, there was one thing he forgot. Did you spot what was missing? He picks out the ideal location, which just so happens to be across the road from our friends the Selective Scavengers. It's nice knowing if we fall on hard times, we'll be able to rely on them. With scent block active, we start battering, and for a moment it seems like everything is going according to plan. Then a feral enters, and as they can smell through scent block, if close enough, I start blasting.
Oh, you son of a bitch! What the fuck?
I then drop a firebomb, which certainly doesn't help the health situation, and that's when the penny drops.
Wait, did I not bring painkillers? Oh, you stupid man. You stupid man.
I then try to weaponize a nearby bloater, and still end up taking damage.
Oh god damn it.
With health low, we need to get out of this situation.
Oh no! Oh no! Rotsack, the bloater.
Somehow I managed to get back to my feet and escape.
Dude. I need an emergency. I need some medicine. Emergency medicine.
In my desperation for meds, I head towards a nearby enclave, but all they're interested in is building materials. Building materials, love? What the fuck you gonna build in here? This place is a shithole. Find whatever, useless bastards. Luckily, my BFFs are in the chicken shop next door.
What's he saying?
Let's get him!
Wait, what? No, Rotsack!
I call thymine!
No!
It's the best part!
What the shit?
Wait, they eat people? Oh, fuck, I think I'm about to throw up.
Yeah, no shit, dude. You've been eating all their food.
Betrayed by my own friends. Justice must be absolute and full of violence. But not right now. It seems my hiding confused him and he's rushed off into plague territory on his own. But don't worry, we'll be seeing more of them later. For now, we have much bigger problems. Our health is lower than the IQ of a TikTok comment section, and I've got no way to recover it, and we can't escape thanks to... Luckily, I have big brain.
There we go. It's smart, trust me. Trust. There we go. I can now sprint again. Oh god.
Back up to slightly under half health, we now have full mobility, but I won't feel fully comfortable until I have some painkillers in my back pocket. But what's the best way to get painkillers in this situation? Batter the heart until we're gifted some.
Okay, oh no! Oh! Bad news, Rotsack! Bad news! Come on! Get up there! Come on, Roddy boy! Give me those meds, baby. Give me those meds. Yes, I'll take that. 2 hearts up here. So all that's calling all them. I'm gonna go and fight them. We're halfway there. Whoa! Living on a prayer. In my hand, we'll take it elsewhere. Whoa! That's all I know, unfortunately. Didn't like that, did you little shithead? Right, another energy drink. 2 more stims remaining. Do not tell me that car's dead. Oh, it is destroyed. Oh god. I'm stuck. No, I'm not. Fine. Oh god, no, he's putting me back in the cloud! This one's gonna be a special one, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, you bastard. Be the hero you were meant to be! That was a monumental moment. I know some of you might not appreciate it if you just tune in now, but that was the 69th player card we have killed in No Man's Land. 69, baby.
One final heart remains in No Man's Land. After abandoning a food outpost, I create another, then spend 5 collecting all the resources from the numerous hearts Rotsack has just taken down on his own. But that task has left its mark, so it's time to swap to Stuart in an act of poetry. She took down the first heart in No Man's Land, so it only seems right that she should take down the last. So for one last time, she heads off into the darkness. Not only relieved that it's over, but hopeful for the future. The final heart is in a farmhouse to the north, and using the leftover scent block that Rotsack made, Stuart can head on in. Hidden from the flesh-eating monsters, she completes the first phase. She must then eliminate a crackhead, uses a molly to burn up the excessive hordes that have gathered, before continuing her wild swinging into the night. The second phase comes not long later. Then in an act of poetic justice, the burning gas cloud ignites the hordes that have gathered, and a burning Zed runs into the heart, ending it for good. With that, the Cleaning Up the Nation team have successfully completed their goal. They have eliminated the most brutal of plague territories. 72 black hearts have come and gone, not only writing themselves into legend, but all those we lost along the way. For Nichols, Shannon, Rachel, Bootleg, Abrams, Farsight, Rose and Hastings. All legends in their own right, and we couldn't have succeeded without any of them. Over the next few days and weeks, the team settle into their new roles as protectors of Mega Valley, helping out anybody who needs assistance. There's Connolly, who's seeking vengeance against a group that killed his friend. But you know what they say about those seeking vengeance? Dig 2 graves. But not for us. We just gotta kill every single one of them. No half measures after all. With that, Connolly can join the team. Former Special Forces will certainly come in handy down the line, even if he's a moody bastard. His empty 5th slot gets filled with medicine, and we can finally upgrade our medical outpost to level 3. In fact, we finish upgrading all of our outposts to level 3. With training complete, we remove the lounge and replace it with a staging area. And after a bit of rebalancing, like changing our farm to produce medicinal products, our daily resources are in a much better condition. And with our overproduction of resources, that means we can help out more enclaves than ever, building allegiance after allegiance after allegiance. We even become forward thinking and wait out a smoke storm curveball in a landmine protected outpost to farm plague samples to craft more cure to keep everyone alive and ticking. And if you're wondering what happened to the selective scavengers, well, let's just say they got their just desserts. And it's a bloody good thing we dealt with them, as inside I found something they were crafting. A portable nuke. An actual fucking nuke. What the hell were these cannibals doing, man? Stuart continues to build the team, welcoming another Red Talon member, a mobile operations expert who goes by Kramer. And with that, the team can settle into a peaceful life at the end of the world. But peace, it seems, can only last for so long. After hearing about the utopia we are building, hostiles want to take over. First they attack the scattered survivors, but I can fend them off easily enough. But then they attack the Pathfinders, and while I'm able to fight them off, the resulting gunfight draws too many of the undead to defend against, and sadly they fall. Desperate to unite the town under our rule, Stuart makes her way to the wandering campers, who warn us that the scattered survivors may have been in contact with the hostiles. And when I confront them about it, they turn hostile and I'm forced to put them down. Next, the invaders set up a permanent spot in our town, almost mocking everything we've built so far. But Stuart knows exactly how to handle them. Armed with a nuke that Dow found in the cannibals' hideout, she moves into position, sneaking her way towards the abandoned factory of which the baddies reside. But it was a trap. They knew we were coming. Still, the plan remains the same. Plant the bomb, escape, blow them to hell. But as she was escaping, Stuart gets hit and goes down. With the hordes attacking in all directions, there's only one thing she can do. With Stuart's sacrifice, Dow takes up the position of leader, but heavy is the head that wears the crown, and with Mega Valley safe but containing too many sad memories, it's time for the Cleaning Up the Nation team to move on to bigger threats. There shall be bigger and tougher challenges that need the attention of a badass crew of warriors. An entire nation needs to be saved. This has been your Cleaning Up the Nation team, signing out, but not for the last time.